All right. Welcome, all Hearthstone fans. My name is Saku. We're here to help the CIE group basically do some wonderful things through the tournament format. So we got my friend here, Ron Mexico, long time friend through various games and leagues. So how you doing, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great. Happy to be here. Happy to be casting with you for a pretty fantastic little event we got going on with some great prizes and some great sponsors today. So, very much looking forward to this.
Yeah, and I want to thank Diamond for recommending me to try out to do the stream ops here. So it's great. I get to work with some great people. So now we get to watch some great Hearthstone. So just trying to think of what other deck lists we got coming up here. So which teams are, as we can see on the screen, we have two teams coming up. You want to talk about those real
Absolutely, yeah.
quick?
So, Diamond is going to be the pilot for SFU Red, and Neji Boston will be the pilot for University of Victoria. To start off with SFU Red, we're looking at a Priest, Druid, Rogue, Death Knight lineup.
Okay.
And for UVic, we have a Priest, Rogue, Warrior, Druid lineup. So a lot of the same stuff being repeated here. Both sides enamored with Priest, Druid, Rogue. Uh, I gotta say, I'm hoping that at least one side bans the priest. I just want to avoid the priest mirror. That's it. Give me one thing.
Give you one thing and that will do it. All right. X Brine. Okay. So do we just wondering if the players are ready. We can double check that with
Yep. Checking to
Neji.
see. I don't currently see Diamond available. I'll message Neji though and see.
See when they're ready to rock and roll. So for those of you who are not don't play Hearthstone enough, but there's a couple formats out there, and tonight's format or today's format for this tournament is going to be God. Why am I tripping over the words? It's last year was standing, so LHS. So what that means is the players are going to pick their class, and then that class will end up if that class wins, then they keep that class, and the other class that they defeated for the opponent can't be used again.
Yes, so a very different format from what people might be used to viewing if they've watched any recent Hearthstone competitive events,
Mm-hmm.
official Blizzard events, and so on, the Masters Tour. Typically, that would be Conquest, where you have to win with each one of your decks, minus, of course, the one that gets banned. In this format, what you're seeing is each side, of course, has that one ban, but with those three classes, you don't necessarily have to have the best decks, the ones that win all the time in part of your lineup. You can go a little bit more, hey, this one might high roll some things and go crazy. Because when you win with the deck, it does stay up and it eliminates the deck that it faces if it beats it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so you can have your back against the wall and down to just one deck, but that one deck can go off and win every match. So it's a very interesting, entertaining type of format. I know some of our players have pretty extensive experience with this format. Some others might be a little bit newer to this. So it's going to be pretty fun to see how the players navigate it.
Yeah, it could be 3-0s, or it could be basically, your game fives, which everybody kind of likes to see.
The weird nature of Last Hero Standing.
Yeah.
A lot of times you will see frequently either like a 3-0 or a 3-2. It's not super common to see, 3-1s go down in a format like this because it's so heavily structured around essentially trying to line up a counter deck to the deck that you know guaranteed because it just won is going to stay up.
Yeah.
So lineups are built that way. and matchups are plotted out in advance much more than a different type of format where the leadoff deck is very important. Game one can be very important to determine did you get through something that might be really hard for your other decks to get through, and so on. Um, a nice move, a nice little flavor change here with this tournament to not just go your standard conquest. We got a little mixing it up. Last hero standing can be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I kind of enjoy it just because of that aspect of if you have a favorite deck that's pretty good into all, like you mentioned, then great. You get to play with your favorite deck and you get to defeat your opponent. Easy peasy, right?
Easy
So,
peasy.
all right, we're still waiting for just checking Battlefy here to see if any other player has checked in. I know Neji's there, but Diamond's checked in too, but still don't see them online yet. Oh, Neji's there. Good.
Yeah, I do see Neji online. Um, Diamond said he needs to download Hearthstone first.
Oh my goodness.
You know he's kidding, but
Does he know what
that's
Hearthstone is? So that's the
it's
other.
amazing. Yeah, he's running through a real quick primer. What is this game? How does it work?
So
It's
he's
usually a
going
good
through the
sign for
tutorial.
yeah, it's usually a good sign for a favorite to win the tournament. I think he's gonna take it down. I got faith. He's a quick study.
Yes, he's a
And
longtime
of
captain
course,
for in another league of ours, but yeah,
yeah. And Diamond is supported by his SFU Red teammates, Ilflam and Peyton. And Neji is going to be piloting for University of Victoria with his teammate Ricescription.
perfect. All right. Now it's just kind of, unfortunately, a little bit of a waiting game while we're waiting for the players to transition into Hearthstone and get their stuff ready. Was there any other notes we can do with the deck lists that were provided? Like, what do you expect for ban wise?
We can take a look. Let's see. We've got first I don't see it like in Battlefy being updated, so I just have to make the deck in order to find out what the Death Knight
Yeah,
is because there's
that's
multiple archetypes. It is an unholy Death Knight, which is the strongest version of Death Knight at the moment.
you
The
can't
rest
tell.
of them you can pretty much assume what the archetype will be. Rogue is typically Miracle Rogue. But for SFU Red, it's an Unholy Death Knight. The Priest and Druid, there's no chance it's going to be anything but Control Priest and High Roll Druid, Hedge Maze Druid, Womper Druid, whatever you want to call it. Um, the Rogue is a Miracle Rogue for SFU.
Okay.
Let's just double check the Rogue for UVic. I'm assuming also Miracle Rogue. Surely they wouldn't be
It
crazy enough to go
is.
with a secret rogue. It is, in fact, a miracle.
Yep. I'm just kind of going into Donkey Top there to create the deck lists myself to see what else we're looking at. So,
And their warrior will be Enrage Warrior. Warrior looks like it should struggle a bit for UVic against this lineup with Priest and Druid on the other side. So that's a bit of a weak spot, but it's not the liability that it would be in Conquest. Again, in Last Hero Standing, if the deck loses, it gets eliminated and they can just win with other decks. So you can pretty much assume Warrior will not be banned by SFU Red. I'd be expecting either a Priest or Druid ban. And on the other side, considering they have Warrior, they might want to try to protect it a little bit to see if maybe they can help it get a win and look to ban the Priest, which would be the hardest counter. But Druid, again, is also pretty reasonable. I strongly doubt we see Rogue or Death Knight or Warrior banned on either side. It's going to be a battle of high rolls in a lot of respects, and they might need to just say, "Hey, we're either getting the druids out of here, or the priests out of here, or either or."
yeah. But at least, well, we'll try and not to have any priest mirrors, but we can't guarantee that, right? There's no guarantee for that.
No guarantee. Just fingers crossed.
Yeah, yeah. We like priest, but we just don't play priest. That's all. That is all.
I mean, maybe you like priest.
Uh,
I'll say it's my 11th favorite class.
Your 11th, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Just in case any of our viewers out there don't know how many classes there are, the running joke is there's only 10. So the 11th is probably the best because it's got two
There is
number ones in
actually
it.
no. There's 11.
No, is there?
Yeah. Death
All right.
Knight made it 11.
Oh gosh, I forgot about that.
It's okay.
I gotta learn Hearthstone now.
It's only been a couple expansions. You're fine. So
All right.
while we wait for our players to get ready too, now's a good opportunity just to mention our sponsors again. Real quick, Dell, of course, is a title sponsor for CIE 2023, and a major thank you to them because we couldn't do this event without all of their help and support. Alienware is a subsidiary of Dell, and if you're looking for any computers, laptops, or gaming gear in general, that would be a fantastic place to go.
It always reminds me of that commercial, dude. It's Adele. I don't know if you ever if that ages me or not.
Yep. Just a tad. Don't worry about it.
Don't Google it.
I know what you're talking about. It ages me too. Our next sponsor that we want to shout out is MSI, who has provided swag to raffle to audience members throughout the event. They're offering backpacks and RGB MSI mice. There's going to be an MSI Lucky plush. Lucky is a dragon, so even better. And the MSI Lucky Charm, which is smaller than the regular Lucky, but still a very cute plush. So thank you very much to MSI. And also a huge thank you to the volunteers from all the schools. There are volunteers from over 20 schools across Canada who had a hand with bringing this event to life. Without all of your hard work, this event would not have been possible. So thank you very much, volunteers.
Yeah. To do a tournament or basically do an event that stretches week long and try and get the organizers and presenters, it's a huge task. So hats off to all the people that can donate their time out of their week to help make this a successful event. So, all right. Any more news on Mr. Diamond if he found himself? I still don't see him on there. Go figure. Diamond holding up the tournament.
I guess they were anticipating that the tournament was going to be starting in about 15 minutes from now.
Ah, okay.
Because the battle fight doesn't actually start until 11 o'clock Pacific.
Okay.
So they can't process their bans until then.
Until that time. Okay.
But so, we can run through some of the decks again if you like, and try to suss out what these strategies are going to be.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty simple. Mostly though, with the priest and druid brings.
Yeah.
It's let's high roll. At least in case the druid. When it comes down to priest, it can be a very long, grindy type of matchup, especially if it's priest versus priest, which will have this caster in a lot of pain for the entirety of the matchup. So hopefully we dodge it. But I do like the Unholy Death Knight bring from SFU Red. That's the major difference between the two lineups is SFU went with Unholy Death Knight, and UVic went with Warrior. The rest, of course, are essentially the same. And Unholy Death Knight is the type of deck that really can just snowball early game boards and get kind of blowout victories in any matchup if it draws well enough in the early game. The interesting part of UVic's lineup is everything can be very slow to start off. Druid, of course, highly susceptible to aggro matchups, which Unholy Death Knight is certainly one of them. Warrior has some early game, but often needs to find combo pieces and can get run over by an early game, fast start. Rogue can be very heavily tempo based and swing games like crazy. Sometimes they're making, a 14 minion or bigger on turn 4 because they drew all the things. Other times they just pass turn 5s and die, till like 5 turns and die.
They absorb a lot of punishment. That's right. So
And Priest naturally is a control deck and very slow and can just lose to the early board flood with a big payoff. So I think UVic needs to be very wary of the Unholy Death Knight, although they should have enough ways to deal with it. But could actually be a consideration that they want to ban the Death Knight instead of Priest or Druid. On SFU's side, perhaps Priest would be the ban. Just looking at these lineups and saying, hey, if our Death Knight does not get banned, as long as we take out this Priest, the Death Knight can just roll through all 3 of Rogue, Warrior, Druid. So if UVic is kind of anticipating that, I think it'd be very reasonable to see a Death Knight ban. And then, of course, the Priest ban from SFU. Yeah. That's currently, I'll go with that as my prediction. And I like it this way because it also means a Priest gets banned. And then there is no possibility of a Priest mirror. So, music to my ears.
Yeah, and those of you who are not familiar with Ron Mexico or have seen him stream on Twitch, he is very much a lover of things hunter. So it's either Demon Hunter or Hunter. So neither one of these teams have actually brought Hunter. Are you disappointed with that?
I feel like it was a personal affront to me. I think they planned this list
that's
knowing
right.
that I was going to be casting their game, and just a slap on the face.
Yeah.
No Hunter, no Demon Hunter. How dare you, Diamond and Neji.
All right, so we're just going to take a quick break here. So like Ron had mentioned earlier, with the tournament supposing to start in about 10 minutes, I think players are just getting ready. The Battle 5 bracket will end up being open and available for players to do their thing, and gives the other couple people that haven't checked in yet the opportunity to collect themselves and go from there. So we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be right back, so apologize for another 10 minutes, but it's okay. That's part of Hearthstone, part of the tournament arrangement. So
we'll be as soon as the Battle 5 bracket goes live for us and the players can ban, we'll dive into it, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
That's right. Chat soon. Hey, welcome back. We had a little bit of a coffee break while Battlefy decided to do what it needed to do. Now it's done. Now we can
Indeed.
game. Now we can
Now
watch.
we're back, ready to dive in shortly to SFU Red versus UVic. The players are in communication now, readying up their bands, trying to make that very important decision of hopefully, once again, banning a priest. Just somebody, anybody.
Hey,
you know,
you there.
I mean, double priest ban maybe that'd be cool. But hey, we don't have to. Just as long as we dodge the mirror. But I was looking at the list because we've been able to see the list a little bit, and there are some interesting quirks, differences between the two.
Okay.
The priest on UVic's side is running what I think is the more standard version. Of course, both of these decks, 40 cards, very control heavy, and this one running the copy cards more like Psychic Conjurer, and the other side they went a little bit more card draw heal stuff with Crimson Clergy as some of their one drops. They even run a couple of copies of Deafen. The UVic Priest does not run a fan club. The SFU Red Priest does run a fan club. So we're looking at multiple different ways to get additional healing and card draw with that clergy. There are a couple of hipsters in the SFU Red Priest, so going in harder on the randomness shenanigans. And then, that UVic list I think is the more standard, probably what you'll see on a Vicious Syndicate report if you're looking at different deck types and what currently is kind of the highest win rate at the moment.
All right. I still haven't got the bands yet, but we'll... Oh, there we go. So, request has been
love
granted,
to see it.
Dude.
You'd love to see it. It's a double priest ban.
So, all right. So, just to show on the screen there for our viewers, we have priest ban. Okay, thanks to Kristen helped me out in the background there. So we got UVic coming in with priest ban, rogue, warrior, druid, and then transitioning to SFU Red. Their priest is banned with druid, rogue, and death knight available. So, got any predictions before we set the players on their way of what they're going to start with?
Are ready to dive in, so we will be spectating them in just a moment. They both said they're going to challenge up and jump in. If I had to predict something with the double priest ban, I'd say SFU is going to lead Death Knight, and I think we just go straight for the high roll, and it's Druid from UVic. Let's see what happens.
So for our viewers, we're going to have SFU Red on the bottom of your screen. So it's first to spectate for Ron and myself. Then we're going to have UVic at the top of the screen, which is being piloted by Niji Boston.
All right, and I see spectate icons available on the players. So game one, we are going to get started.
Yeah, where's Porky? All right.
I almost called it right. It's a Druid versus Druid. Both teams going straight for its high roll time.
The nightmare shall end.
Here we go. Wow. Pretty good ramping speed there by SFU Red.
Yeah, we've got UVic looks really good with this opener because they found the Hedge Maze, which is one of the two all-important cards for this Druid to do its high roll thing, the other being the Whomper, and they drew it. Okay, they have Hedge Maze and Coin. so they can play Hedge Maze on 3 and coin out a Whomper on turn 4 and win the game.
Yeah. So UVic technically has the advantage unless there's a catastrophic internet event. They disconnect.
Well,
they
SFU Red could draw Hedge Maze and Whomper in
Very
back-to-back turns. They did ramp first.
That important for a Druid versus Druid?
Let's see. Can you? Yeah, I guess you can. Yeah, you could just do this. You could coin out the Wild Growth. You get the extra mana. You're essentially on 4 mana for the Hedge Maze and then Whomper.
Yep.
That is crucially not a Hedge Maze.
Look at that top deck.
It's a good start, good ramp, but here comes...
Oh, man.
Whoa, whoa, hold up, change everything. That is a Whomper on the board. Perfect timing for SFU, finding the Whomper right before their opponents play it. The only downside, of course, they don't have a Hedge Maze up, and UVic does. Here comes the trigger. And what will it be?
It will be a number 8 mana. The Mishmash Mosher.
Fine, you know? It was either that or Thaddeus, and Thaddeus, they didn't get to play anything from their hand on the board anyway if they pulled that. But they probably wanted the 11/11 taunt over the 3/10.
So.
This could be disaster on the other side. It's totally fine. Both sides dodging, generating their Chadius on the board.
Yeah. So, big decision here, Ron. You
now
silence
we settle into more normal types of Hearthstone. They have the option to just Attorney at Maw, silence the Whomper, which seems like it would be a pretty good choice here. They can also opt to ramp first or draw if they really want to, but ramp looks a bit better. And out comes the Attorney. They could also immune their minion, but you really don't want that death rattle going off, so wisely opting to just remove.
Yeah, and Fanboy.
Fanboy makes for a very clean clear if they want to attack buff this. I like the move. They push the 5, remove the minion, have the board. And honestly, the hand early looked like a cruise to a victory type of situation for UVic with Hedge Maze and Whomper in hand and coin. But SFU found their Whomper first.
You're both number 1 to me.
Just gonna do a little bit of board management. And now SFU gonna leverage their mana advantage. Out comes the Behemoth. They still haven't drawn Thaddeus, so that Behemoth Death Rattle can go off and summon the Thaddeus, making a major problem for UVic.
Yep. Sir Finley, do you see that coming out anytime soon to kind of reset the bigness of the hand? But I guess mana doesn't really matter at this point, right? For UVic?
I mean, not yet. They're just gonna, play this Behemoth, use their Hedge Maze trigger. This probably will pull the Thaddeus. Well, I guess it's a 50-50. It never pulls the Thaddeus. Of course not. They're probably not thrilled about that outcome either.
No.
But now this 4/8 is a guarantee to pull Thaddeus, making the situation a little bit more difficult. SFU Red has already been forced to use one of their Attorney at Maws to silence. So they're a bit behind on this scenario here. Let's check the ETC real quick in their list.
I think it was
SFU Red. Oh, does it not show on Battlefy?
I don't think it does. Let me see if I can find that file for you. Just go one sec here, dude.
It definitely looks like, well, we're going to find out right now. We don't need to speculate on would they play ETC? What's in the
So
ETC?
flash.
A silence. And that's exactly what they need to deal with this. To make sure there are no Thaddiuses to worry about. Very good move on SFU Red's part. Pretty firmly ahead
With a
in the matchup as of right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how you get past the 4-8 minion. And yeah.
It's a brutal spot for SFU Red. They hate to use the Finley, but they basically need to try to make sure they don't just die here and the death rattle is too strong. They can look for their own way of silencing. And they found it.
So UVic has got what in their ATC? They have a corner, Rivendare and Osmot.
Okay. Osmonaut. Osmonaut. Not Osmonaut. What is that card?
Uzumat? I don't know.
Ozumat.
Ozumat.
That's it.
There you go. Spelling and pronunciation.
Which is a very strong way to deal with boards. Okay, so opting for the immune clear and saying the death rattle that procs will never be something terrifying like Thaddeus. And let's see if it pulls the important one. It does not. It's actually never Thaddeus.
The disappearance of Thaddeus. So we have a theme now.
Okay, we're gonna check the
druids.
list real quick. They do both run Thaddeus in their list. Yes. Okay. Yes, they do.
The
Just
disappearance of
decided the
Thaddeus.
no-show.
Yes.
A risky move from
Jailer.
SFU, but not super risky. No, it's probably good enough. It's probably good enough to win. They burn out their deck. There's no Thaddeus anymore, but 2 immune minions. A lot of times this does come down to who jailered first. And in their case, they jailered first. There's no realistic ways out of this for UVic.
Yeah,
that I'm
unfortunately.
aware of.
So
this should be a victory for SFU.
SFU opening up with a potential win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm missing a school.
So just running through the options, is there anything at all? Any outs to not just die? They would kind of have to put a taunt in the way so that maybe the 12 attack couldn't just go face and then also clear board.
Right.
These are not the cards that they needed to find. I think we're going to see it concede. Well, I guess, okay. Whomper, Hedge Maze. This will finally pull the Thaddeus, right?
Rumor
That
has
does
it.
give a taunt with the plating. You can have a little... It's actually
goodness.
never Thaddeus.
We'll have
It's
to talk
actually
to Neji.
never Thaddeus.
You'll have to coach. You'll have to coach Neji on how to bring Thaddeus out to play.
All right,
So,
it's already lethal on board.
yeah.
Will they rope it out? They will not.
No.
And there it is. Game over.
Game 1 goes to
And a very important victory for SFU Red. Getting the Druid on the other side eliminated. Druid, of course, the pretty much like the most high rolly type of deck in the current meta right now. So Druid Mirror being very important. They're jumping
Wow.
straight in.
back
They're,
into the game again.
The remaining deck that they've identified as the best counter to this Druid is the Rogue. Makes a lot of sense because Warrior struggles a lot against Druid. So Uvik is going to try to pick up some early game beatdown before the Druid high rolls. On the other side for SFU, it's let's do it again. Draw Hedge Maze, draw Whomper, win game, profit.
Not necessarily in that order, or yes.
Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. So we expect them to keep Thaddeus to make sure that they get their Thaddeus on their turn.
This looks
We
like
see it.
a hand they would full mulligan away. Maybe they're debating on whether or not they should keep the Eterniama or the Nourish. They decide to keep the Nourish.
Kept the Nourish. Good. Okay, so we have SFU up 1-0 over Uvik currently.
And Uvik has found some important things in the early game. They did get their early 1-drop. They've got Alchemist to activate the Concoction, and crucially, they also have Posit, which is a very powerful card to use for some aggressive tempo strategies. On the other side, SFU is just a turn away from putting together some solid ramping strategies, but they are not finding the important, really significantly change the game cards yet.
Right.
Great top deck for Uvik. Disappointing
Result for what kind
Concoction
of concoctions would we be looking for offhand? Like a
card draw,
destroy?
minion summon.
Gotcha.
Destroy on an empty board when they wanted to spend that on other things. It's just a little disappointing. It could be really important, though. The destroy, can just kill a Thaddeus. And you're pretty happy about that outcome. It just means that now they want to be holding this 0 mana concoction instead of playing it. Out comes the Seedsman. Ramp and draw. More ramp incoming. And another very good draw right off the top for Uvik. Just removes the minion and allows them to continue to keep up the pressure without having to take any trades, so the whole board can survive, pushing more damage. Druid is starting to bleed a little bit.
They do falter every once in a while.
Aquatic form finds a hedge maze. That's one of the cards you want. And ramp. They're also pretty rapidly approaching a Mosher turn that they can pair with potentially Fanboy, be the idea. They just barely don't have enough mana to do it next turn, which could be problematic. They may be debating on whether or not they want to innervate out an audio bot. There's big opportunity cost with that, which is, of course, that they would not be able to innervate faster on their 10 mana combo. Alternatively, they might want to innervate out the Hedge Maze or plan on going innervate Flesh Behemoth next turn. So a lot of different options, ultimately deciding they'll wait. And underwhelming for Uvik.
Yeah. Can't really
Queen
trigger
Azara.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you just slam it down on the board, though. It seems like the most reasonable move. It's a 5/5. You don't need to discover.
That's
They
right.
agree? Get him. Get him is the game plan. Kill the druid before they do the thing.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
So
Well-
there's the thing.
They can do the thing. Not sure it's exactly good enough if it pulls Mosher, for instance.
So let's see what it pulls. Hedge Mage used.
I think they should have played Innervate first if they were going for the Thaddeus, so that they could have the mana to do other things. I don't know if it's set on odd or even right now anyway, but as we've already learned, it's literally never Thaddeus.
Some
and-
unlucky hits right there.
There they go. Bad hits. Give them lethal. Get the druid out of here.
What druid? So, Yuvik coming in with the win?
Maybe a druid isn't all it's cracked up to be.
So,
Because
oops.
druid has lost every game. It's only beaten druid.
Oh, so Hearthstone kicked me out for some reason? Not yet.
Oh no. Hearthstone. How could you?
Okay.
Well, the players are queuing up again. Are you able to get back in?
Yeah, we're good. Lined up now, so.
So Rogue laid the smackdown on Druid, and now we are moving on to what might be non-high roll Hearthstone. As we see Miracle Rogue up against Unholy Death Knight. The Unholy Death Knight, starting with a Magatha in the opening hand, looks pretty appealing as just incredibly good draw and refill. They do have the Necromancer as well, which I think would likely be a keep. Not sure if they want to actually keep the 2, 3, 4, 5 and forego trying to have a turn 1 play. Can often be pretty important with the Necromancer.
Yeah. Oh, there's
And
the one that we need. Oh my
They
goodness.
decided, no, we don't need Magatha either. We're going full in on an aggressive game plan, and it pays off. Uvik's full mulligan also looking very good, as they found the same leadoff. That's a skill shot right there. Concoctor on 1, Ghoulish Alchemist on 2, back-to-back games. Well played.
Here comes the Ghoulish. Maybe?
They could opt for the Bone Spike here before Ghoulish. But there aren't a whole lot of plays that seem that great. Most likely, we just see the Ghoulish Alchemist come down. And they're going full tempo.
Yeah.
Get rid of the minion, play the minion.
Similar to the Druid match previous is just go fast and put as much damage in before they.
Ooh, I love the top deck from
Plague Strike.
SFU Red here.
Yeah.
Might have been considering even a coin Hawkstrider, but that doesn't look good. Coin, the Arms Dealer and Necromancer was probably a consideration, but with Plague Strike getting picked up, you kind of have to just do it. And then they were debating on whether or not the Arms Dealer comes down first to buff the zombie to a 3/2, but not much point. We see the Rogue cleans it up easily.
Hazy Concoction.
Are we going to get a Ghostly Strike here? Going with Door of Shadows instead. So it's hard to infuse. Reasonable choice. And Ghostly Strike Ping can be pretty valuable to try to clear up opponent's minions.
Yep.
What more can you ask for than, Hawkstrider Rancher on a fully empty board? You can coin out a 1-drop too. What's not to like?
What can it hurt? Obviously, nothing.
Our care now more than ever.
Coin. So doing what Ron said.
Job's done.
Arms Dealer. Tour Guide in that instance wouldn't have been any better because you could have got 1 extra damage into face from the zombie, but that didn't really.
Reasonable consideration maybe to just bank the 0 mana hero power for a future turn.
Yep.
But I like the move of just getting the 2/3 on the board now.
Yep.
So out comes Prep Belt, and we see the options going with the Destroy. No card draw offered on the second one though, in a hand that is looking very light on resources.
No draw indeed.
Maybe
Bubbly
just going to have to
Concoction?
go with the damage concoction. Unless they're trying to high roll, and then it's hazy. Slimy looks bad. Do you take the 50-50? Or Or do you just take a guarantee?
Time's
They want the
ticking.
guarantee. Okay. Kill the minion. Ghostly Strike the 1/1. Guaranteed kill the Hawkstrider Rancher. No gambles here. Just playing it safe. Making sure they remove the scary stuff.
Ooh.
And hey, it's pretty good. I mean,
Nice.
it's not great. It's okay.
Get to heal a little bit, but there's been
Yeah,
no
but you know,
damage.
sometimes that's like a colossal, you know, off of the Hazy. Hazy goes crazy.
Hazy go big.
All right, now decision time for SFU. You might as well just press the button. You can use Tour Guide on a future turn.
Yeah.
I guess the issue is you're already committing to what your turn 5 is. You're so low on resources, you know it's going to be slam down Magatha next turn. So Tour Guide doesn't come down until like turn 6 or later. But just being mana efficient is usually the better way to go. Top deck a playable card. Snap play that playable card. They had an awkward mana turn, and Concoctor says, not anymore.
Do you bring
Yuvik
out the
takes
weapon? Or you wait?
There's no point. It's a
Yeah.
2 attack weapon, so you don't kill the 1/3 and you give your opponent information.
See any spells get traded?
Why, hello.
And
So Pozic was a disaster for SFU because Magatha was the card they were always wanting to play, but there's bots in hand, and that's super annoying for the Death Knight because now they have to burn a card because of the bots. Oh, Pozic. Never change.
Door of Shadows. Ooh,
Going digging. We're going digging some more.
it's going fishing, Ron. It says going fishing.
Well, hey, the first one was digging. The second one was fishing. You're right. You're right.
So we got graveyards. See that be... Yeah, I'm just going to empty the hand. Yeah,
Yup. Play all cards.
and go big.
Make the biggest ghost you can. You're able to clear both taunts. However, the Battlefield Necromancer is still currently a problem because as long as it remains alive, it will continue to generate taunts. And Uvik's Rogue... Oh my god.
Bad burn.
Oh.
Good burn. Bad burn.
Oh.
Good burn.
Man, Pozic went hard in this game. He burned down a Marrowgar.
You
Good
need
job,
that Marrowgar?
bots.
Nah.
To be fair, the Rogue
It's
is extremely out of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Flip side of all that. There's
So
an
we're
empty
looking
hand.
at 10 cards versus 0 cards, and it's still a pretty favorable position for SFU Red's Death Knight at the moment. But that can change in a heartbeat. All it takes is like a Potion Belt top deck and, you know, generate a double draw concoction, and everything changes. All right, we see the other sidekick get played here. It's a little bit awkward. Yeah, they wanted to play the sidekick, but didn't actually make any sense for how the trades went. Taunt in the way again, but the Necromancer can finally be dealt with. This is a very dangerous board, though, for Uvik to deal with. We do see in hand SFU Red has the Grave Strength on the other side. So if any large board sticks, that's just buff and kill them.
Yep.
There's only so much that Uvik can do here. They did manage to get out of lethal range to a Grave Strength, but not to the sidekick Grave Strength. So if SFU Red just does the math and spots it, they see that they are looking at lethal.
Right. So what they got on the board right now is 6,
And there it is.
7, 8. Then the buff.
Buff everything. They didn't even need to see the Grave Strength. They know the pattern. They see the play. Yeah, you have it. And Uvik concedes on to the next game. The Death Knight for SFU Red, of course, will stay up, this being last hero standing. And Uvik is down to their final deck that they will be queuing up.
Which will be Warrior.
And that is the Warrior. Warrior generally does fine against Unholy Death Knight. So this should be an interesting matchup. And if they do get the Warrior through, it's going to be a Miracle Rogue on the other side. But for now, game 4 we go. Warrior versus Death Knight.
Yep. SFU red up 2 to UVIX 1. HS replay say which is more favored.
I don't know what the stats are on it. It seems like a pretty much coin flip type matchup to me. It's got to be really close. I don't know which side has the higher.
So let's just say Undead versus Warrior. According to VS, is 56% to Enrage.
Oh, higher than I thought. Okay.
Yeah. Depending on deck
but
lists, obviously. So
the Unholy Death Knight does have a very good opening hand here. And it's getting better with the Swarm Guard in hand as well. They can line up an Arms Dealer Swarm Guard type of play, and sticking the Necromancer early creates a lot of headaches for plenty of decks. They have the 1 corpse to get the taunt summon since they used the tour guide last turn. UVIC just going to have to equip a weapon and wait for now. And this is important that there's no way to generate a corpse currently without actually popping the egg and trading, which sort of would defeat the purpose of generating a corpse in the first place.
the long way around.
So out comes the Arms Dealer and Hero Power. They get the corpse at the end of the turn, but the Necromancer tries to trigger first, and then the death resolves in the corpse, enabling the Necromancer to be killed, which UVIC very much wanted to see. Now the infinite value card has been dealt with, but that's a great top deck. We're looking at another Arms Dealer and Coin Swarm Guard.
That's pretty good.
Do they want to value the coin from Marogar? They say no, Marogar can just come down naturally on 8. Okay, these are 3/3 taunts.
That is very
Man,
ugly
usually
to
they're
see.
1/3s.
Yeah, I know, you're coming on board with
Some scary dudes.
baby spider, and now it turns into a teenage spider. So
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
You can tell they're in the rebellious phase.
that's right. Yep. that's
All right. Yep. UVIC just gonna have to take it slow. Move 1, chill. And another fantastic top deck for SFU Red. Let's see what the randomness provides. Probably have to go Dark Transformation here. Yep. Perfect ordering.
Pick me! Pick me!
This becomes clear of the taunt. A lot of times you don't even feel great about killing the bird here, though, because it just comes back with fire spells. They do elect to clear it anyway, say you at least have to have the fire spells in hand. As we can see, they do. But not a whole lot else going on. And crucially, the 3 health on the taunt and not enough attack means if they do play the Embers of Strength to revive the bird does not die to get revived again on the other Embers, which would be a very powerful play for the Warrior.
yeah. It only ends up getting damaged with 1 hit point left, right?
Indeed. And once again, I need to be very aware of Brave Strength As a possibility, once again, we can see SFU Red is holding Grave Strength in this 3-card hand, and they're 1 corpse off, activating it to its fullest extent. So Uvik just taunts up as much as possible, try to make sure they don't die to that burst.
Now, if you're...
I don't think you even count it. You just button Grave Strength, full send, go crazy.
Clear what you clear, and I mean, you do have Sylvanas that's there too to help destroy or do whatever if you see something like the blade.
That is maybe the biggest consideration, is they could take a singular trade with a 1/1, fully infuse the Sylvanas and steal something like the Thoribalor. Take their infinite bird, but I mean, counting, we don't need to count it. I figure, hey, it's probably gonna be game winning if they play the Grave Strength, even if it's not lethal.
And there
Uvik once again is like, yeah, you don't need to show me. You have it.
Yeah. So that's all they said. So here we have SFU Red to defeat Uvik there at score 3-1. So looking at our bracket, if it comes up here, the computer's being super funny.
That was a quick series. Just imagine how much longer it would have been with, no pre-spans.
The priest battle.
You'd love to see it.
We can jump into Taco Cat versus Gamer 101, who is on our sheets. Gamer 101 is representing Toronto Metropolitan University, and Taco Cat is up versus... Who is it? Where's Taco Cat? There, University of Toronto, so U of T. So we can join that match if you want to try that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can you also message Taco Cat to accept my friend request?
Okay. I can do that. Oh, if I have Taco Cat myself. I do not, so I can't message.
Oh. Well, will be a one-sided perspective in that case, watching Gamer 101 against the schools. Gamer 101 is representing Toronto Metropolitan University, and Taco Cat is representing University of Toronto. Teammates for Toronto Metropolitan are Spicy Water and Dark Luster. And teammate for Taco Cat for University of Toronto is Techno Duck.
Good old Techno Duck. So Taco Cat. Just see if I can add them real quick to see what their status is here while we're maneuvering. All right, so I'm going to go to Gamer 101, which is going to be first to spectate anyway for our team here. So just so our viewers can see their match, if it's still in session. By the looks of it, it is. So while the cards are not showing, unfortunately, just going to switch. We don't know the score either, unfortunately. Fix that as soon as we get some confirmation.
I am out of cards.
Yeah, I was checking the battle file, but nothing updated or reported on either side. So we'll be in the dark a little bit as to the significance of each game or where they're at right now. I gotta say, it does not look good for the Hunter, but we don't know if they had like a lot of King Crushes die, maybe. And the Stranglethorn Heart could be a game winner. Outside of that, though, I would say the Priest is most likely going to be taking this one down.
Our gift of frost shields us.
Okay, a little bit more damage and burst left for the Hunter with Astalor, but the Priest is already fairly safe and out of range. We know that they're holding an Astalor as well. So I think just kind of being cautious, making sure there aren't any ways that you can find a way to lose from the priest side.
Our gift of fire empowers us.
This looks very reasonable. Clear the board, push the damage, heal face again. There must not be lots of dead King Crushes, right?
Yeah, by the way they're playing.
They seem pretty safe to Stranglethorn Heart getting played, and they know they're not going to die to the Astalor in hand. Enough to where they didn't even heal their own face, they just healed a minion. There's one king, though.
One biggie.
Probably want to use that Shard of the Naru instead of Button. Just to preserve health. Maybe it's not necessary. Maybe you have to just weave the damage.
Just going straight face and...
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of your final push.
Yeah.
So you do probably have to do that and can't afford missing 2 because you assume your board gets cleared anyway. And if it does, you have the Astalor to close it out. But this is the moment right here. Will Priest clear this board and heal out of Astalor range? Do something like a dirty rat, and it's a 50-50, whether it pulls a useless one or a really good one to clear the whole board with. Step 1 complete. Remove a huge minion and heal a lot. 6 mana left. How much more nonsense can the priest pull off to make sure they don't die?
Let's see.
Oh, if only we could see the hand.
I know.
I'm used to this, though. I'm used to this perspective. The hunter side, like, boy, I sure hope they don't have more stuff here that wins the game. Oh, they do? Oh, no. Okay.
They did.
Okay, very crucial.
Shadow Word, get rid of the
They're
auto-generator.
dead. The priest is dead.
Left damage on the
Nicely
board.
done from the hunter side. They are dead on board to the Astalor. They nose in hand, pushing the 14.
Going through the motions and TMU.
Enemy is down. Report, enemy is down. Priest has been eliminated. This being last year standing, the hunter will remain up unless the series just ended.
Yeah, so I'll just message Gamer. What's the status of your match?
So,
It's 2-0 for 2-0
It's
right
2-0?
now for TMU. Yep.
oh wow, okay. So Hunter has gone on a tear and has limited everything but Mage. So now for University of Toronto, they are down to just this one deck, needing to reverse sweep everything else that Toronto Metropolitan has. If you go check the bans, we know that Demon Hunter was banned on the side of Toronto Metropolitan. So if this Hunter loses, they also have a Priest and a Death Knight. The Priest is a Control Priest. The Death Knight is a Blood Death Knight. So if this Mage wins, we could be in store for some very long games.
Very long sessions indeed.
I
Okay.
see you've brought guests.
All
Really
right.
good opening hand though for the Hunter again for
Yeah.
Toronto Metropolitan. We've got the 1-drop early, the Pozic on coin, a Hope of Kel'Thalas in hand. So many things that you want, especially in a slower matchup like a Control Mage.
So trying to look at
A smidge of this, a much of that.
You have T's mage list, so that was Spooky Mage. So it's XL Spooky Mage at that. So running his Artificer, Vendor, Finley, Suspicious Alchemist, Astalor, Audio Amplifier, Cosmic Keyboard, Infantized Maxitude. So that's your 2-mana legendary guy that reappears every turn if you do the finale. Oh, there's a connection issue.
All right. Don't know which side the reconnect issue is on, but you just kind of have to chill for a bit and wait as they reestablish connection. Sometimes it only takes, like 30 seconds or so. Other times it never comes back. But surely that won't happen here.
Surely it won't.
And we're back. You'd love to see it. Right, so, this would be nice if we had the caster vision to know exactly which pick they took from Alchemist, but we'll have to guess alongside TMU here. Was it... Well, okay. It was Arcane Defenders.
Easy peasy.
Pretty strong spell to have that they can repeat off of raw math later in the game, which causes a lot of headaches for Hunter to try to get through. Taunts do a great job at countering Hunter's late game win condition of crushing you in the face. Alright, we've got an awkward turn for Hunter. Not quite so much anymore. Excellent top deck for TMU.
Yep.
Even makes the follow-up star power dramatically better. I don't love the Posic trade here, though. I think I would have liked to see a Posic going face, especially with star power, almost guaranteed clearing a board next turn. Out comes bot number 2, cleaning up some things.
Yeah, that Posic getting pinged off early is kind of a drawback, but...
And out comes the star power. Clear the board, push the 3 damage, and now they're ready to start going off with some power turns. Hope of Kel'Thuzos in hand.
Mm-hmm.
The monkeys ready to get beefed up by the Hope.
Smithers release the hounds if there's board presence, yes.
True.
So
And we've got a Conjured Arrow in hand too that will draw 3 as of turn 6, which is about to happen.
option for the Hope.
No hesitation. It's
Buff my stuff.
pretty much always the move you want to play.
Yep. Buffing everybody.
The only other major consideration here would be, do you want to just drop 3 monkeys now because you do not get to carry over the Hope buff to spells. But if you play the spells on the board, then you could, of course, buff the monkeys. We're going to lead off with some card draw. Maybe we see double monkey and a Thorn Mantle.
Nope.
No
Going
monkeys.
breeder.
Offers
Ooh.
Hydra, Hound, and Crush. It's always nice to have more King Crush. Hydra is sometimes a liability against Mage because of Deathborn, but they do have the Hope buffs already, making Hydra a lot more difficult to clear, and a banana in hand to buff Hydra even further. So as long as you can buff the main body, you know, the Deathborn itself clearing up the little things won't help the Mage if they can't kill the Hydra.
Mm-hmm. Mage with a pretty thick board as it is right now, so.
But Hollow Hound and the banana say, actually, they don't even need the banana because it already gets the buff from Thorn Mantle. They might as well, though.
They're just trying to get that 8/8 out of there too, right? So I guess. Oh, they're going 9? Yep. Okay.
I think maybe one of those other buffs would go on the Hound just to push the extra 1. probably won't be anything all that relevant. The important thing, of course, is to clear everything there.
Yeah.
And push more damage. And now we see University of Toronto's in a pickle. It's a tough spot to get out of. But a solid alibi is a card. And who knows, they might have 4 of them or something. Not yet, because they haven't copied, but they can find them. Oh, reverb is huge here.
Ooh.
Go ahead and take that. We're almost dead and flip it around to we're very healthy.
Yeah.
Clear the Hound at the same time. Just an insanely powerful card. Incredibly good turn. The mage here clears up the rest of the board as well and gained armor. Hunter was looking at lethal just a moment ago. Not anymore.
Hunter's looking at making sure there's a board presence.
All right, but a new board to deal with and a buffed Hydra as well. So can't even pick off the Hydra heads before killing the Hydra. Let's see what they have. That could be another reverb. Not sure when they drew the Savara and which spells that it copied, or have they only played 3? They played 4.
Yeah.
2 star powers, a defenders, and reverb.
Yes. So out of the 8 cards that they have in their hand, we're guessing.
They're probably getting a reverb, a star power, and an arcane defenders, because the last star power came down as the most recently played card.
So with them angling, yep.
Right, there is the reverb. Now the Hydra is easily dealt with by a ping or any number of other options. Electing that they don't need the ping because the Hydra is already in trouble.
Right.
Our gift of the
Only enabled to make that play because they had the alibi in hand, but since they do, makes it easy.
Don't mind if I do.
This is a dangerous move on TMU's side. If the mage has Deathborn, things go south in a hurry.
Right. So we'll see if Deathborn is a top deck. They're
There's
hovering
a good
over that
chance
card. Yeah.
The mage has a Deathborn in hand that was one of these farther left cards. That was the top deck, wasn't it?
It was, yep.
Brutal.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Alright, so as mentioned before, Hydra often a liability for Hunter in this matchup. They do spike the Faithful Companions off the top. That's 20 damage in a King Crush if they want it. They do want it. It's hard to resist. Who doesn't want 2 gigantic crushy boys
Yep.
hitting them in the face?
Just
And he's such a good boy. He got rewarded with a banana. Love to see it. We have an 11-11, smacking the mage in the face. They're already 1 alibi in, but out comes the stall, and crucially doesn't kill the King Crushes, so Stranglethorn Heart cannot be played to revive them for a lethal. TMU needs to be very aware of board space. Oh, never mind.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Never mind. The Crush has been killed, and that is going to be
GG.
a victory.
I've
for
never seen this
TMU.
interaction yet. So
Life. It's a beautiful animation.
it's a beautiful one, yeah, indeed.
One of my favorites. And good boy Crush gets more bananas and closes out the game.
So there you have it. TMU with the sweep. See if I can get the spreadsheet going here. TMU with the sweep over U of T. Yeah, I know there's another bracket that's there that I forgot to click on. So in that bracket, in bracket B, is we have Carleton University versus... Who's the other group? Hey, Taco Cat finally added me. Did Taco Cat add you now?
Oh, a tad late.
So SFU Black, that's who Carleton University is going up against.
SFU Black is going up against Carleton.
Yep.
And our other matchup, Aquaman versus Cloud, is the Pilots. Aquaman is piloting for the University of British Columbia with teammate Squirrelfish.
Yep.
And they are up against Ontario Tech University, piloted by Cloud with teammates Noir Crow and Vex.
Do you want to try and join in with Aquaman and Cloud? So Cloud will be first to spectate?
Absolutely.
I have both. Let's jump in there.
Let's jump in. Some more first round action.
While we ain't doing nothing, mind everybody
we spectated all the fast games. These are the slower ones.
So we do not know the score, but we will fix the on-screen graphics here in a sec. Ontario University.
So apparently Aquaman and BC are down 0-2 right now.
Ontario
Tech is trying to close out this match, but it's going to be a bit tough here. They don't have quite enough damage on board. The Time Dragon certainly helps a lot, and they have the weapon equipped. So even this Thaddeus coming down gets removed by a weapon swing. The Flesh Behemoth also gets removed by a weapon swing. That is too much damage to take, though, so... Oh, actually they're immunes, because Jailer's been played. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
That is lethal for the Druid.
Yeah, the Druid missed lethal. Joking.
It is.
Whoops.
It appears impossible for the Paladin to win here, so the Druid can fight its way back, and BC can stave off elimination. Yeah, Paladin's just running through the motions, making sure they're not missing anything. Know that the game is over based on the board state. And the comeback starts.
That's right.
Let's go just take a look at the bans that we had on either side. The Warrior was banned on the side of BC, and the Priest was banned on the side of Ontario Tech. So they're deciding between Hunter and Death Knight for what to queue up. The Hunter, of course, being your standard Hound Hunter, and the Death Knight is an Unholy DK. I think we see the Unholy DK here.
Mm-hmm.
Just try to close this out now with the faster deck against the Druid. This means, of course, that the Priest and Demon Hunter for BC have already been eliminated by that Paladin. And here it is. Death Knight we go.
Just checking in with bracket A. So we get SFU Red going up against the match we just saw. That was Gamer 101. So that was I'm not going to get this straight tonight. So just be fair warned. Toronto Metropolitan University. So TMU. So SFU Red versus TMU in the second round. Losers bracket is University of Toronto up against University of Victoria.
Right.
Again, this go ahead. Sorry.
Typical, just your typical ramping stuff from Druid early. They have not hit the high roll cards yet, but they still got a little bit of time. And we're looking at Death Knight just trying to develop some pressure, but a little bit of a clunky hand early.
Yeah. As Druid, you don't like to see your biggins in your hand right now. So.
Oh, this is a terrible hand for the Druid.
Yeah.
Whomper is going to draw nothing. So they found the high roll card, typically cause for celebration. But when you're holding exactly this hand, Whomper is very bad. And now they're kind of desperate to draw Finley. This was at first maybe looking like, hey, the Death Knight doesn't have quite enough of a good hand to, step on the gas and pressure down the Druid. Except for the fact that the Druid's hand is so bad, I think it beats itself.
Yeah, some sad.
All they can do is ramp and pray.
Yep. Get to 9 as fast as they can so you can get a taunt on the board to stop any bleed things going on.
So that can happen next turn because they found the Innervate. So Innervate Flesh Behemoth will happen. The best outcome from that, though, is Thaddeus, which, of course, they are holding.
Right.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
There we go.
Meanwhile, Unholy DK, just step on the gas, hit him in the face, kill him before they do the thing.
Yep.
And here comes the thing. But not the main thing that they really want to do, which is like Whomper Hedge Maze or do that earlier. It's a pretty sad outcome for Druid. We'll see if Unholy Death Knight can get through it. And honestly, we know it's a guaranteed Mosher pull at this point.
Right.
On the side of Cloud and Ontario Tech, they're probably running through, well, how do we beat the Thaddeus that this summons if we kill this? But if it's a Mosher, it's kind of not really a problem, unless they're holding a Fanboy or Attorney at Maw.
Right.
As we can see, they are not. So Mosher's not even really a significant threat.
Caster vision itself is wonderful.
It is. Oh, well, I know what play I'd make if I had perfect information. But what if you don't? All right.
So here goes the spell.
Magatha generously gives the Druid a Plague Strike. How nice. How nice of Magatha to do so.
Yep. Agreed.
Still, a lot of card draw there.
And
okay, so taking it slow, very worried about, killing this, giving them a Thaddeus, and not clearing it or losing their entire board to it. So just the threat of the card that they're holding was enough to prevent a ton of damage coming the Druid's way. And now they have a little bit of a chance to survive.
Because
just drop the other Flesh Behemoth, or is it Hedge Maze? There's a consideration to hold Hedge Maze for Kolak, because you could play it together next turn and get the 8 armor, which you might need.
The
Mosher does do fairly well here.
Yeah. So the 4/6, yeah. 4/6 would
considering maybe just take the trade with the 4/6 into the 2/3 first before the 3/10 attacks, so that the 2/2 can kill something, possibly. It's probably always best to just go Mosher first. That's what they opt for. All right, Mosher number 2 out on the board. 2 Moshers in hand. Board cleared, crisis averted for the Druid for now.
Druid loving life now. It's like, yay! Get rid of the board. Now comes Hawkstrider.
So very well navigated by
They
BC
need our
just
care.
to
Now more
make
than
the
ever.
best of a terrible hand and benefited dramatically from the threat of Thaddeus. Now Unholy DK in the process of rebuilding this board.
I always like that animation too. It's just a big right hook.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, wow.
wow. Okay.
That is an incredible top deck.
Fanboy.
Is there realistically any play you make besides Mosh or Fanboy for health? I don't think so.
Both #1 to me.
Works well.
There it is. Full clear, full heal. I mean, well, you leave up the 2/1/1s, but basically, you know, everything important has been dealt with. Unholy starting to run out of resources. There is a Marrowgar, though. And that's 16 corpses if they trade the Hawkstriders first.
I'll find the answer.
And possibly if they want to do 2 mana to a hero power. That's 3, right? 3 more?
Well, I mean, you couldn't hero power and play Marrowgar on this turn.
That's right. Yeah.
They don't want all 16 corpses. They want a smaller board of summons. Okay, they do want the 16. So out comes Marrowgar, and we'll see if Druid can deal with this. This is the main push to win the game right now for Unholy DK. How does Druid answer?
So you got 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 27 on the board right now, I think, if I count it right. 8, 9.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's what is 32, right?
Is it 32? Okay. I just thought I was missing a number there somewhere.
They also have a little bit of extra burst from the sidekick. Mentioned this play before, though, that they could drop a Kolak and gain a lot of extra armor. It doesn't help the long-term problem, but it does solve the right-now problem of we're going to die. So now they can not die for a turn. Always a fan of that, personally.
Stay alive for one more turn.
I love being not dead. It's fantastic. It's a great time.
Anti-dead. There we go.
Yeah, they're debating on what to do, but they should be able to trade off their 5/5 into the 6/5 once they clear up the shell. So I really like dropping the Rancher first and then following up with the Astalor. It's not like they have to be completely mana efficient and play the sidekick too. Yep, here we go. Take these hits. And what, do they want to trade their 3/5 and the 5/5? Make more board space? They could if they want to. It gives them max efficiency on this board.
The arrow
You missed
tells
3 damage, but your opponent is at 51 health, so that seems a little bit less relevant here. They could also just be considering a value trade of the 7/7 into the 6/5. Push all the damage. I think personally I like, yeah, just take the 5/5, play the Rancher, play the Astalor, push the damage.
Our gift of frost shields us.
It's the option they go for. Send it.
You got 16 on the back end if there's no board to deal with.
Back to you, Druid.
What
The
you got?
board problem is still there.
Ooh,
Can they
okay.
find the Attorney at Maw? They did not. Fanboy is... does it even matter? I feel like it doesn't even matter. They needed Attorney at Maw, so they could give the Mosher immune and clear the board completely. I think they're acknowledging that they're dead.
Jailer doesn't do anything. Makes it worse.
We got 37 on the other side of the board for Unholy DK, and they know that their opponent is holding a 14 damage Astalor in their hand. So yeah, they would love to play Jailer and then Mosher, but they are just dead. That's lethal on board.
Lethal it is.
The only way they could even have a chance at winning was play the Jailer and then do the clear, but of course, that will wrap it up. Unholy Death Knight kind of missed a few steps there, stumbled a bit. Druid had a full heal and then 50-something health, but Marogar goes hard.
Yeah, they made the correct choice there at that time. So, all right. So if we want to review the BattleNet or Battlefy, I should keep on calling it BattleNet. Battlefy.
Absolutely. So that is, of course, a victory for Ontario Tech University, taking down the 3-1 over University of British Columbia. Cloud and crew getting through the first set of matches. And we've already watched on stream a couple of other results. We saw Bracket A get resolved with SFU Red defeating UVic as our first game of the stream. And then we saw the Hunter sweep for Gamer 101 and TMU taking down University of Toronto. Just now, of course, we got to see the finishing games of Ontario Tech getting their victory over BC. And lastly, we have Super Chicken piloting for Carleton up against Strike AKG for SFU Black. And that one, as far as we know, is still underway. Let's see if we can spectate.
I can't spectate Strike, but we can go to Super Chicken if that's where you're going.
I do have Strike, actually, so I can spectate Strike. I'll ask him if he can add you.
Oh, let me see. Let me see if I have Strike here, just in case. No, I don't. So Super Chicken is still in battle. So.
All right. Well, we came into the very end of a game here. It's Blood Death Knight versus what appears to be a Miracle Rogue. That is a big board of taunts. Game's looking real close. Carleton getting hazy.
Yeah, gonna be spectating Super Chicken here, so our screen is not gonna look perfect just yet.
Saku, can you resend your friend request to Strike?
Sure.
Well, that was a very significant hazy that they just found. A 1-mana Twisted Tether to remove the 8/8. And things were looking a little dicey for the Rogue, but they're kind of turning around. There's an Astalor in hand, so as long as the Rogue maintains a board, that Soul Stealer doesn't really help. Astalor just closes it out. Is there a way out of this for SFU Black? I'll get an update in a moment, hopefully from Super Chicken. For Carleton, he says the score is 1-2.
1-2.
So this is back against the wall, looking at potential elimination for Carleton. But they have an advantage unless this is really good. It's really good. I don't know if it's good enough, but that is huge to get the healing here. I wonder where all these bananas came from. They must have generated... Oh, okay. Yeah, they generated a Mr. Mukla at some point. Crazy game. Is this still just lethal with Astalor? I think like it's gotta be, right? Those were really bad Astalor hits. Rogue still probably wins this, barring an exceptional top deck, which that is not. None of these cards enable the Death Knight to survive. There's no healing. The little dagger that could, Saku.
Will it win?
This wicked knife on the side of the rogue is gonna close it out, unless unless SFU Black spots the lethal themselves and obliterates their own Soul Stealer to end the game that way. It's a fun way to end
It'd
it.
be
I like
stylish.
it. I respect it.
Let's see. Nope. Hesitating.
I don't know if they're trying to get their opponent to concede or something. They can't possibly know what the concoctions are, so yeah.
So they found the lethal. Okay.
Found the lethal. And off to game 5 we go. Did you get
Okay.
Strike?
Strike has not added me yet, but I'm assuming they will be doing that right in between this transition. So let's see. Not yet. Just gonna type it again to see what comes up. 584.
Alright, so game 5, Saku, it is a rogue mirror. We've got Miracle versus not Miracle? Hold on a second. Saku, can you just DM me your
Okay.
BattleNet so I
Yeah.
can send it to them and ask them to add you?
Okay. I tried to add them a couple times, but they have not responded yet.
Were you followed?
Sent to you, my friend. So currently looking at 2-2.
Alright, in the meantime, I can tell you the hand. It's a Bone Spike, a Potion Belt, an Usher, an Astalor, an Objection, and a Prep that just was drawn off the top for SFU Black. Carlton with a pretty standard opener here.
Gotcha.
The thing that you like to see is Miracle Rogue, Alchemist on 2, Belt and Prep in hand, Coin in hand, Graveyard in hand, Stenographer. Yeah, they're about to go nuts. An Objection could cause some problems, though.
We do have Strike now, so we get to see Strike's
Hey,
hand.
nice.
Just in time for the viewers to see.
All right, going for the Potion Belt. Finds a deadly shot. You know, the purple one. Dreadful Concoction. Whatever you want to call it. Going double purple. Preparing in advance for the Miracle Rogue turn 3 insane pop-off.
What do you do here, Denathris? Denny? Or
maybe?
Ryza?
Seems fine.
Still Stone Coil it is. Okay.
Took the worst one so that their opponent couldn't possibly get it correct.
Rhythm Dancer.
I mean, that's sometimes just a move.
Oh! Yep, they didn't take it. I thought they took it for some reason.
No, they never get that right.
The memes. Never
Alright.
any memes in Hearthstone.
Just going to take it slow, play the graveyard, and wait for a full pop-off turn next
Yep.
turn.
Nice objection.
And as you can already kind of tell by the cards in this rogue deck, the rogue is just a full-on like Burgle rogue, jackpot, Tess, trickster. You know, a lot of shenanigans going on for the rogue.
Classified
Right.
as a thief rogue, maybe? No.
Yeah, thief, Burgle, whatever you want to
Okay.
call it.
All right.
So Miracle doing the pop-off turn, gets through the objection easily, and here we go, drawing cards, generating stuff. make that ghost very big. They are going to run into a major problem here, though, that they may not anticipate, which is there is a double destroy concoction on the side of their opponent.
So not only do they do it once, they get to do it twice. Make sure it's dead.
And at this point, the mana is spent down so much for the rogue, the miracle rogue that is. They're really committing heavily all in to making a giant ghost that their opponent can't deal with. As we can
13,
see,
14,
opponent
14.
can in fact deal with these exactly 2 minions very easily. If they want, they can spend 1 mana to remove it, but hey, there's no other things to do on the turn. Just drop the Astalor. They can step the Astalor if they like. Why not?
Keep the Astalor train going.
Very nice.
Thought maybe they would want to step it just to make sure that they get the extra value and it doesn't get removed on this turn. Because there's not a whole lot of great Shadow Step targets, but they felt like holding it. Get to see what's in the ETC, and none of these are impressive.
No.
Just going with some healing and
Stenographer.
fishing
Oh,
for stuff. Carlton's in a rough spot now. They committed a whole lot for that big ghost. Destroy was there. Any a pretty underwhelming 5 mana 4/4, but it's enough when your opponent's out of stuff usually. That could be a majorly important draw for Carlton that might change things. The crab kind of always has to get played here. It's just really perfect for the board.
On turn, on cue, on enough mana.
So
All that
many
jazz.
options.
They are considered. I mean, there's a very real option to go like Putricide Astalor, Step Astalor, other things.
Oh,
I do like this though, using the Great Hall to hang on to a claw to do a little bit more. We never
Eat.
miss 4, right? No way we miss 4 damage.
to the face? Yes. No, you don't.
They're yeah, they thought about it. They're like, do we kill the Swashbuckler? I don't know, it could get Shadow Stepped and find a nonsense card that changes the game, right?
Like a whirlpool or something.
But usually it's fine. It's just a 1/1. Alright, and we've got SFU Black doing some ransacking. Just clear out the claw. It activates that Eviscerate that can deal with more board. At this point, it looks like maybe they might
Bump them.
value killing the
Yep.
crab more
Yeah.
than getting another random Discover, and they do. Holding back on the Astalor, though. Looks like they very much, with this hand, just want to play Astalor for armor, Shadow Step it, and then play it again for more armor. This dramatic slowdown in the turn, though, the advantage that SFU Black had is almost
He's almost
completely
gone.
evaporated.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's momentum swung to Carlton.
And here we go, Carlton way ahead, you know. One single Astalor gaining plus 10 armor is really not going to change where things go from here. But they don't have anything else. You could prep Spike, you could just Spike, it doesn't even really matter. The only play is what's right here in front of them. Clear up some board, gain 10, make a 5/5, and hope. Hope that you draw something good. Maybe they could draw a jackpot. Go crazy.
Gift of frost shields us.
Because at this point, it looks like Carlton is firmly in command.
Ooh, potion belt. Be good.
Really nice draw.
Yeah.
You might just want to drop the Putricide now and take a couple of trades. Just to, you could even Great Hall the Astalor and just trade your 2/2 and your.
You
That's
do
weird. Because a 2/4 doesn't die if you make it a 3/3 and you get less potions.
Right.
Probably just want to lead Potion Belt.
See what.
You'd be one off lethal if you found double damage.
Maybe that's what. No, there's
Or-
one. There's.
Oh, well, exactly.
Snap
well, 'cause
pick.
yeah.
Let's
That's lethal.
just snap
You
pick
just
it.
use the location to buff your
2/4
one
or
of your
your
2
2/2.
mana or 2 attack guys. And then Dagger closes it out. Nice spot from Carlton. And game 5. They fought back from the brink and take it down.
An impressive stunt.
Way to go, Carlton, with the big win. That puts them in the winners bracket, does it not?
It does. Go figure, they just instantly double damage there for the
Yeah.
lethal. I think they're probably winning that game anyway.
Right.
If it goes another turn or two, but kind of funny that it just, serendipitously arrives that, hey, here's lethal.
I found it for you. It's right here.
Here you go, buddy.
So-
Damage. Damage plus
Exactly.
damage. It's a great combo. One of my favorites.
So we're going to take a quick moment here to shout out to some of the sponsors there that are hosting this CIE event. So I want to thank Dell for being the title sponsor. Couldn't do it without their help and their support for the crew itself. If you are an individual that is looking for, basically to soup up or upgrade your older systems, they have a great wide selection. So they even have Alienware as an option if the budget allows. So please check out Dell when you have a free moment. And then we also have MSI, who's also sponsoring this event, and they are ready to give away all kinds of wonderful swag. So for those of you, if you type exclamation point raffle in chat, you'll be able to qualify for the prizes that are involved here. So it's a backpack, it's an MSI mouse, it's got the RGB lighting. Then you have the MSI Lucky Plush, or Lucky, which is a plush dragon that was mentioned at the beginning of the stream. Then we have MSI Lucky Charm, which is just smaller gear. But just thanking those two sponsors for investing some time and energy to give our players a little bit of love for joining the tournament overall this whole week. So
Absolutely.
So,
And
what
as
game-
always, another thank you to our volunteers as
that's
well.
right.
20 schools across Canada. Volunteers from all these different schools had a hand in bringing this event to life. And without all your hard work, this event would not have been possible. So thank you very much, volunteers.
Perfect. All right. So I guess we're in the second round here. I guess.
Indeed. Our second streamed match, official streamed match, is going to be SFU versus UBC. This is in the losers bracket, so the loser of this match will be eliminated. Believe
So-
it's in bracket B.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
SFU Black
Bracket B.
versus.
So we're looking at Strike Strike AKG, and SFU Black, who we just spectated in that game 5 that just concluded, and we'll also be spectating Aquaman and University of British Columbia that are going to be jumping into their match shortly once they start their. Oh, they banned already. Fantastic.
Great. So what did their bands? What were their bands? Which is.
Just letting the players know that they can ready up. Thankfully, once again, we have seen a priest ban. BC's priest has been banned, and SFU Black's Death Knight has been banned. So the slow decks, oh, it's fantastic, Saku. The Blood Death Knight and the Control Priest are the ones that got banned. I think the players are of a similar mind as us here. Let's not spend all day waiting for the game to conclude. They are jumping into the game, so we can go ahead and spectate.
So we're spectating Strike.
Aquaman and Strike
Strike.
AKG.
Okay, so Strike is going to be... I got the wrong graphic up on the screen, so I apologize for the viewers.
So starting off for BC, they are leading with an Outcast Demon Hunter. And on the side of SFU Black, they are going with the Paladin, the pure Paladin.
Okay. Strike is going to be the first to spectate, and then Aquaman second.
My game is glitching, so I'll back out of spectate and go back in.
Right.
There we go.
Need a bit more spice over here.
Okay. Pure Paladin already holding a Countess. They're just kind of hoping they can make it to turn 6 to do the fun thing. Coin out the Countess if possible.
Reporting for duty.
All right.
Reporting for duty.
Standard turns here going into this.
Outcast Demon Hunter with a pretty big pickup off the top here in the Wretched Exile. They're gonna obviously wait one turn because Rancher can be so powerful. And then Exile getting buffed off of Rancher with an Outsider follow-up. There's no way possible for Paladin to remove this Rancher right here. The Disco Maul is useful though. Might see that equipped.
Yeah. What are you hoping to answer with? I guess back is the...
There also might be just debating on the option of going Funkfin, Coin, Righteous Protector, because it creates some difficulties.
Right.
But Outcast Demon Hunter just has so many ways to do ping damage, you know, little rushers like the security we just already got saw played the previous turn.
And that Wretched Exile that we can see that's in Aquaman's hand generates so much.
Yeah. And just, I mean, Hero Power Fierce Outsider is
100%.
enough to get through a Divine Shield taunt already.
Yep.
So a difficult set of decisions for SFU Black. There's a lot of branching ways they could go. Looked like they were just going to equip them all. And ultimately just deciding on that. I think you want to go for that. You can kill the Rancher over 2. You can drop a lot of minions and buff something.
Yep.
Alright, Murlocula not the best looking top deck here. But Exile Outsider, it could just keep generating Outsiders.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's exceptional here.
That is like, hey, I get some friends.
Yeah, Paladin doesn't really ever get to deal with this board. Not until a Time Dragon shows up. Oh, wait, they don't run it.
Oh.
Never mind. There is no Anachronos in SFU Black's list, so... yeah, I'm not sure how they ever deal with this amount of board presence.
There's no rush.
Okay, so doing all they can, remove the Rancher, buff a minion. It hit the good target, the Divine Shield taunt, but there's still just more than enough that the Outcast Demon Hunter has here on the side of BC. Just get through this without much trouble. They can play the Glaivetar, they can play their Sigil Runner, draw a card, generate another card off of Exile, starts the additional card draw rolling on the Glaivetar. It's a pretty clean clear to killing the Protector. And then it's just decision time if they want to actually try to full infuse this Murlocula. They can fairly easily, so they'll do that and drop it.
Get some heal in there if there's any retaliation.
A clean turn. Just remove stuff, develop more pressure, keep hitting them.
So potentially 6, but I'm sure they're going to save the coin for the Countess, I think, for turn 6. Unless there's just something better.
They just might be dead by then.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's no other than unless they bring out Light Ray
Our story, tragic.
with these two cards.
Tori,
Divine.
Soldier. I'm just gonna drop. Well, you want to buff the Katori, not the Soldier, if you are gonna do that.
Yeah.
The only way they could make this play, I think you can't play the. Like, you kind of have to just drop the Light Ray if you're gonna have any chance at winning, probably.
Yeah.
Just play the Countess.
Yeah. Coin it out.
They-
Get the Light Ray.
They want to drop. Okay, they're just going to pray that their top deck is good because their next turn is a pass currently, having used that coin.
Yeah.
And there's just lots of resources on the side of the Outcast Demon Hunter. Their infinite value generation has been stopped, at least, which is good for the Paladin. Might have to be a bit of a reload turn. They'll start with the Spectral and just a lot of draw off of the weapon swing, too.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Another security.
Might be
Rush.
too much draw off of the weapon swing. They swing now instead of playing another. Oh. Okay, yeah. That doesn't burn a card, that's fine. They'll probably be able to pick up something playable. Whole hand is a lot more expensive than they'd like.
Yeah.
But here's some playable cards. And the all-important Halvaria.
Yeah.
They pick up another Murlocula too, right as they have a bunch of rushers that they can trade off and infuse it with.
Not enough time.
I like
Okay.
this play, very clean. The only thing I didn't like was trading the rushers to push the extra 2. I don't think the extra 2 matters. You probably want more rushers just because Halvaria buffs attack based on them. Unless they're thinking it's too much of a giveaway that, hey, we're holding Halvaria, so they miss 2 damage to get more later.
Reporting for duty.
Ultimately, it shouldn't matter at all.
No, with
This
Need
looks
a bit
like
more
game
spice
over.
over here.
But we fight.
yeah, that's a little bit
Extremely game over. Halvaria comes down, and that'll wrap things up.
poke and go. Yep. So, UBC comes in with a win.
Right, SFU Black's Paladin has been eliminated. The Outcast Demon Hunter will stay up for UBC, and SFU Black will need to choose between their. It's another spicy rogue. It's a thief rogue, burgle rogue, whatever you want to say about it. And the other one is a totem shaman.
Hamburglar Rogue, they will call it.
Perfect.
All right.
On to game 2 we go. Demon Hunter versus Totem Shaman is up next.
Ooh, cool. I enjoyed Totem Shaman in this expansion.
Yeah, it's a fun deck. It can
It
do a lot
is.
of crazy powerful things.
Yep.
It can also fall flat on its face a lot, but it usually does one or the other.
Yeah, it's not the most consistent, but that's okay. You have fun, and that's the important thing, right?
Indeed.
So going tour guide the mistake, and hopefully getting the eyesore or that 4-mana card that gives +2 attack for all your minions in hand and in your deck and on the board. Can't
And
remember her name off.
this version of Totem Shaman does run 2 copies of Bloodlust alongside Rotgill,
Right.
but of course, its whole game plan is just make a big board, buff it, and kill you.
Right.
And Outcast Demon Hunter does very well against board-focused strategies. There are a whole lot of cards that remove opponents' boards. And this is an excellent hand for Outcast DH to get the early shambling chows and really control board early.
Wow, deciding whether okay.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to press the button here because you've anchored Totem in hand.
That's right,
On the
yeah.
Totem Shaman side, so the next turn is the big buff turn, Totem, mistake, button, weapon swing. And just hope that your opponent doesn't have a way to remove
answers.
this
Yeah,
board
true.
too.
And they're going to find out.
There is a lot of stats coming on the board here. Nice draw.
Security coin and...
You just
Yeah.
play the Sage. It discounts the
If 3 right.
the Walloper even more. You can still play security and coin out the Shambling Chow and just deal with as many things as possible. And of course, that is what they will do. Decisions, value trades, good hits. Probably can't pay attention to the mistake. Would it be a mistake to kill the mistake, Saku?
No. I had to think about that for a second. It's like, is it a mistake? Would it be a mistake? Play on words. Just
Deal
hitting
with the other
things.
important stuff. And there we go. Leave the mistake on the board.
But
Wow.
that,
What a top deck.
I know.
That's incredible.
So turn it into a 0 because of 4. Yeah. If he hits with the weapon, turn it into 0 giant.
You play the evidence first, right? It doesn't actually matter your ordering, does it?
No, I don't think
But
so. Other than
You always
trying-
just play evidence and Gigantotem. They're just making sure they're not missing something here. Wait, this is free, right?
This is infused, right? Yeah, it's
I
infused.
guess I guess the only difference is you can press the button first,
True.
because you wouldn't be able to press the button if you led with evidence, and you're just making sure there's no board space problems. So do you want to swing first, get a random totem, and then have a totem? No, they don't care about the button.
See if they get a taunt. If they get 2 taunts here, that'd be pretty good. Or would it?
Well,
Wouldn't get any
yeah,
face
okay.
damage, but it'd be just
Board space, right?
Yep.
They can't press the button and have room for the Gigantotem because nothing dies on boards. That was the whole
and
debate, I
obviously
suppose.
the big bloodlust turn that UBC's got
Alright.
the notes on.
I don't
Possibility.
know if Totem Shaman realistically can
Find a
get
way.
there if not for the Gigantotem that just showed up on cue.
Yep.
And now this actually looks pretty bad for Outcast DH. I think Totem Shaman wins. Those are not good draws from that Spectral site. They needed a lot more on BC's side. So SFU Black making a little bit of a comeback with the totems. How much can they clear?
Anyone
Like
want to
just
go to the
3
face?
things? It's still a 12 power from Bloodlust, and the 8/8 never dies. So that's gonna be game over.
Yep.
There are no possible outcomes where
Even if
BC can win from here.
Yep. So Shaman does things. I'm just hoping that there's no bloodlust on the other end, but they're gonna find out.
Yeah, Shaman perfect curved. Sometimes it does a thing. And there you go. We are evened up at 1-1. The Outcast Demon Hunter has now been eliminated.
There you go. UBC 1, SFU Black 1.
Now UBC needs to decide between their Enrage Warrior and their Druid. I think that's a 100% Enrage Warrior because Druid does not want to face Totem Shaman and get bloodlusted.
It already experienced that the game 2. Doesn't
And-
want to continue to experience that.
There you have it. Totem Shaman back again for SFU Black. UBC coming in with the Enrage Warrior. They've got a pretty important card in hand in that Sun Fury, and also the Axe. Yeah, this is a pretty excellent hand for Warrior to have. You want to be able to deal with wide boards, so no shot Sun Fury champion gets played on turn 1, right? You don't. Maybe you do. You could, because you're like, they probably aren't going to remove it before and you might want to just have it for jam session already. You only need 3 mana for that. It'll do 2 to the whole board, and all totems are basically at 2 health.
Yep.
I guess it's enough that you can internally debate about it, but I don't think you want to play it. It's too important. If they remove it, that's
pretty
trouble.
much, yeah, you're fighting all the time. So
props to SFU Black, though, for always having Chisel in hand to start the game. That is how you play Totem Shaman.
that's right. I don't even need to press my button. I got a totem in my back pocket.
And Stonewright in hand for turn 4.
Yep.
This is another very powerful opener for Shaman.
And SFU Black seems to enjoy the Stonewright to give the card some much needed camera exposure. Meaning that their mouse was over top of the card, of course.
Of course, of course.
Of course, of course, of course. So third pass, or second pass by UBC. Party favor or stereo?
You can take a Flame Tongue too,
Yeah.
but generally you're probably not picking that. Party favor seems fine since you're already flooding the board a little bit. If things get cleared, it gets infused. You get a lot more of a board flood, and that gets very powerful too with Stonewright, so I like the pick. Right, weapon equipped.
Oh, Rotten Gill is good too.
Aquaman and UBC ready to go off with a big board clear play with Sun Fury.
Yep.
And a fire spell. There are multiple boards the Shaman is looking to make. They'll hold the last weapon swing, probably. It's not a whole lot of reason to do it yet. You probably just save it for one more turn, because you're kind of always playing Stonewright. Then you swing to set up for a better Bloodlust. But this is, I assume, the moment that Warrior says, okay, time to get rid of this board.
All right. I'm tired of looking at 5 minions that were at turn 3. Could have a Bloodlust on next turn or 2.
I like the Depths play here too. You can go Sun Fury and Embers. It kills everything except for the heal totem. Well, okay, I say it kills everything. It kills 2 things. But you get to buff your whole board. You can Sanguine Depths, ping down the Stone Claw, and then you can punch down the Amalgam. And you're only leaving up that 1 health on the totem, the healing totem. Perfect. Alright, and 100 times out of 100, Saku, we play Stonewright on turn 4. Seems good.
10 times out of 10.
Doing a little eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which 2-3 do I kill? Good to see SFU Black having some fun. Meaningless decision. Alright, more board clear potential in jam session, but the 2-4 is protected behind a taunt, so you don't really have to do that yet. Bridge Riff is a pretty solid turn right here. And you might be able to line up a Chorus Riff finaleing to repeat the bridge. So definitely like bridge coming down here. Are they going to ignore this Stonewright? I like the move. Ignore the Stonewright, punch down the 3-1, just take your 4-3 trade into a 2-2. It's also conservative to clear the board. Go with board clear instead. Reasonable. Alright, Totem Shaman has lost the board. Can they get back?
Yeah. So that waiting for Warrior was kind of timely, I guess, huh?
Oh, absolutely. It's the only way you can play it. You
Mhm.
just have to line up your swing turn. Because if you're trying to fight for board over multiple turns, then the Totem Shaman will just win that board fight eventually, reload, and you'll have used your important pieces that you would have
Right.
needed to clear with. So it's kind of an awkward hand for the Shaman. They don't exactly want to play the Famished Fool. Like, yeah, it's a refill of resources, but it doesn't play a totem, so it doesn't progress the giant. And there's a lot of power on this board. Looks like they're strongly considering it. The other option would pretty much be party favor.
Yep.
Maybe they go for draw first with knowledge. Or it's just party favor and a button.
Feels kind of bad because it's going to get picked off right away.
Alright.
Ooh.
There
Okay.
it is. A new board of stuff. It's not too bad. Oh, wow. That is... Well, you can't repeat the bridge, though. Because the other card is also a riff, so you repeat a different riff. It was almost amazing. If that was a different 1-mana card, like, say, Depths or Sun Fury. But Jam Session pretty much always happens. That deals 2 to everything because of how Sun Fury goes, and it's just a disaster at this point for the Totem Shaman. They'll get to replay double minion buff draw, which is quite strong. Alright, well navigated. Use the ping at the end to clear, push as much damage as possible. These are free Gigantotems. They are gigantic, but they also don't have taunt, so the totem kinda dead. I don't think knowledge finds anything that saves them, but let's go digging. Yup, confirmed.
Confirmed.
But it's fun to play the Giants, so let's slam them down. Those are a couple of 0-mana 10-8s. Check it out. Turn 6, 2 0-mana 10-8s. That wins, right? No? Already dead? Oh, rip.
Are you sure?
Sun Fury, absolutely the MVP of that game. The Sun Fury champion just did so much to remove any board that Totem Shaman is trying to build. So on we go to Game 4. UBC will remain on the Warrior, and SFU Black is down to their last remaining deck. This one, the Rogue, that failed them in the previous
Yeah.
match. Surely it won't fall apart again.
All right.
Draw the concoction cards early. Just make sure that you draw Potion Belt, and everything's fine. Or alternatively, draw Jackpot and Trickster. By like turn 3 on coin.
There's plans.
It'll be great. It's a whole plan. I can see it coming.
All right. So, apologize to any viewers that are noticing some skipping. Computer's doing some funny things in the background, so yeah. So now we're just waiting for them to queue up. Got going on here. game 4, as Ron mentioned. Warrior versus Rogue.
None can outlast me.
I will carve out notes with every strike.
All right, Rogue versus Warrior. Very different mulligan this time around. There's no need for the Warrior to keep the Sun Fury, but Thori Balor is pretty much always a card you want to keep. As far as the Rogue, hey, just draw a Potion Belt and you're fine. They also have Queen Ijara on coin. Let's go for some high rolls. What do you say, Saku?
Yes, high roll sounds the best way.
High roll, yes.
High roll, good. Outside of that, low roll, no good. No dice. No moss. All right, so.
Players just working through their decisions, making sure.
Yep. Well, they threw 3 back.
Oh,
Okay.
no high roll.
Nope. But they do
hey,
have
different
jackpot.
high roll.
Yeah. Why not try that high roll?
I'm a little sad to see Queen Ijara thrown back in the deck on coin, but you know it's a responsible decision to not go with just shenanigans.
Were you followed?
But I thought we weren't being responsible because we ran jackpot and tests. Okay, here we go. Options.
Is it great power so that
Short on time.
requires great responsibility or something like that? Some
That.
yeah. I ruined
Freezing
that
Trap
completely.
looks excellent against the Warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just get one-shotted by a huge minion. So I'd love to see the Freezing Trap get taken here.
That's just the Hunter fan in you, but
Well, they took a Hunter Secret. I can't complain too much.
true.
They got the zombies.
I thought that was a different card for some reason. Anyway, like a Demon Hunter one. But anyway.
So, Jam Session is fine-ish. You don't love it on the Warrior side. Just, you know, you can spend the mana, but it's also a card that refreshes Thori. Not great options here. You know, they could just plop down the depths, but yeah, just go and Jam Session, get some damage early. That's a big egg. Hey, Ijara showed up anyway.
Hey, hi. Late to the party, but it's turn 2. Not too late.
All right, out come the zombies. They're thinking about it.
What shall I do?
4 distinct different options that they could choose from. 5, I guess, if you want to argue that Dagger is fine. Let's say Astalor or Dagger are not great, so really just deciding between, yeah, the Belt, the Jackpot, and the Secret. They found card draw.
I'm short on time.
Or, hear me out,
I'm
we
here.
get Hazy.
Let's
Hazy
get
could
hazy.
be anything. Okay.
You're true.
Okay, fine.
Double
No
bubble?
hazy.
No. Okay.
No card draw selected though. This deck in less need of card draw than Miracle Rogue, which almost always would take a double draw if offered. Just go and damage destroy. It's a way to try to deal with big scary warrior minions.
Comes Extractor.
Alright, so a couple of buffs for the anima, but this is the guaranteed clear.
Job's done.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. Oh, there you go.
Out pops the chicken.
You're okay with that though, as warrior,
Foul,
right?
foul. Oh yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't even have any good minions in hand to buff.
Right.
Thori's okay, but Thori's going to die and not retain the buff and then come back as a 4/4. Ooh, interesting. Jackpot options. Clean the Scene and Wailing Rhapsody. A lot of board clear stuff, which they kind of need. So I think they can be pretty happy about that outcome.
Not too bad.
You really want the Rhapsody to land on one of the better changes, though. 'Cause right now, doesn't do quite enough, and they're taking some damage. The bridge pickup was huge for the warrior here. You could just go Bone Spike Ajara. You're
I like
probably
that
not
move.
dead.
Yeah, Jara's going to be reduced to 3,
All is
so
unclear.
unless you want to do
Scene's not infused, so it doesn't really do enough. You probably just have to high roll, because yeah, Bridge Riff really adds a lot of extra power, and this rogue is just taking hits.
I was going to say, at 15 and turn 5 is...
What shall I do?
It's not going to take much for Warrior to kind of buff their group, especially if there's a axe in hand. So
there it is. It's the Queen. They
There's the
grab
horn.
a random Colossal, and now they just gotta hope that the Colossal's good. 4 off lethal currently.
8, draw 2. You're going to buff your 8/8. Oh, sorry. I keep on thinking it's a 3/3 buff, not a buffing the next card that comes. So I'm stupid. It's fine.
They buff the Crazed Wretch, so once the either if they find any card that can damage things, or once that Depths wakes up again, that's a lethal in hand. This needed to be really good though, and it's not.
Yeah, Krakatoa is just...
Yeah.
It's not a Gigafin, right?
I mean, it's a solid card. They wanted lifesteal or, you know, taunt and life gain, or much more removal than that. This just, I mean, technically, yeah, they're not dead by 1. You know, there's a chance.
So Ron, you say there's a chance?
Telling you, there's a chance.
Bees. There it is.
And that will do it.
Yep.
Wow, the zombies actually enable the death too. That's pretty funny. Sadly, if it was Freezing Trap that was taken, that would have saved them for an additional turn. But the Warrior proved too strong. UBC stays alive. SFU Black has been eliminated.
Yes, unfortunately. So go back to the bracket real fast. So again, I want to apologize for some of the viewers if there's some stutteriness on screen. Just having my computer's kind of doing some funny things in the background, but trying to sort that out while we're enjoying our navigation through the bracket itself. So, Ron, what game should we spectate next? Is Neji still going here?
Yeah, we can just search around for the next one that is underway. I know that Diamond and Gamer 101 were playing in the winner's bracket, but that one has less stakes because the loser will not be eliminated. Taco Cat and Neji.
Yeah.
Are they in right now?
They're in game right now, so we can check that out. So Neji.
Sweet.
Neji Boston.
Let's head on over there. So Neji Boston for University of Victoria and Taco Cat for University of Toronto in a do or die match.
So spectating Neji first, so it's gonna be at the bottom of the screen with Taco Cat at the top, who's doesn't have their spectate on.
Do you have Taco Cat added?
I do, yep.
Perhaps they'll turn on spectate, or if you can ask them. Also, if you could ask them to add me, because I can't see their carts. It looks like they haven't added me yet.
Oh.
Right, we'll find out momentarily what the score is. UVic is up 1-0.
Who am I spectating? Gamer, okay. So I'm spectating, I'm spectating Diamond and Gamer. So It's 2-1 right now for not SFU red. Yes.
Okay.
The time has come.
So are you
are
with
you-
Neji?
Are
I'm
you
gonna-
switching? Sorry, are you switching over to?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch.
UVic versus
Yeah.
University of Toronto.
Yeah. So
I figured we'd want to do that one since there's just more stakes at the moment. As if you lose the match in this one, you are out of the tournament. But no losses yet for SFU Red and their opponents.
I know all the steps.
Okay. Just gotta change some of the graphics on the screen.
SFU Red and TMU are and those two. Not a disaster if either of them loses.
Time's ticking.
So Neji just
Some lovely slow Astalor animation.
How
And another Astalor step to get around an additional alibi potentially. Things are looking very good for the Rogue here to try to take down game 2.
sorry. Gonna have to remind me who Taco Cat plays for U of T. Is it?
Taco Cat is University of Toronto.
Yeah.
Well, that's a glug.
Not many cards left.
So you're telling me there's a chance? I don't think you'd want to lead Astalor here.
No. Nope. Nope.
This is a lot more awkward than
What shall I
would have
do?
expected for Rogue at the moment. There is a Hazy and a Destroy. They are just going to lead Astalor. Okay. I mean, a lot of times this wins.
Yeah.
This is the don't go for lethal, but go for not losing play. Probably the smarter decision instead of taking a random destroy first and then hoping Astalor gets there. They just made sure it's basically always clearing except for Glug and then just snipe down the Glug. Opponent has 2 cards and not really ever winning. Another alibi! Oh my god.
Are you alibiing me, bruh?
Well, they really don't want to die. It's understandable. They survived not dying for another turn. But only another turn, I would expect.
Yeah. So current
We're
score
gonna get
right
Hazy?
now. Oop, go ahead.
Oh, we're not going to get Hazy.
No hazy.
There's already Destroys. Oh, I wanted to see the Hazy. Yeah, this is fine. Just get a couple more ghosts. Why not?
So it's 1-0 right now for University of Victoria. So
Correct.
cool.
This should be the final turn. Oh my god, they top deck
Whoa.
Raman. No way.
Cold case. What happens here?
Wow. Okay, I mean, we have no idea what Ramath played earlier in this
Yeah.
game. But that is insane.
What did they get? Oh, Frost Queen and Dragosa. Ooh. The snipes. Solid. Is this the box? Is this the replacement box? Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I thought there is 0 chance.
you were
for U of-
incorrect, sir.
U of T. I mean, they had no cards, and then they just hit a 1 in 20.
Time runs out on me.
Like, actually, just right off the top of the deck, a 1 in 20 for, I'm pretty sure, literally the only card that could change the outcome. Incredible fireworks here at the end of the game.
So
Now we're getting Hazy.
That's all.
some counterspell, and that is it. Wow. What a... What's in the box,
Brutal.
Ron? So now it's
What
tied
is in the
1-1.
box indeed? That was a crazy way to see the game flip around and get tied up at 1-1. So now that we have a moment, we can go through the bans. University of Toronto banned the Druid from UVic, and UVic banned the Priest from University of Toronto, which means there's a Priest still up for UVic. Oh no. Okay, it's not happening yet, thankfully. Yeah, this is the better queue. Warrior into Mage. Warrior generally does very well into Mage here. I don't know which of the decks was eliminated in Game 1 for University of Toronto. So they'll either have Druid or Demon Hunter remaining if their Mage gets beaten.
Right.
And on the other side for UVic, if this Warrior does not get through, they're down to the Priest.
Reality woven.
Tuned to perfection.
Job's done.
All right.
Okay.
Drawn an axe early. A lot of lists don't run the instrument tech, but the imbued axe is an incredibly important card in Warrior. Very nice to have the tutor.
Having Grommash in the hand for Neji, that's a good thing right now since you have a.
Oh yeah, with Anima
Yeah.
in hand,
Yep.
you really just want to hit one of the 3 super important minions and put insane amounts of buffs on that one big minion. So it's either Remornia or Olgra or Grom that you want to hit with the buffs. And having Grom be the only other minion means a guarantee that every Anima buff is going to go straight to the Grom. But they don't need to do it yet. It's a good turn to take a value trade, play the axe, and clear the armor gaining minion. Good start.
Sanctum coming down.
Oh, can you ask Taco Cat to add me if they haven't responded? I still can't see any of their cards.
Okay. Actually, I'll see if I can share my screen with you there. If that helps. See if that stops my computer from doing things, but I'll in the process I will ask them.
Unworthy.
No need to just perfect draw the Ramat this time around. In hand already. Let's see.
So full of sin.
Burn away the blight.
Alright. Lining up a lot of buffs for the Anima to get paid off here. And 2 very important cards already in Grom and Remornia. So whichever way the buffs go, Warrior does not mind. Mage has got some difficult decisions. Light Bomb doesn't help. Yeah, I think Reverb is definitely their best move here. Just ping down the Anima, stop the buff train going. Really nice play. Saki, you may be doxing us here.
No, I'm using the Blizzard client to chat. So
Does it still pop up on your screen?
yeah, but it's blocked. It's all good.
We got some board clearing going on for the mage, stalling a little bit, but Warrior gets to chip in some more damage. The only problem with Jam Session here, of course, is that Remornia is not playable next turn because of the overload. So a bit of a difficult decision to make on whether or not you want to go for it as the warrior right now. Also, Deathborn would very much be in their mind as a frustrating card to try to play around. As we can see, University of Toronto is not holding a Deathborn, so there's not a lot of problems on UVic's side.
All right. Angie building the board. All right.
Hey, I can spec the mage. Thank you for that, Saku.
A smidge of this,
Uh,
a pinch
big
of that.
clear that Warrior couldn't have really anticipated there. The light bomb clearing up a lot. And Mage is kind of swinging things around. But there are a lot of very powerful things incoming soon. Just Warrior right now looks like it's going to have to take a turn off.
Yep. But it's going to have a good turn off if you have that Mermornia in your hand that's buffed all to heck. So
Funny enough, this 1/3 gives the Warrior a turn if they pick the right option, but they really need Vast Wisdom, so they pretty much always take Vast Wisdom because they're so low on resources. Great top deck for Warrior.
yep. Which then brings that
Wow.
little.
Yeah, that worked out really well. I think I'd play the Axe here.
Yeah, I was just going to
go
say.
for the Grom play next turn rather than set up Remornia. Yep. This is just line up the kill right now. So Mage needs to get out of it with something that is not good enough. Ajara not infused enough. I think this one's GG.
Yep.
We can of course see that Grom is gonna get huge. Looking at 16 damage from Depths on Grom, Weapon Swing and Grom.
Feels bad with a 1-1 on board.
And University of Toronto almost gets out of range, but not enough. They see the bad news. He's big. He's mad.
He angry.
He's going face.
Yep. There we have it. UVic, 2-1.
All right, UVic takes a 2-1 lead, and now we get to find out which of the remaining decks, either Druid or Demon Hunter, will be the last ones. We didn't see what was eliminated first.
Right. And we're doing it quickly.
You gotta roll with it, man.
Malfurion.
Druids.
Right in, it's Druid.
Ooh.
Rise and carry out.
So the
Our
Relic
Lady's
Demon Hunter was the
will.
lead then, and that got eliminated. This works out a lot better than for University of Toronto, because if it was Demon Hunter remaining, that doesn't have a great matchup against Warrior. As it stands, Druid really does have a pretty strong matchup against the Enraged Warrior. So we could easily be heading to a Game 5 Druid versus Priest.
Favorite words in all of Hearthstone. If we get there.
If
Game
we
5.
get there.
So Game 4 currently. Quick message to the players. Thanks for allowing us to spectate the matches and have some fun casting too. So
Absolutely.
You're both number one to me.
ooh.
Tempo King. Here, I was thinking we'd probably save the fanboy to do a heal turn
Mm-hmm.
or something a little bit later. But Taco Cat and University of Toronto just say, no, we got to get this 2-2 on board right now.
And Warrior just sitting back because they have no minions to play, really.
Is this an Innervate ETC? I mean,
Ooh.
we're already committing to the tempo line. Get him. Drop a 4/4. Oh, now we're slowing down again. Okay. Druid takes the turn off.
Warrior took a
Not
turn
over
off.
eager.
Yeah.
Okay, weapon gets equipped. Still waiting to draw powerful payoff things. Although Ridge Riff can do a lot of work here next turn.
Ooh, a Tony? Is Tony good here or Rivendare?
I don't think you'd ever take Rivendare against a warrior. You'd probably
Yeah.
decide between Tony and Ozomat. And Ozomat, you're holding a hedge maze, so you probably just want to take it.
Yeah.
Tony's a
point.
pretty long-term plan to just play post-Jailer. Yeah, so they take the Ozomat, and now they have a turn 8 guaranteed clear, basically.
But you haven't seen anything from Warrior yet. Are you kind of paranoid? Worried?
Sometimes, but not really. I mean,
Yeah.
Druid does have the favorable matchup here, so they wouldn't worry too much about this. Warrior often will kind of pass through the first bunch of turns and then try to set up a major, like, buff turn or something. It's just a bridge riff, though, which is good, but, you know, not all that scary for Warrior to deal with. See it ping on the 3/4 and just push the 2-face, buff the board, seems good. And it's setup time. Drop a hedge maze. Kill a 6/5. Take 6 damage.
Ooh.
Really?
That's...
They're considering Spinley. I mean, they aren't holding Whomper, so yeah, they could find it. I guess if you're gonna want to do that, maybe you just want to drop the Innervate right now too, and then play Finley and try to draw Whomper and play it. I think you're kind of fine just playing the Hedge Maze, but maybe not, because Ozomat comes down a little bit too slowly. There's a dangerous amount of pressure incoming.
Yeah, coming on
Yeah.
the flip side of it, but...
They're saying they can't wait long enough for the Hedge Maze Ozomat setup. They just want more cards, and they want the highest chance to draw the Whomper. Womp womp. No Whomper.
Oh. The
They do have
cards...
double aquatic.
Right.
But they know what's at the bottom of the deck, because they just put it there. So double aquatic is not going to draw them a Whomper. Things are starting to look pretty good for the Warrior now.
Mm-hmm. Do you jam session any of these right now? Just power to face?
The main plan should center around just using the Verse Riff as their final 1 mana to repeat the bridge.
Right.
They're just trying to figure out what they do with their 4 mana that's available. And it seems pretty reasonable to go with like Embers, then you can play Jam Session. That will damage everything and make Light of the Phoenix free. You still have the 1 mana left for Verse. Looks good, looks clean.
Neji thinking this through.
Yep. You get the bridge, you use your Rusher to punch down one of the things to take damage also. You can clear up the ETC, the rest of your attackers.
Just go face.
You can go face with a lot. Excellent turn.
Yep.
And Druid bricked. Druid,
Yeah.
I think Druid's dead.
Druid ramped when it.
Yeah, wow. It drew all the cards it did not want to draw.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything Taco Cat and University of Toronto can do. I already thought that, and they top decked a Rabat, so who knows? Maybe there's some nonsense that happens here, but I don't think this is the same kind of situation. So again, they know what's at the bottom. They put it there, and these aren't helping. I mean, if they already had a hedge maze, they could have taken the Ozomat, right, and played Innervate, like then Aquatic Ozomat and trigger the hedge maze.
Searching.
Yeah, like again, they know what they're choosing from the bottom, and that it's just not helpful. And there's way too much power on board.
Yeah.
I guess if that hit in like a really good order, maybe they could have. I don't even think they could have realistically, because it's never killing them. Yeah. In any case, that does eliminate University of Toronto. UVic will stay alive.
So looking
and
at,
we've got another one in the books.
Yeah. So I think this. Just checking to see if we're into the third round. Super Chicken moved on.
If Cloud and Aquaman are playing right now, that would be another elimination game we could spectate, but they're not currently in game.
So this might be an opportunity for us to just step away for about 5 to 10 minutes and join back. Unless we see Diamond and Gamer still playing, which, nope, they aren't. So their session's over.
Okay. Well, Diamond and Gamer have wrapped up. Just checking the bracket for other matches.
Yeah, so
Neji would play the loser of Diamond and Gamer.
Yep.
And yeah, we have our other match that's lined up and ready, which is Cloud versus Aquaman, but it doesn't look like they're currently underway.
Right. Okay. So we'll take this opportunity to take a 5-10 minute break, just depending on how the seeds are going. I'm
just messaging Aquaman for UBC.
Okay.
To see if they're ready to play the match against who is it? Ontario Tech.
OTSU? Is that who that is?
OTSU.
Oh, sorry. UBC versus OTSU. Sorry, just fixing the graphic on the screen there, so that should be right. Cool. So we'll see. No response just yet, eh?
I talked to Aquaman, just messaging Cloud.
Okay.
All right, sweet. Looks like, yep, they're getting ready to go underway.
Okay.
Well, we have a moment though before we dive into the match itself. Why not drop another shout out to our fantastic sponsors today?
Say what? Another shout out.
First up, our title sponsor for CIE 2023, Dell. Thank you very much for your support. We could not have done this event without you. It's much appreciated. And for those of you out there in the market for a new computer or laptop or gaming gear in general, Alienware is a subsidiary of Dell and is a fantastic place to go for all of your computer, laptop, gaming needs. Another big shout out goes to our sponsor MSI, who's provided some swag to raffle away to audience members throughout the event. You can just type !raffle in the chat to learn more. They are offering backpacks, RGB MSI mice, the MSI Lucky plush, the Dragon plush, and the MSI Lucky Charm, which is smaller than the regular Lucky, still a very cute plush. So thank you again to MSI for sponsoring. And lastly, a big thank you once again to the volunteers from all the schools, 20 schools across
Yes.
Canada, with a hand in bringing this event to life. Thank you, everyone.
20 schools in Canada. Perfect. All right. Did that pass some time away for our players to be ready? Let's double check.
I think they're processing bans now. Yes, the bans are in.
Okay.
So we have a Paladin being banned for Ontario Tech, and we have Warrior being banned for BC.
Okay.
So we're going to be looking at a Hunter Priest Death Knight versus a Priest Druid Demon Hunter. Uh-oh, Saku. There's two priests up.
It was bound to happen, man.
Oh God.
Bound to happen. So unless a priest comes out beforehand, we'd be okay. There's a potential mirror there, but would it be dangerous to bring a priest out first? I can't see it being the first class to bring out for either team, but
We will see. The players are ready, and they are diving in. So we can
okay.
jump in and spectate.
So Aquaman be first to spectate, be at the bottom of the screen for our viewers, and Cloud will be at the top. So that's UBC at the bottom, and I can't remember the other one right offhand. Sorry.
UBC versus Ontario Tech.
Yeah, so UBC on the bottom, Ontario Tech on the top. So my apologies.
Right, and it's starting off as a Druid versus Priest. Druid for UBC already has the Whomper in hand. Looking to do some high rolling.
You shouldn't wake the trees,
gonna have to
child.
Get back in again. Spectate bug.
It, probably because it was trying to do priest versus priest, dude. Action
Lion said
denied.
no.
Yep.
All right, there we go. I can see.
more you struggle,
All right, Priest leading off. Amplifier already. They have turned it up to 11. So through the rest of this game, come, turn 11, Priest will have access to 11 mana and can hold 11 cards in hand already. Druid doing the ramp thing. Looking for the hedge maze for that Whomper.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just slam down a Whomper as often as you could against another class when you're facing Priest with all their access to silence. As we can see, there's already a Deafen in hand, so if this Whomper comes down, it could get immediately silenced.
And that would be a sad day
the
for
more you
UBC.
struggle, the better.
All right, Ontario Tech going with the Vizier, picks up an Identity Theft, a very powerful card for the Priest. Who needs win conditions? Just steal them from your opponent.
Yeah, I like that idea.
All right, the hand's awkward enough for the Druid though, so there aren't really better plays than just slam down the Whomper and hope that they don't have a silence, but as we can see, they very much do.
Feigning that they don't have it.
I mean, it's valuable to do the damage on the Whomper as well, so they needed to combo the Deafen.
Yeah.
And there it is. Silence and damage. Take the removal. Druid's already taken some hits from this Priest.
Blasphemy.
We've seen Druid really kind of fall flat quite a bit through the tournament so far.
And you can still see it happening to Aquaman, unfortunately, with with the large mana cards in
Yeah,
hand.
these-
So
These draws do not look great if you are an Aquaman and UBC fan.
it feels bad to do a aquatic form right now because your big cards are pretty much out. So what are you looking for?
Well, it's somewhat
Besides
reasonable
ETC.
to do it just to find like card draw or Finley and put the cards back.
Oh.
This is always the win condition against Priest. When it's the reason for Rivendare being in the ETC is literally the Priest matchup.
Right.
So the plan is to play Rivendare alongside a hedge maze so that it can't get silenced. You guaranteed put the horsemen in your deck, and then you try to line them up as the way to actually get that late game victory. Priest game plan, chill, remove stuff, heal some more,
Yep. React, chill, react
gather
again.
resources.
Steal.
Identity Theft offering some pretty good cards. Goes ahead with a Kolak and also finds a Mosher.
Masher. Yeah, Mosher's
Our
pretty good.
gift of the arcane enlightens us.
Alright, there we go with more board clear and just being efficient and able to keep up some pressure too. So Druid can't just sit back and wait to eventually win the game. Its life total is getting, you know,
19.
a little bit low.
Especially coming from a priest, you don't like to see that.
Might finally be time to go for an aquatic form. Maybe wants to wait a little bit longer. Found the Attorney at Moss, so you know, Behemoth can just pull a Mosher. Oh, there's the Hedge Maze. That's the card they need. Now they can go with just Hedge Maze Rivendare if they want to. There's another aquatic anyway to pull the Astalor and try
Yeah.
to get some life gain.
Ne-
There's a Kolak that you can use to drop soon and gain a bunch of armor and stay out of range of getting killed. This looks good.
So you have a plan?
Oh wait, you can't. Maybe they should have played the other aquatic just to take the Astalor. Hard to say. Because this does shuffle, so now it's not a guarantee. It's totally random what they dredge at this point.
Okay. I did not know that.
Right, and yeah, Kolak coming down, just, hey, it's more pressure.
Yep.
Druid's at 9 health. You gotta not die. So aquatic, definitely was hoping for Mosher
Yep.
to, you know, just take their immune clear. This doesn't look great.
Yeah. Attorney at Maw, not really gonna do any.
I mean, I guess you're fine to just
Again?
like play the Maw in your hand and silence the 0/8 so you can kill the 6/5 with your 6/6.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to take double plate or take a plating and play double plating here? You have to take an Attorney at Maw and hope that you just don't or that you actually draw the Mosher so you can take a clear. Druid's just under so much pressure right now, it's a little dangerous. But as long as they're alive next turn, they can drop a Kolak and they can hedge maze the Kolak. And that's a lot of healing. This is a very difficult decision to make.
The Whomper it is.
Going with Whomper.
Boop that. Oh, what did they go with?
Silence, clear play. Yep. Oh, they went value hit instead of kill. Oh, right. That's not immune. Or, I mean, that stays immune because the... Yeah, I
'Cause the-
forgot about that.
Shell is still up. That's That's interesting. Okay. Something I learned again.
So now Priest is 1 off lethal. Is there any damage in ETC? No, there's never damage in ETC. You could try to find one of your copy buff things, like the finale. Just play a Finley. How about it, Sokka? Do you go for the jugular? Do you play Finley and say, I'll find the card and win the game here and get that extra 1 point of damage as Priest?
You're just going to do a YOLO? Sure, why not? But that's not going to happen.
I mean, it's Priest. They're going to play slow. They're going to be safe. They're like, oh, we win the long game. It's fine.
Hey, look at that rope. It's a pretty rope.
Those were kind of perfect hits from the Masha.
They were, yeah, in order. I was just going to say.
All right. Clear board. Set him to 1.
Yeah.
There's Spinley, but it hardly matters. I mean, you can gain what is essentially like 16, almost like 24 health here because they have to get through a 0-8 taunt, and you gain the armor. Then play Finley makes a lot of sense.
What's Finley bring us? 1? Just 1.
Yeah, I just don't see any realistic way that Druid can turn a corner. But that is a lot of survivability, so for now, things are okay on the Druid side.
Yeah. Now, what does this Death Rider give us? Rush. Death Rattle if you have L4, so.
Unless, of course, Priest finds a silence. And then it's game over.
Did they find a silence? No.
Yes, they did.
They did? Oh my
All right,
god.
Well, game over.
What did you just say? If they find? Yeah.
It's fine unless the... Oh.
Hey, they don't need that. Oh, okay.
These things happen sometimes. Game 1 in the books. Going to Cloud and Ontario Tech. And UBC is going to have to decide with their Druid eliminated, what do they view as their best counter to the Priest. The options are either Priest or Outcast Demon Hunter. An Outcast can beat Priest early, but if the game goes late, Priest always wins that. Oh, I think we might see a Priest mirror.
Shh.
Oh god.
Shh.
What's gonna happen?
Shh. No, it's okay, Ron. It's okay.
I think it's happening.
It's okay, dude. I'm here for you. It's not gonna happen.
Oh, no.
Priest is gonna get
like
defeated.
This, Saku.
We're okay.
Not like this.
We're okay. Power of positive thinking. It's definitely a Priest mirror.
maybe they cue the. Maybe they cue the
Just close your eyes.
Demon Hunter. They might.
Oh, okay. My eyes hurt. My eyes hurt.
The play's the thing.
My eyes hurt.
Oh man. Well, I knew it had to happen eventually.
Yep. Sorry, chat.
All right, so in about an hour, we'll see who wins this match.
The Priest.
And then there will still be a Priest in the next match.
So for those of us that have never done a priest on priest control type deck list, what's the point? I mean, what's the goal?
No, that first one was accurate. I mean, it really is just win the resource battle. So you want to use as few cards as possible and grind them out, or find a way to put in some like medium-sized pressure that could be threatening at some point if you can get to the beat them down type of scenario. All of these cards that are currently being played are cards that generate additional resources. Conjurer gives them a card from their opponent's deck. Mind Eater, another card from their opponent's deck. Hipster, discovering cards, and so on
and so on.
forth we go.
And Scooby Dooby Doo.
Amplifier is a good play here, even though it doesn't, discover another thing. Just, you don't necessarily have to play it now, though. You could go with more resources. Generating Astalor is huge, though, because you can power chord your Astalor
Mm-hmm.
and get more actual win condition cards. This is a card that eventually wins games.
Astalor it is.
Can spell Zinjari. Anybody?
Oh god.
Identity theft.
School teacher gives identity theft.
Yeah.
Infinite resources.
Oh, speaking of school teacher, huh?
Same thing.
Samesies.
And you spell
Oh,
Zinjari,
God.
Saku? What? Oh, come on. It did the same
Ugh.
thing. It
We're-
actually did it. Oh, it's
Yeah,
gross.
we're waiting for the Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man kind of antic. We need that graphic. No, you.
Pick me! Pick me!
Oh my god, what if it gives the identity? Oh my god.
Oh.
Identity theft gives identity theft. I mean, Astalor's probably better still, but the go infinite thing was kind of gross. Like, you could play Nagaling and get a copy of Nagaling, and play that one and get a copy of that one, and keep going. I probably would have done it, just because it's stupid.
Pick me!
So,
Can they get a copy of the Astalor? Of course they can.
Hey,
and an identity theft. Come on, dude.
so
Oh my
you
God.
you wonder why these games go on long. This
Oh my god.
this right here is why the games go long.
I don't know. Do you take conscience? Do you take death?
Death would be all right
Nova
if there's a heat
even-
that
Is like okay.
yeah.
I wonder.
Probably death.
I think death is the cheapest one. And remove a thing. Conscience are going pressure. Fair.
They're tired of the random.
Oh no, it's a school teacher. It's gonna give identity theft.
Anybody?
Nope.
Okay.
Theft off the accusation or clear conscience.
Wrong theft. Wrong theft. It's fine. It's not more identity.
They get a 33% chance or 34% chance it's clear conscious if they're doing the actual mirror like we're doing right now. So
I
Nope.
feel like that card is not properly named, because if you're playing priest, how can you have a clear conscience?
good point. If chat can answer that. Okay. What now?
All right, there's a full hand of cards, so you don't really want to use very many cards. This would probably be a good time to play the amplifier, so you could have more space for cards. And then you could maybe play... Can you play Identity Theft? I guess you can't still. You go down to 9, go down to 8, you go up to 10. No, you could do it.
We have
it's
11.
Probably amplifier Identity Theft, I guess. I don't know, you have a lot of hand space issues, but amplifier alleviates it a little bit. There's also the option to like synchronize the school teacher, but then you don't get to synchronize an Astalor, which seems much better. Okay, they're gonna wait on ID theft and just Cathedral and push more damage here.
Oh,
Nope. ID
thief it.
theft.
Ooh, a rat.
Oh god.
Identity theft. Oh my.
Oh god. Come on, man. Come on.
Stop the madness.
Just infinite identity. Oh, come on.
Scene has been cleaned.
Heal and clear. Your turn.
Oh, another Astalor.
More Astalor. Now that seems good.
Oh, they're gonna do face. That would be pretty cool.
Shoot themselves in the face here.
Yeah.
It's a solid flex, honestly. Alright. There are lots of Astalors. I don't know if this one that they just played is the one that they stole from an ID theft or not.
Pick me, pick me.
The only one I know for sure is the one that they just got. So I probably would have played that one, but either way, probably doesn't matter. Just want to deny information if you can, but that doesn't make that big a difference. Alright, a fun little Astalor response and clear with the theft accusation.
Yep.
Are we going to play a Synchronize? Going to save it for the 8 mana one? That plays
Hipster.
around Whirlpools more. Because of Whirlpool, I think you do probably have to play your other Astalor here.
The 5?
For
Yeah.
the 5 manas.
Yeah. Can't picture playing an 8 right now because it doesn't activate, right? So, or it only shoots 7.
Dirty
Yeah,
Rat
so-
has a hilarious downside of pulling the Astalor and then having your own Astalor's Whirlpool,
Gnome
though.
Funky's real.
But it might have been a consideration.
Whisper of the Deep. It is. Another.
Yeah, this looks good. Binding Whispers enables the 5/5 to clear the 5/5. And now 2 8-mana Astalors in hand and 1 5-mana Astalor on the side of BC. Ontario Tech, just more clears, hoping to pull an Astalor that they can kill. Whoops!
Dirty
Rat
rat,
pulls
a
rat.
dirty rat. Well,
Probably time to... do you Astalor again? See, here's where I get, like, hazy on how you play this part of the match if you're on the priest side. Because your opponent could Astalor and Whirlpool, or if you play this one to line up a bunch of them in hand. So I guess you just don't play your 5. You have to wait on your 5, because
Right.
you're going to play your 8.
your 8 next
and
turn.
then you're gonna power chord your 8, and
Yeah.
then they might whirlpool that, and you lose 2 8s, and then you play a 5 and get another 8. It's a mess.
Speaking of mess, identity theft.
Alright.
Why don't you just
Identity
pick that
theft gave them the oh my god, there's more. There's actually more. I'd probably
Wait.
just take another identity theft, right?
one? Yeah.
Funny. Just keep going. Go forever.
Keep the identity theft. So, use a VPN there, folks.
Yup.
Never play priest. Oh, he did play it. Okay.
But out comes the other Astalors. So now, and that's interesting because they got to see, they had the perfect information that their opponent has a Whirlpool in hand. So now, like, their 3 Astalors will just get Whirlpooled.
Yeah, I think you're right in your assumption that basically you don't play your 5, you throw the 8. Wait, see if it gets whirlpooled and then determine.
I mean, you can Astalor and Power Chord and have 3 more in hand, but why would you do that when you literally know that your opponent is holding Whirlpool? Oh, there's the infinite value card that you like to see as a priest. They're just going to try to force out a Whirlpool at some point before ever dropping Astalor. I guess, I mean, they could keep these cards forever or something. Just win eventually when we hit fatigue or something.
You say that with such happiness.
God, it's synchronized on the Svalna. Now we both have Svalna! Of course we do. Why do we not? Okay. We're at 11 mana, and one side has 37 health, and the other side has 37 health.
No, they don't. They got 31 now. We're okay.
Oh, everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay.
We're fine. You're fine.
So, I mean, with 2 Astalors in hand that you 100% know, why would you not just rip a Whirlpool? And they do. Bye, Astalors.
Bye, friends. Heal your face.
Yeah,
Wave.
I think I really don't like the way that they approached, you know, this specific
Identity
way of
theft.
going about it.
Golly.
Wow.
Don't pick it. Don't pick identity theft. Don't
Like
do it.
BC's had kind of like all of the value because they just keep identity thefting
Yeah.
like infinitely. It's been ridiculous.
Oh, they didn't take it.
And they finally stopped.
Broke the sequence.
But like I'm still looking at, you know, if they just didn't play their 5 mana Astalor, especially with the power chord, they could have gotten around the Whirlpool taking out their first one, and then they could have power chorded the other one and had more Astalor burst. But it is what it is. We're on to next thing. Naturally, they draw and play Love Everlasting right away after their opponent plays Love Everlasting, and now it's just discounted Svalna Visions every turn to lead off. You always can play a 1 mana vision to discover if you want to.
Cool. Resurrect. Because you could resurrect your Astalors, maybe?
No,
They're
well,
gone. Or can
yeah,
you
actually.
destroy.
You could get the 2/2. You could animate dead the 2/2 Astalor, and then you could power chord that one. I mean, it could work. You have a lot of other things that were 3 or less that died, so it's not super likely to hit it, but you could hit it, and then you could do more Astalor shenanigans again. Because I'm just focusing on that, because I don't know how else the game ends. It's like the end of the game card. Oh yeah, cool, more identity theft.
Hey.
That's what we need here.
Well, bottom right always ends the
Good.
game, but
Good, identity theft. Now we can
clean the
Steal
scene
more
and
cards.
destroy minions. And
that make
Active.
the game go forever.
well, there's undying and unending priest matchup. Hey, what do we got here? Bequeath. Yep. 23 and 22 cards left in the deck for each player. Identity theft.
Oh, good. Identity theft.
Who'd have thunk it?
Fantastic. Alright, this is a card maybe that actually changes some things. I don't know, they just take Tidestone and then like synchronize their Ajara and play Ajara and take another Tidestone and just do random nonsense things that might win eventually or something.
Do the box.
Like, what's the point of taking a Colossal? It's just going to get cleared. Why would you take the weapon?
Yeah.
You're not bursting them down for 10 damage on that. Not anytime soon. Ring of Tides is the only other consideration outside of Tidestone, I think.
Must consider.
And that could just be another identity theft. Hooray!
Well, you have the ability to have 11 cards, which is what you have in your hand
Okay,
now.
good. They took Tidestone. Yep, we're going to synchronize. We're going to Tidestone.
We're going to raise dead, or animate dead, sorry.
Oh. I think I would have liked to see animate first if they were going to go with that play, because then they could have synchronized the...
I think they're just trying to clear their hand out now, yeah.
Yep, a lot of hand space issues. Okay, animate and then Tidestone.
Nope.
Why would we not play Tidestone? We had, yeah. Do they not want Ajara to get ID thefted and add a full thing? I don't think that matters.
Theft accusation.
All right. Well, now we've just got two sides where there are too many cards in hand, and They're just looking to dump cards, to not burn cards, while also, you know, adding cards constantly. So theft accusation, kind of irrelevant. Just getting it out of hand to not burn a card.
What do you mean, Ron?
Hey, we could whirlpool, and then there'd be no behemoths.
I must consider.
I mean, obviously, just lead identity theft and permanently identity theft, right?
Yep.
Okay, those are good options. Cannibalize, ruin. Just take a cannibalize.
Amplifier. Well, you can't get higher
Oh
than
my
11.
god, it's an identity theft.
What? This is probably the first time we've seen that. This turn.
Somebody help me. Send help. Please.
Poor Ron.
I mean, just take it, right?
Yeah,
You gotta
why?
take Spinley?
Why ponder? Just do it.
There's
Just
no need to take Amplifier, you already did it. So it does nothing. So it's either Spinley or ID theft. And, I mean, come on. We've already committed. Right? We're all in on identity theft, aren't we?
grave digging.
Alright. Sure.
Pew pew.
Still not playing the Tidestone for reasons.
Why? Why not?
I don't know, man.
Is real music.
I don't know. Alright.
I
We got a
wish-
hipster.
Ooh, we got light
And
bomb.
a bunch of garbage options. I guess the Jaren is fine because it gives you more cards, so you fatigue slower. Neat.
Oh, what are we dirty red?
Dirty Rat's actually good here. Pulls the fully activated Ajara, which I thought we were going to see played last turn. Oh, I hate to see that. It's less Tidestone, which means the game probably goes longer. Okay. Oh, good. Another Dirty Rat in the deck. Or wait, no, that's just yeah, that puts the Sunken Ritual in the deck. Never mind.
Right. Lighted bins.
Okay, cleared. I've lost track of how many turns we're on.
We're on turn infinity, I think.
Probably like 15 plus, and one side has 35 health, the other side has 32 health.
Slowly getting there.
Neat. Well, there's clean the scene. You can clear the board. Seems like a thing Priest likes to do.
You can do whirlpool. Whirlpool would be good
Lead
too.
off with Vision of Darkness for your infinite cards. Oh yeah, Identity Theft, of course. More cards.
Love everlasting or drown.
Drown. And
Identity theft.
Oh my god.
You
Send
keep.
help. Send help.
You spin me right round, baby, right round.
Identity theft.
Like
yeah.
an identity theft going. Oh, broke the cycle. Nerubian? Nope.
Finally broke the cycle.
Ooh, there's a whirlpool. Theft?
Okay, none of these are very good. Yeah.
Nope.
Undeath, I guess. It's really just a nothing turn.
I was just gonna say.
It's like a hard pass almost.
Ooh, 5 mi. Yeah, nope. Don't think you take that. But
So,
again,
I mean, currently and for a while now, the very slight advantage is going to UBC, but who knows?
Yeah.
We've got another 15 plus turns to go, probably.
ooh, a Finley.
And I may have lost my mind.
I'm here for support, buddy.
Let's just play it Vision of Darkness. Why not? Maybe it gives us identity theft. It's a shadow spell, right? That'll
Maybe-
be cool. It's a good card to play, right?
It's yeah, you can identify something that's stolen.
Just the laughter of a
yeah.
man losing his sanity.
That's right. We can go outside and watch
Consider.
the pollen collect
Wait,
on your vehicle.
what?
Whoa, whoa.
We're not
Hey.
gonna play the Tidestone now. Hold on, buddy. You're
Oh.
gonna save the Tidestone all this time, and now you're gonna play it and burn a card? Don't do that.
All right.
Okay.
Whirlpool gun.
Ripping off a Whirlpool to start off. It's a bold move.
That's
Why
a-
are we never playing the Tidestone? I don't understand. I don't play Priest enough, so I don't. Well, enough is not a word. Let me amend that statement. I don't really play Priest, so I don't know what reason we have for not playing Tidestone. Is it so that they can't ID theft the Tidestone cards? Is that it? I guess that's it. That has to be the reason.
That
right?
would be the logical reason. Yeah, that's just as you were talking it. I was like, yeah, that'd be
Yeah, I can't think of another reason to have not played this. I'm pretty sure if I was playing on the side of UBC, I would have played Tidestone. I would have already played the other Jara. I would have played the
Ooh.
other Tidestone and just tried to get out of it.
I don't know what the slip up was there because it gave him a.
I think maybe it's a bluff. I don't know. Like they lost a Love Everlasting, but they're holding a Love Everlasting. So it's like, ooh, big deal. You lost your discounts. Must be a huge mistake. You guys screwed up. Except they have another one, so they're just gonna play the other one, and then they'll have the ability again, so it doesn't matter. But I mean, I don't know if that's like something that causes your opponent to misplay or go in or anything. Just play it again. Haha. You gonna emote? Yep. Cool. Emotes. Shocking. I'm shocked. Are you
Look at-
shocked? Identity theft!
No.
Oh, good. That's what we need.
The far right card. Let's go get it.
Are we really debating about this pick? We have 2 drowns in it.
Ooh. No. We have 3 of a kind now.
Third drown. Okay.
We have 3 of
I
a
mean,
kind.
yeah, it's good for the Priest Mirror, but wow. 3 drowns in hand.
So is this where Behemoth comes down?
It's funny how good Behemoth is in other matchups and how hilariously useless it is in a Priest Mirror.
Speak of the Behemoth.
Like, you might as well play it, right? Because
Yeah.
your opponent needs to answer it, but it's just gonna get drowned.
Or it's going to be a whirlpool.
Shocking.
Like, I mean, they could break the cycle that way if they want. But why break the cycle, Saku? We're here forever.
This is the game that never ends. Oh, they were picking whirlpool there for a second. I had to blink. All right,
Okay.
Undying Allies, get it out of hand.
Absolutely nothing, and then we try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Try. In other news, see what our bracket is up to right now.
Oh
Right.
yeah, there are other games, right? Maybe we can leave this game.
Quickly.
Can we leave?
Diamond is going to be facing Neji Boston. And Gamer is waiting for the winner of that match, I believe. So
Right.
bracket 2, our Chicken is waiting for the winner of this game.
Correct. This is what happens, Saku. This is what happens.
We were
when
close. We were close,
Priest
bud.
doesn't get banned on one side.
We were close.
Okay, it's an ETC. What's an ETC?
Another ETC with a
I'll tell
identity
you what's
theft.
an ETC. Misery. Misery is an ETC. And so is every outcome in Vision of Darkness, Power Chord Synchronized, Drown, and everything.
So why wouldn't there be a Theatar or a Steam Cleaner? That would be...
There probably is. Oh yeah, I guess that's another reason to not play the Tidestone. Steam Cleaner. The ETC and Steam Cleaner. Rivendare is the card that can finally win the game, but also they could ETC and Steam Cleaner the Rivendare, so you have to be like super careful about that. Oh, it's the real Svalna that finally bothered to show up.
Yeah. Hey, late for the party. Let's go.
Okay, we drown the ETC.
Mine's here. Oh, undead ally. Okay. All right.
Just a reroll, basically.
Drown again.
More drown.
Get it out of hand.
But I guess drown just is like the nuts in the priest mirror.
Destroy it.
Just jam it now. Oh, okay, that makes sense. You synchronize it. Then, if they Steam Cleaner one, you have the other.
Yes. Do they have Steam Cleaner in the
Gotcha.
other hand, or I know we have Whirlpool.
Well, they have to find their ETC first, and they took their opponent's ETC, but it's at the very bottom of the deck, so
Right.
they'd have to dredge, which they don't currently have any dredge effects. Well,
They have Finley. Yeah.
But if they did that, they would lose their Vision of Darkness. They're using every turn, or most turns. But it would be good, at least, to immediately get rid of the game winner cards. So, I mean, I don't know Priest Mirrors, obviously, because there's a lot of decisions being made that are made by players who play Priest Mirrors, at least have played them before, and know that it's just like this grindy, never-ending fest.
Yeah.
And, like, I would have played a Tidestone forever ago, but, you know, there's Identity Theft and there's ETC Steam Cleaner to just get rid of it.
What's that?
Oh, good. It's another Identity Theft.
Speak of the devil. Hi, Identity Theft. We've never seen you before in the past 3 minutes.
What does this card do?
What does that card do? Oh, ETC
Oh my
again. Oh my god. Or do you take that, or you take Identity Theft? I should shut up now.
Don't actually know if it's ETC for, like, do you need a Steam Cleaner?
I wonder.
You could take a Theatar.
If that's in
that
their
might
deck,
be
yeah.
like your best chance to. You could just play ETC and get a Theatar.
If it's
But
in their deck,
if
yeah.
you do that again, they can just Identity Theft your Theatar, and then they can take your important stuff. So it's like this whole multiple levels of things, because there's so much nonsense going on that if you ever actually line up like a win condition of your own, your opponent can just take your win condition. So as long as you stay in this weird little standoff where nobody ever has a win condition, then you can't get beat by your own thing that's going to win. As both decks just continue to not lose forever. We'll hit the turn limit eventually, and someone will... Wait, does it tie? Oh my god. What are the rules if it's a tie? I don't remember. If it's a tie, I think I might lose it. I think I might lose it. I may have already lost it.
So Ron, we're the mics are live, dude. So it's okay.
All right, we have decided to take this event and turn it into just an on-air meltdown from a caster.
Yeah. Oh. Well, it doesn't
sure.
fix their problem, right? So does it take?
No, I
the-
mean they can copy one of these, and that's one thing that they can have die, but they need all four, and they don't have a way of getting the original Rivendare either, unless they you know, get a copy of that too. Oh yeah, I love that.
Why not
43
just-
health, 2 mana left. Heal your own face.
Why not heal your opponent? Neither one of you going down in flames.
Well, but then they would have +1 health, Saku. Can't have that.
Oof.
That's cool art on the hipster.
Kalimdora Palooza was better.
I like the signature hipster.
Yeah, hipster's cool. That's what I have as a signature card as well. I have to remember what it does. Okay.
The time has come.
All right.
To dethrone our former master.
Look at
More identity theft. What do we got? Synchronize. We can have more things forever. Who needs a darkness? You already have
Forever?
darkness.
Fame Rider. My goodness, you're stacking up.
Welcome, lost child. Let me introduce myself.
They take the other horseman? I don't even remember.
No.
Okay, so that's 1 out of 4. Oh, never mind. Didn't die. Got drowned.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh my god, it's Tidestone time?
Tide is high, but I'm moving on. Bring on Blondie.
Oh, those are not the cards. Alright, we kind of need to see like multiple horsemen get drawn so they can get played and they can get killed and then this game can end. Currently, Ontario Tech does not have any way of winning this game. Not really.
Not with the riders in the deck. So
No, I mean just in general, like
right.
their win condition currently does not exist. They're only just not dying. And UBC has an actual win condition now that is somewhere in these 16 cards that they have in their deck. Astalor's kind of a win con. Okay, they're putting something together here now. Synchronize on this, and they'll have 2 14 damage guys.
Oh,
Oh, there's a horseman.
cannibalize it.
Turn away.
I probably just want to use the ruin. Because it also kills the 6/7 Astalor.
I lost
One
count of how
horseman
many.
down.
Oh, there's only one. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think they've only had 1 real horseman. Well, from what they put in the deck, obviously Rivendare counts. So there's 4 total horsemen. Rivendare died, so there's 3 left, and that was the Conquest Rider, the Taunt.
Right.
Taunt horseman died. They have a Lifesteal horseman at the bottom of their deck, and they have a Rush horseman somewhere in their deck.
Do you have the overlay, the HSR overlay up? No.
I
just
do,
remembered.
but it's just nonsense at this point. I can't keep track of it. I just remembered that was happening.
Because, yeah, I lost track of how many things were gone. Turned 23 ago, so.
There's no point looking at this list of things. It's just madness. It's just all madness.
So those of you who like to play Hearthstone and want to really extend your playing, you can try and find a fellow priest.
Oh god.
Oh, a Theater.
There it is.
Steam Cleaner.
WinCon's out the window. It's okay though, because they have another Rivendare.
That's right.
Oh, they didn't play the Steam Cleaner right away.
But they're filling their board up full of locations? What's
That wise.
I don't know what happened there. That seems weird.
okay? Unless they're just powering through the locations because they're just, taking a place up in their hand. Man, this got complicated 20 turns ago.
You kind of just have to draw, right? But there isn't draw. Or clear identity theft.
Ooh, steam cleaner. You gonna take
Yeah, I mean,
it?
that doesn't help you.
No, I know, but
It
still.
helps your opponent. You take the shard and you trade it into your deck, I think. And just try to find one of the horsemen to have in your hand.
Identity theft.
Oh,
my
good. More identity
goodness.
theft. Love
I'd
that.
never.
I don't know. Play the 1-mana Innervate just to get rid of it. Trade the shard. Do you burn a card if you play identity theft now? Whatever.
Yeah. My sentiments.
No, not gonna trade the shard. Might be useful in some way, I guess. When are they gonna play the Steam Cleaner?
Next turn.
As soon as Cleaner gets played, Rivendare gets played and synchronized and killed again. Do we have enough time left in the game? Like, when does the turn limit hit? Eventually it's gonna hit, and we're just gonna...
The more you struggle,
Yeah.
So right now, if the turn limit gets going, Cloud would technically win because they have more points. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around a particular.
I think so. If you have more health when the turn timer ends, you win. So they have more armor, so they technically win. Like, assuming it were to end right now, which it doesn't, but I don't know when it does. It's like 40-something turns. I mean, we're literally living my nightmare right now, so I don't
Well,
you
did call it in the green room there when we were prepping for this match, so it's
Alright, we need to draw, right? We trade the shard. Find a horseman.
ooh, a last stand.
Wow, if that was anything, oh my god, if they had any horseman but the one that they already played, that would have drawn the taunt horseman, they could have killed that. Oh, there's one. That's good.
Kill it.
Kill it. Kill it.
Kill it with fire.
One more horseman and the game is over. Okay, they gotta play the Steam
Steam
Cleaner
cleaner now. Yep.
Like, it has to be played. There it is.
1, 2.
They got rid of a lot of their own stuff, though. Yeah, I think Ontario Tech is just gonna lose at this point because there's Rivendare and another Synchronize, and Rivendare can die. Oh, right. Synchronize the Steam Cleaner. Of course. God, I hate it here. Oh my god. Oh, it's a nightmare. Somebody help me.
All I can do is laugh, dude, and watch. It's like a train wreck that's going 1 mile per hour, and you got 100 miles to go. Whew. Okay. Don't do it. Oh boy.
Well, I mean, they can synchronize it, so there needs to be yet another Steam Cleaner, too. But, like, you have to copy it.
I wonder.
They're wondering, Ron.
You copy it and kill it, right?
Well, we're definitely going to fatigue, possibly, for a minute. Cannibalize. Or do you let them kill it?
No, because they can silence it. Oh.
Oh, then Finley.
Right. Of course.
And then
Okay.
hope
Yeah, that
you
was
get,
good. That was a really good play.
Oh, there it is. Rush.
Now they have the rush one. That's all they need to win the game. They just need to also be able to kill their own rush guy, which they did not find. Theatar steals the rush. Oh my god.
Oh, no. Oh, taunt.
Didn't offer the rush.
Yes, we have an opportunity here, sir. They did not find it.
The game is endable. It's so endable. Oh my god.
I want to apologize
be
for
it.
the mental state my caster is in right now for their
I think this is
viewers.
the moment. They can Cathedral and Death Rider. They can just Cathedral Theatar or ETC or Steam Cleaner. Doesn't matter which. And then the rush hits into it. And then I'm free, Saku.
Oh,
It's over. Oh my god, it's over.
oh, light it burns.
I mean, they had another way to do it anyway, but yeah.
Yeah.
Light it burns. Oh my god, it's over.
Oh, hey. Rejoice. But this just means we get to watch Priest again versus...
Okay, so that was game 2.
Okay, yep. So game 2, folks.
Game 2 in the books.
Yep.
We are evened up at 1-1.
Tied.
Everyone feeling lively? Everyone feeling ready?
Are
Let's
we-
dive into the next one. That was a short game, a short, pleasant game. We all enjoyed it, I'm sure. We have fond memories of what just happened. We are now moving on. Priest is up again. You know Priest. We love Priest. Priest
Never heard
is
of it.
going to be up again against either Hunter or Death Knight. It's an Unholy Death Knight or the Hound Hunter. I think it's highly likely we see
Death Knight.
Ontario Tech is going to go with Hound Hunter. It has a slightly better
Okay.
matchup against Priest, I believe, than Unholy Death Knight does.
Let me check
just-
that out.
You know, you basically just can play the Faithful Companions and get King Crushes and then resummon them with Stranglethorn Heart. They crucially do not have Lorthamar in their Hunter deck, though, which does make the matchup a lot worse against Priest.
Okay, so Priest versus Undead or Unholy Death DK, right? Is
That would be one of the options, or it'd be Hound Hunter against Control Priest is the other option.
so Control Priest, according to VS or Vicious Syndicate, for those that don't know what VS stands for, is 44% for Priest. So it's unfavored, and then favored to go against Unholy DK by 54. So
Wait, sorry. Unholy DK has a favorable against Priest?
no, Priest.
Oh, other way.
Priest
Priest
over
is
DK.
favorable, okay, yeah.
Hunter over Priest.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, as mentioned, I would expect that we're probably going to see the Hunter get queued up next. Maybe the players just needed to take a breather.
Yep, shake it off. Forget the game. Priest, delete Priest. All right, we're back in. So Hunter is the play.
Sir.
The play's the thing.
Definitely gonna mulligan the 2/6/6s.
Indeed.
Put those things back as a Hunter player.
And you want to keep the breeder, and usually you copy like a Hydra first, just because it's some level of pressure that they have to answer. And if you copy a King Crush and you play a King Crush, yeah, there's a chance that it dies, and then they don't get to Whirlpool it away, so you can have more King Crushes in the pool. But if they do Whirlpool it away, then you kind of lose out on a major win condition, which is summoning Double Crush from Faithful Companions. Good draw from Hunter to start. Really good draw from the Priest. This is the kind of draw that the Priest has that makes me lose my mind as well when I'm playing Hunter. They're a 40 card deck, and they drew how many 1-drops? How many 1-drops do they run in their deck total? Yeah, just 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
And they got them all.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
So Priest can have the early tempo start against Hunter, because that's where Hunter usually picks up like most of its ways to be able to win is early chip damage, keep the Priest on the back foot the whole time, and then close it out. As the Priest is desperately trying to remove and heal. If the Priest gets to kind of dictate the pace early, things get a lot messier for Hunter.
So, like you said, do you think they take the Hydrolodon here? Because King Crush seems...
They seem to be favoring the King Crush. They want to take the risk that it won't get whirlpooled, and they can just get multiple crushes in the pool. Nope, decided on Hydra after all. They were hovering King Crush for a while, though.
Synchronizing the...
I think you always synchronize the Conjurer.
Yeah.
You just get more of your opponent's good cards, because Priest doesn't actually run a whole lot of cards that win games. They just take their opponent's cards that win games and use those to win games.
You don't say. Do you think we learned anything from the previous game, Rob? Maybe.
Kind of surprised to see the Armor Vendor as the copy here.
Yeah.
They just want to go more health and armor instead of value.
Make a thicker minion, taller minion, let's call it. Well, there's 3 turns.
Hunter got the good outcome off of Poacher. Oh, this pickup is huge. The Behemoth makes such a major difference.
What's that card on the left? Oh, they didn't take it.
I've got to say, I'm pretty surprised with some of the picks from BC right now. I would have expected Conjurer to get copied and steal more cards. I would have expected Identity Theft to keep stealing cards. Dissonant Pop or Harmonic, either way, just the board clear on 4 is fairly significant, though. Yeah, the commitment to this board here, it's a good move, I think, on Ontario Tech's side, because there's not enough ways that Priest could answer this typically with their removal kit, but they discovered one that Hunter couldn't possibly play around, and that looks like a very good answer to a Slither Spear. There's already a Shard, though, so you don't even have to play this. You could try to let them bait themselves more. Just like Shard, trade, heal. Nope. They want to do it now.
Ending it now. The pace of this game is picked up considerably.
Indeed. Ontario Tech is actually trying to win the game actively in this one rather than not lose.
Yeah.
But on the other side, BC is still on the not lose game plan.
Sunwell or Identity Theft?
I would like always take Identity Theft as Priest. I feel in like any of these options, just want to get the good cards from my opponent's deck.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Identity Theft, because you can't play it this turn, but
like, I mean, I'm not gonna navigate Priest games probably in the optimal way like Aquaman and BC would. There were lots of decisions I think I would have made that would eventually just lost to the multi-steam cleaner play. So.
Yeah. We'd have to do a temperature check on you too if you started playing Priest on the regular.
Armor, lightly used armor.
They love a little fiddle.
Oh man, Finale on the Thorn Mantle. It's a buff on a Behemoth. All right, reasonable time for Star Power or Hound, either one.
I enjoy that card. Star Power is a very nice card.
Sweet card, yeah, I like it too. Okay, going Star Power, just making sure they get...
Just in order, I mean, left to right.
Wow. They were trying to make sure they didn't get any bad RNG on it. It went perfect.
Hydrolodon
Hound.
or Howl?
I mean, Hydra's really good, but they already have like a turn 7 lined up with Behemoth. It feels like they probably play Cathedral into Behemoth. Hound is super valuable. They know that their opponent is holding Hydra and Hound, which means there's a likely Hydra play incoming.
Yeah, especially with turn 7 on the horizon.
It's a bit of a difficult
Ooh,
decision. I'm not
Hope.
sure if I settle on Hound or Hydra. Hydra makes sense. It's a reasonable pick.
Would you do Hope here, right?
They're a little low on cards. They could go Conjured. I don't think you ever seriously consider Slither Spear.
No.
Hope is really good,
Ooh, okay.
but yeah, seems fine. Just take the card draw. Hope is a card that tries to accelerate you winning the game. Conjured Arrow is a card that draws you more into your deck and remove and fits Priest Philosophy way more. We didn't see a Hydra get played here because there was no board.
Right.
But if they play the Hydra here, they'll use the Thorn Mantle buff on one of these heads. It'll be a 4-2, which trades perfectly well into the 3-4. They can also kill the 4-3, so
Yep.
really nice on the other side.
Do you put the 2/1 buff on the 5/5?
Yeah, like you should.
Kind of.
Currently, it dies on board to Weapon and Poacher.
True.
I don't see any reason to miss the 1 health buff just to make it harder for your opponent to deal with it. They have 3 cards in hand, and you know one of them's Hydra and one of them's Hound.
Job's done.
All right.
Well, good draw.
Poke. Spell.
So this play forced out the Hydra.
Draw more
That's
cards.
the one bad thing for the Priest here is Conjured Arrow getting played, so now Hunter gets to reload. And found another Conjured Arrow, which is huge, so now they're not really going to run out of resources, whereas before they were looking a little thin on options. Colossal seems fine.
Mm-hmm.
I must consider.
You could Shard just to remove the cleave so you don't lose your 1/4 on the Colossal, which is kind of frustrating. Yeah, it could just be Conjured Acid too. That's pretty reasonable. Or double. Double Astor, more pressure on board. Not sure how much like the presence of the Hydra that they know is in their opponent's hand influences things.
Mm-hmm. Do they know it's 2 Hydras though?
They shouldn't know it's 2 Hydras.
Mm-hmm.
They just know that this gold one is a copy, and there's still a real one that is either in hand or deck.
It's a very scary
Okay,
board to
so-
look at as a priest, that's for sure.
This lined up well for Dissonant Pop, which they were probably setting up to say, hey, you know, they could probably Hydra this board and we'll just take the clear. There it is. Guess you just slam down a Renathal. Other Cathedral instead.
Don't need to use it, and just save it for Behemoth maybe? No? Gonna use it. Okay.
So there are some problems with Hunter's overall, like, finisher game plan if they play the other Hydra. Board space gets severely limited for Stranglethorn Heart to revive the King Crushes. There's already 3 board spaces taken up by a Hydra. You know, 1 by a Hound, and then the 2 from King Crush.
So 10 and 11 going.
You need space for 5 minions to get the 2 Crushes back. They just really need to find Stranglethorn Heart, because that's the way that they'd win this game from this point. Right now, you know,
Oh.
Priest can still fairly easily get out of this.
Whirlpool it.
Well, you don't want a whirlpool necessarily, because that makes things a little bit dangerous. I think you're happy with going with a different clear. There's not some great ones. You want to play Behemoth, but you can't do that and clear. Maybe you have to play Whirlpool.
Hit face, and then
You could buff your minion first and see what you get. Your opponent hasn't played Astalor, but if you Whirlpool, you are dead to Stranglethorn Heart. And your opponent has 9 cards in deck and 7 in hand, so there's a very reasonable chance they're holding the revive, which has got to be what's going through BC's mind right now.
yeah. Don't disagree.
Quickly.
Don't disagree.
You could lead Conjured, see if it finds you any other reasonable play.
Oh, they're buffing that, and then
That's
Shadow?
fine. That gives you a Ruin removal. Huge pickup. Cannibalize uses their opponent's high health minion against them. Go up to 18. They are still dead to Stranglethorn Heart if it shows up, but it does not.
Ooh, this is just
So
Install me.
Priest lives another turn.
My blood
As long as Ontario Tech refrains from playing the Hydra and has some amount of board space, the Wild Spirits actually could become problematic. Crowds board space.
Yep.
You might miss out on some of the summons, but you can't like avoid playing it. You need the additional stuff on board in the hopes that you get, for instance, the stag that they rolled, so they can get more weapon swings. Behemoth is huge here. This is the play Priest really wants to do. Get right out of range. Can silence the Pozic, so bots aren't a concern. And boom, back up to 25. Missed a 50-50, so Pozic can do more damage. Stranglethorn Heart waiting room. It's a no-show.
Ajara is around for UBC.
Star Power is excellent here. I think that would be the play I'd probably elect is Ontario Tech. Just make sure they can't heal more. And yeah, hey, Pozic's doing a good job. Let's give him some bananas. Here, buddy, have some potassium. Get him. Finale the Thorn Mantle too.
love a little bit
No
of
reason not to. Push the 6. And wait for Stranglethorn Heart to show up. Weapon Swing wakes up next turn for the Hunter.
Yep. Ajara be a good move, maybe?
There aren't great options except
No.
for like random outcomes with a Colossal.
Right.
Or, you know, random outcomes from Tidestone. The other two don't really do enough for you. And you have to commit a lot of mana to play Ajara.
Half your mana. They're
You
considering.
also take away the ability to Whirlpool. So you could leave a lot of pressure on the board. There's Clean the Scene here, but it's not infused, so Pozic is safe. They are just going to go Ajara. Okay. Let's see what they opt for.
Horn
Is
it
it
is.
Colossal save us? Colossal will save us.
That's
Well, it did good enough. Unless, of course, Stranglethorn Heart decides to show up. It is now a 1 in 7 to win the game for the Hunter.
interesting play. And drum roll.
What's it going to be? Not it. Although it is a different win condition card, so I can't be necessarily too upset about that. Ooh. Not sure I love seeing the Hydra come down here. I think I'd rather see a Hollow Hound because it doesn't crowd board space. You can play Astalor Hollow Hound and Button. And it could have cleaved Finley on the side and dealt with the Syndragosa. But they are committing to Hydra, saying, hey, they can't have really controlled what they just found off of their Finley.
Yep.
So here's another big scary board, and Priest has got to deal with this too.
And they got 2 ways to deal with it, don't they?
So yeah, could cannibalize, could ruin.
Ruin, yep.
Could buff the Hydra and then cannibalize the Hydra. Just get a little bit more health.
Armor! Light for you,
Vendor
armor.
makes sense. Survivability. Just gonna take that cannibalize. There's still a lot of power in the Hydra heads too that need to be dealt with. Most of it can be chipped away. Do we just see like Mind Eater and Hero Power?
Seems logical, yeah.
Quickly.
Unless they want to just... Maybe they synchronize? They could synchronize the 1-3 and play it again. It's 4 more health. It could matter.
Going after
I
their
mean, I like it as an option. But they decided against it. They're fine. We got 22, no big deal. There's the Stranglethorn Heart. It came down right after they played the Hydra. If they had gone Hollow Hound, I think it was win the game. Now there are board space issues, potentially. And it'll be decided on order of summoning. Do you trade minions in order to make board space, or do you push face because you only need 1 crush? Do you only need 1 crush?
So you got 7, 9, 10 right now. Yeah, 1 crush will do it. No, sorry,
you're
won't.
off. You're 2 off. Yeah, you got.
Well, you got hero power too, right? So 5. You got 5 with that. 11, 12.
If you trade the one of the Hydra heads and the 1-3.
Okay.
Oh, is it enough for? I don't know.
I have no
If you
time
resummon
for
a Hydra, it's a big problem. So here was the issue with the previous play. Okay, they do trade one of the heads. Just need 2 crushes and it's over. Hydra summons first. Bad news. It's another Hydra. Feels bad for the Hunter. Looks like this is gonna be the way that Priest can finally turn the corner.
Such
Again,
skill
beautiful.
in one like you.
Really nice looking animation.
Yep.
If they got luckier on the roll, it was going to be a victory. There's a Shadowward Ruin that deals with 2 Hydra heads. It also kills the Ajara, but you probably wouldn't care too much about that. You just got to chip away the other things.
I must consider.
Could lead with a hipster, maybe.
5 cards for the hunter.
Because they haven't seen a hound, so they're thinking maybe they could pull a hound. Should be pretty huge.
Nope, they're gonna
There
find
you
out
go.
now.
Identity theft gets the hound.
Select
But
the
you can't play hound and
Don't keep your
ruin
thoughts
at the
to
same time.
Oh goodness.
Oh right, yeah, that's fine. That works. Yep, I like how they did this. I think that locks out the game. Priest wins from this point. Hunter can't really do anything. They're out of gas. Put up a little bit more pressure. You know, the Astalor, they have their Astalor burst. But there's just too many cards in hand for Priest.
They still got hope. Would hope end up helping them increase their chance? Maybe not.
For the Hunter, not really, not anymore.
Okay.
Well, I guess they're lacking just a little bit because there's no Whirlpool in hand or way to deny some of the incoming damage right now. The hand's still kind of awkward for Priest, so Hunter does have a tiny window they could succeed. Difficult turn for BC.
Yes. I just looked at the undead counter on Hunter right now.
Yeah, 35 corpses.
Oh, if only I was a DK right now.
Oh, wait, were they holding the synchronize that whole time? Oh, there's an easy play. I guess not that easy, not intuitive to just spot it right away, but that kind of just wins, right?
Yeah, you're right. I didn't see that either, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. Just copy your opponent's Hollow Hound and use it to beat them. Just hero power face, right? I don't think you want to let their Hollow Hound hit yours without smacking into it directly. I guess they disagree. They just wanted something off of Hipster.
Yep. Here it comes. Get some monkeys out there. Two of
New
them.
board of things. This Hound can hit Hipster and clear the other Hound, and they can push 3 face. Or you could ignore the Hipster if you want to. Maybe just tank the 3 damage from Hound and push 4 with your Hound. I think I like this a little bit better. Just, you know, clear up their Hound guaranteed.
Yeah, I keep on thinking you have to attack with your Hound on their Hound, but it's like, no, it's...
Yeah, cleave goes hard.
Yep. It's the old Bee Gees Hydra. Cave Hydra.
Alright, so, I mean, another difficult spot.
I wonder.
It looked a couple of times, honestly, like Priest had totally turned the corner, but the downside of them playing Finley all those turns ago was that they got rid of their best removal things and don't have a good way to draw them. Whirlpool really ends this game.
Mm-hmm.
But they do not have
can spell.
it. So they got to go
Oh,
digging for something else useful.
That's good. Either Shard. Maybe identity theft to get the...
Probably Cord.
Yeah?
Cord deals with the Hound.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Oh wow. Synchronize the Hound and then Cord the Hound. Brutal. Oh wait, did they not?
Okay.
Oh, they took Thrive. Okay. Oh, they're just looking to copy a Whirlpool, maybe.
Clean the scene is good enough too.
They could have roped it out. Not sure if they wanted to clean the scene necessarily. I think they probably wanted Whirlpool. But that was like a really end of the rope decision. Yeah, there's still some last sustained pressure coming from the Hunter. Got a bit of a thriller at the end here.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, like Priest just can't quite close the door. And Hunter's still putting on the pressure. And it's just draw after draw of cards that aren't quite good enough. Clean the scene, I guess, is fine, though. Right, that's probably enough to win. Just clean the scene, it kills all of the monkeys. And then you can trade your taunts, or your 4/4s into the Astalor, and then double monkey up. Is there a... Oh, there's probably a better way. Just, yeah, play Ruin. Do you play Ruin on that?
Why not?
Probably not dead to the Astalor button.
You get
It's still dicey. Maybe you play Wandering Monster so the 7 can't hit you. Or ignore the 7. Double taunts gets in the way. Is that the best move? Maybe it's like double monkey, push 8 damage face.
I think.
No.
Yeah, you probably throw the... Well, you can't do... Double monkey with dude, I think, could chose the
I
opposite
am
way.
low on cards.
Seems like time for Astalor. It might win the game. He missed. He almost got there. Alright. Can Priest find a way out of this one? Wandering Monster is protection from Astalor. They can survive. There's also monkeys. And Hunter doesn't have a good way through 3 monkeys right now.
Nope.
As long as you're hero powering, that's the only mega important thing.
Leaving it up to chance, or so heal priority.
Yeah, just do that right away and make sure you don't lose the button. Makes sense. Now, decision time for BC on what else they want to do.
Quickly.
I don't remember what's in the ETC, but maybe it's a good time to play ETC.
It's
ETC
cleaner.
Hipster or something.
I think it's cleaner. God, the other two are escaping me.
Cleaner, Rivendare, and Theatar, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a hipster at the very end of the rope? I don't know if we're going to get to pick anything we want.
Collateral
Collateral.
damage.
I don't know if they would have picked that over tracking naturally.
All fell
Right,
breaks
obviously
loose.
Astalor has to attack.
Oh.
Wow, it's a life steal. Brutal.
Oh, buddy. And all these cards don't mean jack in your hand right now. Outside of monkeys.
Okay, game's over for sure now. No shot Hunter wins from here. Dissonant Pop is what the thing landed on too, which is 6 to everything.
Yeah.
So it's literally like impossible, right? The stag doesn't wake up soon enough. Just take a board clear and heal some more. Play a monkey, right? Oh, right, collateral. Oh yeah, that's funny. That's even better. I wasn't even looking at the
Use
thing
the
they found.
hunter's tactics against them. Okay, so now we're into game 4.
This has been an absolute marathon.
2-1 for UBC. Life of a Priest.
Update, while this has been going on, the other matches have already, or some of the other matches have already been decided. Sadly for SFU Red, they led off the stream with a fantastic opening all those hours ago. But off stream, they did not fare as well. SFU Red lost to Gamer 101 piloted TMU, and then UVic got their revenge against SFU Red and defeated them 3-1,
Okay.
eliminating them from the tournament. So we have our remaining contestant to make it to the final rounds in that double elimination. It's going to be TMU versus UVic. And in bracket B, of course, Carlton is still waiting the winner of this game. This match currently at 2-1.
I see you.
Thanks for the update, sir.
Absolutely.
So back to this one, game 4. UBC up 2-1. So strong start, I think, for Ottawa. I want to say Ottawa, right? That's UTC, right?
Reach for the skies. Me have
My brain. OTSU. Sorry, my bad.
OTSU, Ontario Tech.
Yeah, Ontario Tech. My apologies.
All good.
we know the players. We just that's where my instinct goes is the player names. But anyway,
A dark deed.
pretty good start though. Throw stuff in the
Very good
priest,
start
priest's
for the
face.
Unholy DK. This is the kind of turbo opener that can win games if they find some important stuff on curve.
Yep.
Still need a little bit more, and this is huge. Oh
Theft.
yeah,
Theft.
is that a game winner? Coin, Love Everlasting for 1 mana. Makes the
Ooh.
harmonic cost 4 for the next turn. GG.
Job done.
Or, you know, clean the scene. I mean, these minions are at all 3 or less, so either way. But I mean, you could get a 3/3 summon, or you could just full clear the board.
They're all.
I feel like
punching
Unholy
face.
DK just lost the game.
Yeah, just by loading up, it's like, hey.
It's just a Vizier. It's just a Vizier finding Love Everlasting and
Oh, this is even.
rip.
How about just punch face?
Which one do you play? Pop or clean? I think you play clean.
Yeah, I think clean. Pop is just pretty valuable for the
Well,
bigger.
Pop does 3 to everything next turn, actually. No, that makes sense. You probably just want to clear the board and get the minion. Clean the scene can get infused then, and you do a 6 or less clear for power, which is probably a lot more useful, because if you run into minions with 4 health, like these have, then yeah, it's a lot tougher to actually remove them, because your pop would have been at deal 3 to everything. Good call.
Shenanigans.
Now they can trade the pop star and clean the scene full clears again, if they want.
Just looking at this is like, hey, we got a good start. Okay, good.
And then just either hero power face if they're concerned, or mind eater, which seems better because you shouldn't be concerned.
Well,
Are they just hovering this to see if they'll concede?
there's a distinct possibility, but I doubt that. Just more of, do we bother playing it?
I mean, they have pushed a lot of damage. It
Well,
is
at
possible.
11. Yeah, we're at 11.
Like, it is
prefer
possible
post-pop
for
combos.
Ontario Tech that they can get there, but it's not very likely.
3.
These aren't great options, but
No.
they're fine.
What is on the board? I was just thinking the. Okay.
There's a Necromancer and a Taunt. So Unholy Frenzy's good. Yeah, you just trade the Mind Eater, get the Mind Eater Death Rattle procced and resummoned. Another card from your opponent.
The more you struggle, the better.
Oh, Boone. Boone seems good. Can't play it
Yeah,
right now,
probably
but
Boone. Just get a Taunt. Unless, I mean, Grave Digging is fine too. You can take cards.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
didn't have any cards in his hand. How'd he get it?
Oh, hey, look at that.
Oh.
Death Knight has a chance. We're back.
Oh.
Did it give away 2 spells? The draw 5 gave Priest 2. Oh,
Oh,
wow.
boy.
Oh, Magatha is cruel. Fickle and cruel. Yeah, all DK can really do is just try to push chip damage over and over.
You are
Marrogar is going to be the
to serve.
hope that they can have a chance of winning, and then Whirlpool locks it out.
Purpose awaits.
Do we have a chance?
Okay,
That's what
out
DK is
comes
saying.
Marrow.
Not gonna be very thick minions, but they can be able to deal with the board. So. Yep.
Oh my god. Do you power chord the Marrow and then Whirlpool? No, you just get rid of the Marrow and then you just power chord. It doesn't work. That'd be gross though, if it did.
Look at that.
Do you not even need to Whirlpool? Oh wow. Yeah, you don't even need to. You just shard. and weaken these. You don't even have to shard because you've double plague strikes.
Yep. Could they have played the skeletal? Oh, that's skeletal add-on, not... Okay.
Well, they probably want to sidekick their rampaging zombie and then plague strike the marrow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, it's not as clean, I guess, to do it this way, but it probably doesn't matter. Maybe there's a different play that's a little bit better than the sidekick play. I probably would just sidekick and play Astor to clear up the other 5 too.
So they are playing Grave Strength, that's for sure.
Our gift of the arcane.
I guess it seems like they just really wanted to play Grave Strength on this turn, yeah. So makes sense. This way they just clear up board with rushers and push a lot of face damage to try to end this sooner. That was kind of surprising at the end.
Mm-hmm.
4-2 kills 5-2 instead of 5-2 killing 5-2 and 4-2 pushing face. I don't know. Probably
Rushed.
irrelevant.
Yeah, I think it got rushed.
They just had to like do stuff. It's like, hey, if you miss these hits, you might lose.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
Right? Totally irrelevant as it happens. Just would have missed, 4 damage. That doesn't matter. Shard. Shard kind of answers this pretty well. And then you can start
Yes,
clearing stuff.
But how?
You don't have to worry about a remaining board. Could even power chord, get another Astalord.
Going with the Shard. +2 on... There's no undead though, right?
Skies.
Just going. Whirlpool.
Whirlpool gets rid of their sidekick in deck. Spicy. Cheeky little play.
Anybody?
There's still a chance for the Unholy DK though. Priest is running fairly low on resources, but I think the chance evaporates on this next turn if we're seeing like Astalor, Power Chord, Astalor gain 10 armor, put 2 5/5s on the board. Unholy almost has to play this this 5 mana Astalor here.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well just take damage. I guess it's a tough call between Icy Touch and Defrost.
I think
you want to pick.
Icy Touch is probably good. It's 2 damage.
I don't know if there's any cards left in your deck that realistically help you win this game. You just need to close it out. Yeah, I like the Icy Touch pick.
Gift of frost shields us.
Just as many things on the board as you can. Line up the 14 damage Astalor. Push the 2 damage now so the Nagaling can survive to push an extra 1, which could be relevant. Opponent's at 8. And it's a bit of trouble. Yeah, the 2 Astalor play doesn't really work anymore.
Cannibalize for sure. The 5/5. Or are you going to wait for an 8/8 knowing that they've already done that turn?
Go up to 18, and opponent can deal 20. But there's a 5 health on board that probably protects you from the lethal. I would have to be really unlucky to brick. It's a tough situation. I'm not sure exactly what the best move is here.
Our gift of frost shields us.
Kinda does have to be this. But then I'm not sure if you want to finale or hero power to try to,
Our gift of frost shields us.
you know, get out dying. I don't think I like that.
So that's 9, 10 gone, and then.
But they left 5 on board. So now 8 damage out of 14 needs to go into face and not minions. It's probably safe enough, I guess. But that seems like a fairly risky move. YOLO Astalor sometimes just ends it.
Yep. You got a ghoul that can come out. Add an
I think
extra
I would have
one.
gone 1 Astalor cannibalize on the 5/5
yep.
just to remove the 5 from the board. I mean, I guess technically it's the same kind of thing. Maybe that's just better to play the 2 5/5s. Ultimately, I suppose it's the same.
Hurry up.
Dude, we've been watching 4 priests.
It's not if you were gonna heal face though, and try to be closer to not dying. Yeah, so they just opt for this will never be a lethal, but it clears the board.
And there's the whirlpool, but you don't want to do that because then you.
I was just cannibalize
Yeah.
Astalor, so that was the setup that they were going for. Was opponent probably plays Astalor and probably doesn't win on the spot, and then you get him back the other way.
Who here can spell?
And the school teacher
Zingari?
is gonna have to find something
Anybody?
insanely good.
Not that.
I don't believe it did. No weapons in deck. Cold Feet does essentially nothing. I mean, it blocks the
Astalor
Death Knight from
coming
getting
out.
lethal next turn,
True.
but that's about it.
Yep.
The fallen
I guess
will
it's
serve.
the play you have to make.
Pick me!
Because the other ones weren't helping. You just flood the board, go all face, and hope that their hand is all minions. I mean, this is pretty awkward for priests, though. They have to Whirlpool to not be dead, and that removes their Astalor. Anything they synchronize,
Yes, but
they lose
how?
out on as well. I guess I could synchronize the No, they can't, because they would get a Noggling, and then they would Whirlpool the Noggling, too. It's funny. Yeah, there's just no synchronized target. You just have to Whirlpool, heal, and pass. Well, they're still winning. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's unpleasant.
Here for the tour?
Alright. Well, Priest did a great job of not losing for a while. I think that's gonna wrap it up.
Death is not
Chip damage now. Chip damage. Identity theft. Give it. Okay.
That'll do it.
That'll do. All right. UBC.
Oh my god. How long ago did we start that match?
It was. I'm not gonna say because that will just, you know, amplify how we feel already about the priest on priest action. So.
Yeah, wow.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
So if
So-
you want to review,
Carlton gets the honor of playing UBC next. Ontario Tech has been eliminated, and we also have on the other side of games, it is going to be TMU versus UVic.
so Carlton, and who was the other one? UBC, right?
UBC, correct? The marathon winners that we just watched.
Yeah. And then the other two were UVic and
UVic and Toronto Metropolitan University, TMU.
okay. So I'm going to see if this bracket thing works. And yeah, so that's what you see on your screen right now. Ron doesn't see it, but I will screenshot for him so he does see it.
Thanks, buddy.
Gotcha, man. That's what we're looking at. So, of course, I could look at Battlefy as well, but why do that when you have this fancy spreadsheet that does stuff for you? So,
Right, so teams with 2 victories. We're looking at just these 4,
Yep.
and we're down to single elimination. So we are going to be seeing, I'm not sure who we're going to lead off with, whether it's TMU UVic or the Carlton
Yeah.
versus, why do I keep forgetting the name of the thing we just watched? UBC.
UBC. So,
Yeah.
so we can do UBC's already been on, so we can do UVic versus TMU if you want.
I think UVic versus TMU would probably be the good place to start.
So,
See if they're ready.
do we take a? Oh, I was going to say, do we take a quick 5-minute break, or if I know the players kind of been waiting because of the length of the match.
I think the players have been waiting for forever, and I'm concerned that there can be more pre-smears, so I want to get things underway as quickly as possible.
I'm just going to type to the admin. We're just going to power through. Okay, so while we have a quick pause, we can definitely go over the shout-outs again if we need. Since it's been probably an hour and a half, almost 2 hours.
I mean, just the pre-game alone, we missed some of our shout-outs.
So again,
Take it away, Soccer.
That's right. So we get our Dell sponsor, which is the title sponsor for this event for the CIE 2023. So we would like to thank them again for their support. The event organizers themselves couldn't do without all their help and their input on how to offer things and good stuff for the players. And just a quick note, if you are looking to upgrade your computer or laptops or any other gaming gear, you can rip on over to Dell.ca and see if you have anything that fits within your budget. So the other sponsor that we are happily mentioning tonight is MSI. So they are providing swag to they say audience members, but the viewers by using the lovely shout out of raffle. What was it called? Raffle time. That's what it's called. So it's exclamation point raffle. So type that in chat. You could be eligible for some backpacks, MSI mice, which are funky RGB style. Then you got an MSI Lucky plush. Lucky is a dragon. Who doesn't like dragons, right? And then a MSI Lucky Charm, which is just a smaller version of the cute plush itself. So we also would love to thank all the volunteers from over 20 schools across Canada who have had a hand in organizing, creating the graphics, creating basically everything else that's going on within the Discord and the game organizers themselves. So without you, we wouldn't be on stream right now doing this stuff. So appreciate y'all. Keep up the great work and see if there's more events to come in the future. So
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone who chipped in and volunteered. It looks like we're actually going to need to wait a little bit.
Okay.
Because we don't have the bracket reopening yet for another 7 minutes or so. So I guess this is a good time for us to take a short little break. I'll go scream into a pillow for 7 minutes about that priest match, and then I'll come back.
All right, so we will see you in roughly 5 or 10 minutes. You're going to see the counter, I believe, is going to be at, I guess, 10 minutes. But if we are back sooner, we will certainly hear our lovely voices doing the deeds, which is casting Hearthstone. Mostly Ron doing this, but it's all good. So anyway, we will be back shortly. 10-minute break got us a little bit revitalized. How you doing, Ron? Are you back with me?
I've purged the memories from my brain, and I am ready and excited to go ahead and get started on our top 4. We've got an incredible set of matches to bring you, and we're going to lead off with TMU versus Carleton. I'm also happy to report that Carleton banned TMU's priest.
What?
Things are looking up. And on the other side, TMU has banned Carleton's druid.
Okay. So you got a little bit of magic going on there, so just waiting for the players to lock horns. They're both preparing to battle a friend. Did you want to let them know they can go if they're ready to go?
Yep, I'll let them know.
Okay. So yeah, so down to the final 4. Single elimination, still going to be last hero standing. So those of you viewers that have joined us late, last hero standing is basically you play with your class, and if you win with that class, you keep using that class, but the opponent's class that you defeated cannot use that class anymore. So they have 2 other tries
Correct.
to win and stay on the board. Therefore, it's almost like King of the Hill. Might as well call it King of the Hill, but it's last hero standing. So
Works out.
same difference.
So we see Death Knights on either side of the matchup here. Interestingly, though, they are different Death Knights from each other. One's a Blood DK, and one is an Unholy DK.
Okay.
There's also, different classes all the way through in Rogue Warrior versus Demon Hunter on the other side.
Treason is
So we
dead.
got we got Gamer 101 on the bottom versus Spectate with Super Chicken at the top. Just for our viewers. So that's TMU on the bottom and Carleton on top. Hopefully I didn't mess you up there, Ron.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what's happening here because I see a Druid, and Druid was banned. So that shouldn't be happening.
So maybe they're going to exit and come back in. Not sure what the rules are for that, but
They might have to contact tournament organizers. I don't know if there's anything that specifically states what
Yeah.
happens if you incorrectly queue.
okay, so that's what happened. Heading back to the
Just wait till they
Yeah.
challenge up again.
So that was the quickest priest on priest action we've ever seen in the history of Hearthstone. You missed it. If you showed up late, you just missed it. So waiting for the players to get back into sequence before we can.
I mean, probably we can just go no harm, no foul,
Yep.
and they queue up the correct class. They got a little bit of information, though, with what their opponent was planning on leading off with, so it does potentially change some things.
Yep.
Yeah, not sure. So just reaching out to the players here and
Yep.
checking in on the rules.
I was just updating the overall tournament organizer about the semifinals for Hearthstone. is about to
Okay,
commence.
so there's a miscommunication too between the players. Apparently, the reason Druid was queued up was because, at least some of the time, that's how players will do their bans, is they'll queue up the class that they're banning.
Gotcha.
Or, well, it still doesn't make sense because they would. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Either way.
Treason
Moving
is
on,
dead.
it is Hunter versus Warrior. See, I kind of don't like it because Warrior's a really good counter to Hunter, and if you have perfect information that your opponent is leading with Hunter, then you should lead Warrior. But let's not speculate any further on
Yeah.
that. I'm sure the players have worked it out between themselves. We are into the start of Game 1, Warrior versus Hunter, and let's see where it goes.
Good keeps, except for Star Power and probably Conjured Arrow on Hunter's side.
Yeah, you want to keep the Poacher and not keep
Yeah.
the rest. And Warrior, it's a very good hand to
Yeah, it's
have
just-
Axe and Anima.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Good opener on either side, though. Hunter found a curve.
Vicious.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough decision between the two. There's not really that much of an upside in Slither Spear, but there could be if you get a lucky draw.
Mm-hmm.
But it's sort of the same with Thornmantle. Like, if you top deck Barrel of Monkeys, you probably want to play the Barrel and have a 2/5 instead of a 1/4. The better benefit, though, of Slither Spear is that it sparks some fear in your opponent in the way that Thornmantle would not. So it changed Carlton's turn 1 play to just make sure that they could clear the Slither Spear and gives TMU a little bit of a better opening now for
Right.
the Poacher.
And if you're a hunter, you're always looking for the 4/3 to pop up.
I mean, not always. This was an amazing roll because, well, maybe Carlton wasn't going to play the Anima anyway
True.
because they didn't have a minion in hand. But it's certainly very disappointing to want to play Anima on a board, but know that there's a Fox waking up. So you see two things that immediately kill your Anima, and you get a maximum of 2 buffs.
Right.
In this case, of course, the Hunter would always kill it, and they would get 0 buffs, so they had to hero power instead of actually play out a minion. Interesting debate between Hydra and Hound here. You never take Crush.
They love a little fiddle.
Hound just a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
And, the hand is not looking like it is able to curve much, so I like the pick. Carlton getting to repeat one of the riffs. The draw.
Clearing
Clear up some power on board.
Mm-hmm. Poacher again. And hero power.
Yeah, it's a good
probably.
pickup.
Yep.
You had nothing to do, so now you can play Poacher and press a button.
And what button is that, Ron?
It's the Smork button.
Hey.
It's my favorite button, Soccer. It says damage the face.
And damage it does.
Alright, probably time to just drop an egg in the axe, and then plan on bridge next turn.
Do you swing or leave alone?
You want the swings to charge up damaged minions and buff them, so you pretty much never want to swing unless you have a damaged minion on board already. Oof. There he is, the King Crush.
That's
He's a clinger. You want to keep him at arm's length as the hunter, but he just loves you too much.
that's right. So,
Crush
hey,
wants to be in your hand. Can't help himself.
he missed his hunter.
All right, and here this is perfect. This is everything that Carlton wants on this turn, and then some.
The
Clear
1/1s.
the board, damage every single minion, buff them all, and The only downside is that Hound can cleave, but wait, no, it's actually perfect, almost perfect. It doesn't kill the 6/5, but it does kill the other two because of the Thorn Mantle buff, which is pretty significant.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
I was wondering if there's ever an anima play with Jam Session instead. Yeah, I like this though.
Conjured Arrow.
So another Hound picked up. Does clear the 7/3, which is kind of a big problem.
Yep.
But it's inefficient, and
Victory
there's
is in
still
my grasp.
buffs that are going from the anima. This is kind of case in point why the matchup is just so difficult for Hunter to win when Warrior starts scaling up those early buffs with the weapon
Right.
and, you know, has taunts protecting an anima extractor. It gets really messy. Just a lot of buffs that are hard to deal with. They hit the wrong one, though. Still looks fine. Warrior can, especially with the Sun Fury pickup, that's pretty huge. Just go ahead, drop Thori, drop Sun Fury, drop Jam Session. Lots of things get damaged.
And lots of things got damaged there.
That is a very big Olgra. I think the game's over. There's not much Hunter has in its toolkit that answers this kind of setup. I don't know if there's any kind of crazy miracle. Breeder pulling Hound does nothing.
Victory is in
Conjured
my
Arrow
grasp.
doesn't really help. You can try to survive for a turn or two maybe with monkeys. They'll get the bad news that Olgra will punch every monkey and then also the face, and then they'll die. But I respect the effort. You know, we build the monkey phalanx and pray that it holds. But Olgra is just too angry. Can't be stopped.
Yep.
She mad. She big. She mad. She getting them.
She big mad.
Right, game one in the books. Warrior takes down the Hunter. Hunter is now eliminated from TMU's stable of classes. Warrior will remain up for Carlton, and it's down to Death Knight and Demon Hunter. Given that the Death Knight is a Blood Death Knight, I would expect that to be the most likely queue. Relic Demon Hunter often struggles against Enraged Warrior. Blood Death Knight has lots of removal and survivability to have the kind of answers Hunter did not for boards and turns like the one we just saw. But you never know. They might go just throw it all on the line with Relic.
See what happens.
The Knights of the
So
Ebon
Death
Blade
Knight it
will
is.
not falter.
Blood DK versus Warrior.
A lot of red.
Yep. I keep my mouse just keeps on wanting to press confirm even though I'm not playing. I don't know if that happens to you when you're streaming a match. Makes you laugh every time. So
This one. This one.
yeah. Now you can press hide, but you can't press confirm. So all right, Carlton up 1-0 over
Can
TMU.
you imagine if it let you?
Oh my goodness!
Like your competitors
Disaster.
might be a little upset.
Want me to just play the cards for you, buddy? I can do that. So
Here, I got you. Don't worry about it.
yeah, it's hands free. It's remote desktop. Hearthstone at its finest.
Alright, good looking start for the warrior, except Asphyxiate is in hand. So Coin Asphyxiate does block all buffs. They don't have to do it. It does commit a potentially important resource, but denying buffs is frequently a very tempting, hard to pass up option. They're conflicted.
Yep.
Number of choices. They hovered the coin for a minute there. Looks like they mainly favor just playing Astalor. It's 2/2 on this board. And, chip this down over a couple turns, maybe. Say it's fine if it gets just a couple of buffs. It's early. Now the minion does get to be protected, though, from a Treasure Guard. Or they could just go for the Axe. Axe was an option. Take a hit on the Anima and swing the Axe, but that's much worse into Asphyxiate.
Mm-hmm. Have you played much Blood Decay this expansion?
Not really.
Neither have I.
I rarely play Blood. I play against Blood a good amount, though.
Curious.
Okay, they take the 50-50 on Asphyxiate, so Carlton's play pays off. Now this would be an excellent turn maybe to drop the Axe, except it's a little mana inefficient. An egg makes it more palatable, but Thorion 4, you know, it's Thori Balor.
Yeah. It is Thori, so there's Death Strike, but...
And crucially, for Carlton, they're not holding any of the minions that they really want to buff off of Anima. So this current Anima doesn't really need to be majorly protected or go in on, you know, trying to get all of the maximum buffs off of it.
Another Obliterate.
We can see TMU considered just, you know, using their Death Strike to kill the Anima now and limit buffs, and then opted for, yeah, different strategy. Clears the minion just as well, and it doesn't even get a buff at all.
No buff for you.
So, a little bit of chip damage. They were ready. TMU was so ready for as soon as that turn ended. Yep. Instant Death Strike the buffed Thori Balor. And a solid draw here. Get to push extra damage, revive the Thori Balor. Pretty strong turn for the warrior again to keep up the pressure.
Yep. Screaming Banshee. Hound is...
Hound isn't great. It's okay. It heals 6, but it leaves things damaged, and there's still the weapon continually buffing. Incredible top deck.
Oh, boy.
Literally the best card they could have possibly drawn right here. This is a draw 4 on 2 mana.
Carlton thinking about this move.
I don't know why we would hesitate on it, though.
Why not? Suspense, drama.
You're always ripping that card. And there it goes.
Here it is, and there it goes. Wow.
This enables, if they wanted to, they could kill the Hound without it healing, but it's probably not actually worth it. Yeah. There was an option, though, to go Sun Fury, Jam Session, and the location to deny 3 healing, but it is just 3 healing. I like this better. And they've lined up a Crazed Wretch Burst. That's going to end it. That's game over. Carlton.
Carlton with
very quick 2-0. Wow. Blazing through these matches. Did I dream a Priest Mirror, Saku? This is 2 games so fast.
Do not curse us, okay? You said it in the green room before we started the stream. We got our wish. We're done. We're moving on. We are progressing into a quicker match format.
So Warrior stays up again for Carlton, and out comes Relic Demon Hunter for TMU. Forced out is the last class, the last hope for TMU to make it to the finals. Rests on, I was going to say Illidan's shoulders, but that's Arana. Okay, it rests on Arana's shoulders.
Arana Shoulders. There you go. I've never seen Enchanter. I haven't seen that one.
That's the more accepted list now for what's most commonly seen from Relic Demon Hunter.
Okay.
Enchanter just is a pretty insanely powerful card. It scales with the damage from Arcanist as well. So your Arcanist that gives you +2 spell damage, that gets doubled by an Enchanter being on board. So an Arcanist Enchanter Unleash Fel combo is 6 to everything with healing on the board and then 3 to the face.
So it's doubly good if you had 2 enchanters on the board doing things.
Yeah, then it'd go extra crazy, do 12 to minions. It doesn't double the face damage, at least. That would be mega broken. It's only enemy minions.
I just started picturing the process like, okay.
All right, so early tempo start for the Warrior, but not a great looking hand right now. This is the type of setup that looks winnable from the Relic side. That can change fast, though.
So, got the treasure guard, obviously, first. Simple. Keep your...
It's interesting, the life cycle of Treasure Guard. It saw a lot of play when it first came out, and then it completely faded away. And now it's got a bit of a resurgence again.
It's got a lot of health to help protect. You get a card out of it if it does get smashed off the board. So
okay, Coin Okani coming down here. I wonder what the consideration is for what minion they really want to counter. Is it just Thori Balor? This is the Thori turn, so they wanted to block it.
So see if it's spell first. It is not. So
yep, got to test with the verse. And now can use their card draw. Bit awkward. Yeah, just going in with full tempo.
1, 2, 3. Get rid of it.
And I mean, Okani does a good job here, just keeping a lot of damage off of the Relic Demon Hunter's face.
Yeah.
That's a pretty high health target. They've managed to whittle down the board.
Who here can spell?
Considered Immolation Aura, decided better of it.
Spectral or Chaos?
I think he takes Studies.
Really? Okay.
It's just that Studies can be Spectral for draw 2.
I suppose,
Spectral
yeah.
for draw 1 isn't exciting, and Chaos Strike was reasonable, but Studies has like more flexibility. Alright, found the Wretch. A little bit of extra damage. This Warrior list might be a bit better than the other one. It's not really much different from the Grom list that we've seen before. It just cuts Grom for Crazed Wretch, essentially so you can kill them faster. With this being the charger that you want to buff and go face with. And there you go, case in point for why Studies is the pick. It's more flexible. You can find something like an I-Beam to clear up a dangerous minion. You get a little bit of healing, and Relic is kind of just feeling okay right now. There's not much of any threats on the board at the moment. I like the Olbra play, just keep the pressure up.
Yep.
Enchanter plus Immolation Aura clears some, but not all. Arcanist essentially does the same thing. It does 3 and then 1 to the board and kills itself. Enchanter does 2 and then 2 and damages itself down to 1. Not sure I love the Arcanist being played there. There were 2 Enchanters in hand. I think I would have rather have seen Enchanter
yeah.
Immolation Aura instead. It would have left a 3-1 on the other side of the board, but overall it's probably not a majorly big deal.
Speaking of big deals,
Bam! That is a lot of damage. Carlton's looking to end this 3-0 right now. Relic DH's got to find an answer. I-Beam helps, but is it enough? Fellerin can strand the I-Beam and make it unplayable. Turns out okay.
I beam the 3/3.
You're still dead.
No, I'm not. Look at me. I'm not dead yet.
As a Demon Hunter, you are still dead here. You need to pick up a really good answer for 1 mana.
Oh, and there you got one.
They found it.
Give it rush.
Still dead.
No, I'm not.
If the Ganark wasn't on the board, they wouldn't be dead, but
Right.
it is. And there's a Remornia, and that will end it in a very fast 3-0 for Carlton.
Waiting for dramatic pause.
Maybe there's some bad blood between the players.
Or they're saying GG, which so.
Skill community.
Yep. So there you have it. Carlton
Wow.
doing things. Doing things.
Well, that is a 3-0, and they have punched their ticket to the finals. So we will be spectating Carlton again fairly soon. But I guess, hey, we've got time. Let's jump into the other match that's still underway.
Yeah, just gonna switch the stuff over. So
So this is going to be Neji Boston piloting for University of Victoria.
Yep.
And Aquaman piloting for University of British Columbia.
that's right. So we are gonna pilot, or basically spectate Aquaman first, to be at the bottom of the screen with Neji Boston at the top of the screen. So let's jump in there and see what they're doing.
Looks like the game just started too, so
Oh, wow.
that's good news. It is Druid versus Demon Hunter. I would have to assume that BC won the previous match. Oh, never mind. It's not Relic. It's Outcast. I'd have to assume that UVic won the previous match. Relic is bad versus Druid, and Outcast is good versus Druid. But we'll get an update from the players. It is evened up at 1-1. Alright, so we're solidly in game 3, and Saku, music to my ears. Both
Nope.
players banned Priest.
Yeah, I was just looking at that battle file right now. I was like, okay. Thank
And
you.
with Carlton in the finals, it means that a Priest mirror is impossible. Oh, oh, thank God. We only had to watch one.
Well,
It just almost broke me.
we get punished at the correct time, theoretically, but oh well.
Alright, so UVic doing the high roll thing.
Yep.
Out comes the Whomper on turn 3, which is pretty gross. Meanwhile, though, this board is insane. If the Demon Hunter was holding Halveria, I think this was game over already.
Yeah, it was just
They can draw it off of Rush the Stage, but it looks like Glavetar's the better right now play, and just ignore the Whomper and hope that your opponent can't kill it themselves. You're just gonna have to give up on Halveria being the way that you win unless you top deck it.
You will regret approaching me.
well,
Yep.
These,
So the threat.
yeah, these two players play in the league, so they know each other pretty well. And I'm sure, being rival universities as well, there's some chatter back and forth. So it's good to see some what they called well, not taunts,
Friendly
but
banter.
friendly, exactly, a friendly exchange via the game.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so didn't find what they needed off of aquatic form. They can go innervate, nourish, ramp, and I guess they have to fanboy maybe for health on the Whomper. Or are they thinking that they have to kill it? They're gonna die though. They kind of have to gain the 6 health. Are they dead anyway?
Let's see. They have to do the health. I don't disagree.
I think they're dead anyway.
Both number 1 to me.
Time grows short.
So they
Yeah.
gain 6 health back, hitting the lowest. Like they could hit a 1/1 if they wanted to.
They go up to 15, and there's what?
14. Okay.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
it's 13 actually. This is 1 off lethal. Maybe they can get out of this. I think it's got to be hero power swing. And see if you can draw a game winner like Halvaria on the Demon Hunter side.
Yep. Draw 2 rush minions. It costs 1 less.
That's the only card though. Like literally a 1 outer. But you should definitely go for it. They do. Does it pay off? The game say here's the game winner? It does not. Alright, so now they have to go rush the stage. Maybe they draw Halvaria, maybe they don't. It wouldn't be playable on this turn anyway if they had.
Nope. Just another friendly walloper. Oh, there you go.
There's the Halvaria. Just a little bit too slow. As long as they keep the board wide enough, it can still get there. There's not really enough that Druid can do. And
1 short.
I'm not seeing a way out for Druid.
No, this is pretty rough. There's no like hitting in. What did the?
They can heal up to 7. They can clear away like 3 things on board. And it has to be...
Yeah.
Well, they can't kill the other Shambling, which is a rusher, and therefore a problem. Is there an Astalor like hero power play, maybe? I mean, props just for making it to this point and not being dead yet. But I don't see how... Because, like, they can't kill their own Whomper, which is something they really need.
Yeah. They can't trigger the Whomper's death rattle, so. Astalor clears the 2/2.
Yeah, I think this is the best move. Astalor kills the Shambling, and the hero power kills the 1/1, and the 2/2 kills, finishes off the Shambling. No? Just live it. Okay, yeah. I was worried about there being a rush minion, but I guess maybe you just have to take more total minions off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Studies might win the game with security. They need 5. Well, they need 4 damage, which is 3 security rushers plus Halvaria. Actually, no, that doesn't actually work because there's a lifesteal minion on the board. Oh, this is tricky.
You can do tough crowd. Stop the heal.
Tough crowd is good. Tough crowd looks like a very good option here. And then you just play Wallopers, and that's going to be enough to win over a couple turns. I was looking for a way to win now, but it just wasn't there.
Yep.
Anyone order a ghoul to the face?
So just clear stuff, push the 2, win next turn. Druid does have another chance for a miracle. that is not a miracle.
So what could they win with? The Walloper comes, or the Womper comes down. Does it pull a Thaddeus? Does it pull a Thaddeus? I don't think it
Well,
does.
Womper's not gonna. Womper will pull the Flesh Behemoth, and
Right,
then the Death
sorry.
Rattle will be on the
Right.
Womper, and then they'd have to trigger the Death Rattle somehow, which they can't do. It's impossible to do.
Yes,
so
they can, Ron.
Druid can't win.
They'll get there eventually.
There are 0 options.
Ah,
I can't win them all.
there you go. All right.
Okay, I guess that could have been an option. Draw into like double armor gain. Would that ever have saved them? Probably still no, right?
No.
Just had too few health.
Yeah.
Too little
down-
health.
What was their final health total? It was 7 or 4? I can't remember.
5.
5. See? It's in the middle.
All right, so the Druid has been eliminated, and that being 2-1 in favor of UBC.
Oh.
This is the last chance for UVic, the
Scourge
Warrior,
are no
which means
match
their
for
Rogue
me.
was the lead, and their Rogue was eliminated early.
Game 4.
We still don't know what the final class for UBC is. If if UVic was to win. Hold on, I need to know because it could be really important.
It's not priest, so that's a good thing.
If it's Druid, UVic is in a lot of trouble. If it's yep, it's Druid. Neji said Druid L.
My blood boils for war.
So if the Warrior manages to get through this Outcast Demon Hunter, it will have a very uphill battle against the Druid on the side of UBC. But first and foremost, UVic has to focus on digging themselves out of this hole, getting to the game 5, and seeing if they can find a way with Warrior.
So those who have joined us late, Carlton is awaiting the winner of this match for first and second place.
Exactly. And congratulations as well to
Maybe.
our other competitor, even though they were eliminated, Toronto Metropolitan. I don't believe they lost any game or any match on the way to the top 4.
Yep.
But truly, it is a single elimination at that point. They did get knocked out, but they are still going to be winning the shared 3rd and 4th place prize. So congratulations to them on their performance.
Well said. Well said. So I was going to say, don't double location here.
No, you just want to get one down, armor a little bit, prepare for the Thori, and you can get a little bit more draw off of the Thori with Roaring Applause if it survives. But it is a pretty good turbo start from the Outcast Demon Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
The Warrior doesn't have a whole lot of answers yet. As long as they can make it to the turn 6 Olgra, that can swing the game around dramatically, though.
Oh.
Awful draw for Warrior at this
Yep.
point.
That's why I was grunting. He's like, oh.
Thori goes ahead, cleans up the Slither Spear. A little bit higher damage potential represented by that card since it can scale with spells.
And things. Yep. So security going to come down.
This Glaive Tar is getting really charged up with card draw.
Yeah. Rush the stage. Now, would you do Sigil Runner first or no?
I like Stage here because you don't know what Sigil Runner's going to draw.
Okay.
And Rush the Stage just spends the rest of your mana efficiently.
Okay.
and then you can run her on the next turn with your weapon swing, so you get a whole bunch of card draw.
3
There
cards.
doesn't seem to be any reason to hold back, just flood the board completely.
Not enough time.
Push the 6 face damage.
Yep.
Clearing off all the minions, though, is a bit surprising. Usually that's a big benefit for
The warrior?
outcasts,
Oh,
just to
okay.
have a threat for Halvaria. Might have even influenced the warrior to play differently if they kept the wide board, knowing that there was a minion that was a rusher that had been discounted. You have to be very aware of Halvaria. So a bit unfortunate on the warrior side here for you, Vic, using that roaring applause for just a draw 1.
Nope. Here's the.
But Sun Fury plus either the depths or the Thori is a full board clear. I think you want to use the location. They do.
And there's my hated card when I'm playing.
Oh, that is quite the top deck.
Yeah, it is. When I see
Value
this
for
come,
days.
that's what I was gonna say. When I see this come down on the board, I just shake my head. And it's like, okay,
You're like, oh god, oh god.
here we go. Look, here we go. So, I-beam,
I-beam also very good here.
which is an outcast card, and then you have spectral, which you can't use.
Really
right
wanted one more in order to just be playable and make the Walloper cost 0. So now it's a bit of a tougher decision. Do you want your Walloper to clear the Sun Fury and be a 5/1? Do you want to just hero power to kill the Sun Fury,
maybe.
pop the weapon, and not be able to play the Walloper?
Not enough time.
Disappointing outcome, generating a Spectral Sight if you're
Anyone ought to go
if you're
to the
UBC
face.
here.
I think this is the right way to go. In my opinion.
I like the choice.
Yeah.
Just go with the Walloper now. They're still saving the weapon because they can get even more card draw off of it. They're very low on resources.
Right.
Terrible hand for Warrior.
Oh my god, it's like if you didn't do the 3/3.
The 2/3 is like infinite value. So are we gonna Verse Riff, punch the Exile, and then ping it down? Or leave it alone? It's just gonna be ping off the 5/1, ignore the Exile, save the Verse Riff. Awkward hand here. Yeah. I think you're just... There were options with draws where maybe you wanted to hold the Glavetar swing, play some other Outcast stuff first, but now it just
No, there's a
seems
way.
reasonable to swing now. You could still lead, rush the stage, just try to guarantee that you get that Halvaria discount.
Speaking of Halvaria,
Or not necessarily guarantee, I don't know if they have... They still have some rushers left, maybe. Could be worse. But the ordering of the draws and the draws themselves, not thrilling. They can still drop a Walloper.
My blood boils for war. Anyone ought to go to the face.
And this makes Olgra's life difficult.
yep. All it takes is a miss hit and you're... Well, it's got 4/8. 4/8's not too bad, but if it hits the 5/5 first is not gonna... So where's the ideal hit? 1/1 first, just go in order. 1/1, 2/2.
Have they played any other riffs yet?
They have. They played the 2/2, the 2 damage.
They played a different verse riff
Yeah,
already?
the one that's in his hand right now. I'm pretty sure that they played that.
I was thinking maybe you play verse riff first and hit the 5/5 or something.
Yeah,
Wow.
that sucked. But
Wow. There were not much worse outcomes than that. So once again, the Wretched Exile survives on the board, and it's just so much value. It's almost too much.
Well, that's why when it comes down, I
yeah.
I will find
cringe
a way.
because there's really nothing else you could do. So there's, yeah.
They need our care. Now more than
But
ever.
Outcast is really dominating in this game now.
If 3 rights make a left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, positioning of the minions in hand is really awkward, but it hardly matters. Outcast is just so far ahead.
Yep.
Yuvik recognizes it. No fire spells drawn. No good cards to use. They're not coming back. And that will do it. We see University of British Columbia has advanced to the finals. University of Victoria has been eliminated, but big congratulations to them as well for getting their share in the 3rd and 4th place prize. And now, Saku, we're battling for all the marbles.
What happens if you don't have any marbles, man?
They don't let you participate. That's why
okay.
we're here casting.
Okay.
But you see, the 3rd and 4th place prize is $50 to each team, which is a fantastic haul for each side. They get some money to take away for their participation. But does it ever ramp up when you get to the top? 2nd place will win $100, and 1st place takes home a whopping $350.
Wow.
So it is all on the line here. Super Chicken for Carlton, piloting against Aquaman for University of British Columbia. Super Chicken teammates with Fire Noodle, who is also there. They are, running through these matches together. And Squirrelfish is the teammate side by side with Aquaman for UBC.
All right, so I'm just going to show the bracket there of the finals. It's not showing the other one. Didn't update. Okay, ignore that. So on screen is the proper match. So we got UBC versus Carlton. So Carlton's going to be at the bottom of the screen. First to spectate for us. So and just waiting for the players to get ready.
All right, just messaging the players.
Okay. And I'm going to message the organizer of the event just to let them know that we're going into the finals.
So players, I'm sure, will need a quick breather, center themselves,
Yep.
figure out how they want to approach this. Looking at the deck lists for the players, as mentioned before, there will not be any possibility of a priest mirror, which makes me very happy. It also looks like Carlton has already had a tendency to ban priests, so I would anticipate they stick with that strategy. Carlton is on the High Roll Druid deck, the Enrage Warrior with no Grom and with Crazed Wretch instead. They have a Miracle Rogue and an Unholy Death Knight.
Okay.
And on the other side for UBC, we're looking at a Control Priest, the High Roll Druid deck, the Outcast Demon Hunter, and the Enrage Warrior that actually runs 2 Crazed Wretch instead of 1 Crazed Wretch, also with no Grom.
Gromless. Okay.
So I think the pilot for UBC, Aquaman, is away at the moment, but will probably be returning soon, and then we should be able to get rolling with our finals.
just wanted to.
What do you think, Saku? What would you ban if you were UBC? Because I think we kind of know Carlton's going to ban Priest.
Yeah. Now UBC, I could see them banning. They've had some success versus Chad, Druid. In Rage Warrior, they know how to handle that. So they did have a match this evening this afternoon there against Rogue. I guess that's the only weird factor would be Rogue itself and where it can be pretty volatile or it can be a dud. I can't see them banning Outcast myself. So if I were to choose, probably.
Oh, I mean for UBC, so they're running Outcasts, so like they'd be up
right.
against
Okay.
Now Unholy Death Knight I think seems maybe pretty reasonable as a ban. It could be Rogue, but as you mentioned, they've handled Druid and Warrior without too much trouble.
Oh,
So yeah, I like that idea. Either Rogue or Death Knight.
Yeah.
Could be a very likely ban that we're seeing on their side.
because Rogue is just such a it's hit or miss. You've had great successes as we talked earlier today with Rogue.
I mean, when it hits, it hits.
Right.
It hits hard. You know,
Yes.
you can just make like crazy boards and remove everything. You get a couple rushing 4/4s. You get a giant minion. You get a wide board of things. You also generated stuff at the same time. It's
Yep.
just like everything all at once. Or you go pass, die. You know. You need a lot of things to work in tandem with each other on Rogue. So I could see it being a ban, or I could see. I think if I was on UBC's side, I would advocate for banning Unholy Death Knight, because there are. Well, first you assume that you're probably losing your priests getting banned, and then second, your druid really doesn't want to face an aggro deck, which is Unholy DK for sure. So you try to protect your druid a little bit. And none of your decks really have a good answer to Marrowgar. So if they Marrowgar you, you lose
You're
in
done.
a lot of situations. So that's my prediction. UBC bans Death Knight, Carlton bans Priest. If Carlton doesn't ban Priest, I riot.
All right. I finally got the bracket up there. That's proper. I was using the wrong format. So, as you could tell, the progression, Carlton defeating TMU 3-0. And then you see, just recently saw a UPC taking out U Victoria. So, lovely Carlton up against UBC. Just waiting a little bit longer to see what the players should be.
Okay. Aquaman is back for UBC. Been in contact with Super Chicken from Carlton already. Both players should be just about ready to go. We're going to wait on the bans to come in, and we should be underway soon. If Battlefy cooperates.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been trying to refresh. Is like, what is going on? But
there's been some loading problems for the players for the Battlefy website
for
to
bans
get the
and
bans
stuff.
processed.
Yeah. So what are we opening up with? UBC opens up with what? Class.
Let's see. Assuming they have their priest banned and they're banning the Death Knight on the other side, I think they just lead Warrior.
Okay.
Maybe it's Outcast. I mean, if they go Outcast, then their counter for Druid is gone. If Outcast loses first, and usually like to keep a counter in the back pocket, in case your opponent, doesn't lead Druid. Problem is you kind of sacrifice Warrior to lose if they lead Druid. Your Warrior gets caught, so if you lead Warrior, they lead Druid. Your Warrior's down most of the time because it's a favorable for Druid.
Mm-hmm.
And then you queue your Outcast DH. And and then you just have to close out with Druid. But if you keep Druid for last, it can work out really well, getting through the Warrior. It could just queue Druid first, too. We might just see a Druid mirror. That's another reasonable option. Just try to high roll it early.
Right. Yeah, I like the Druid mirror. I think somebody started that early today with the same kind of matchup. So,
Yeah, I think that's how we kicked off the stream, was Druid mirror.
Yeah.
All those hours ago when we were first underway.
Before we hit the priest mirror.
Prior to the trauma, yes.
Yes. All right. Still refreshing here to see if there's bans announced. Nope. Nothing yet. We are going to be doing a quick interview with the winners of the tournament. So if you're interested in listening to how the players, I guess, felt coming into the tournament and as the tournament was progressing. So confidence level, plans, actions that they wanted to do, how much coffee they drank, that kind of stuff. So
what did they do during the priest mirror?
That's right.
They take a nap. Stuff like that.
Interesting stuff as opposed to priest mirrors. Nothing against priest mirrors.
We could have the winner be the pilot of the priest mirror that made me lose my sanity, and we can ask Aquaman and his teammate Squirrelfish what was going on in their minds during that whole match.
Yes,
or we could just try to put it all behind us, not mention it. That works too.
Never happened. It feels like we're refreshed now after a little break. I don't even remember what happened anymore. It's a
yeah. It was a good time for a break. That's true.
Agreed. Still refreshing here, folks.
Just waiting. No bans in yet. Game client, or not game client, but the browser seems to be not cooperating completely.
Is it time for a sponsorship mention?
Of course it is.
Oh my goodness.
So while we wait, we have more shout outs for you. And we're going to start off with our main title sponsor, Dell, the title sponsor for CIE 2023. A huge thank you to Dell. We could not do this event without all of their help and support. And for those of you in the market looking for new computers or laptops or gaming gear in general, Alienware is a subsidiary of Dell, and it would be a fantastic place to start for your looking. We also want to thank MSI, our other sponsor, that provided swag to raffle to audience members throughout the event. They're offering backpacks. They're offering MSI mice that are RGB. They're offering MSI Lucky plush, the dragon. They're also offering the MSI Lucky Charm, smaller than the regular Lucky, so very cute plush. And just want to say a very big thank you to MSI for providing all of those fantastic things. And lastly, want to say thank you to the volunteers from all the schools, volunteers from over 20 schools across Canada who had a hand with bringing this event to life. Without all your hard work, this event would also not have been possible. So thank you again very much.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for all the efforts and all the sponsorships, and just still pressing my F5 button to see what Battle File says.
All right, and they are in. The players are ready to go. It was a Druid ban and a Priest ban.
Well, Priest ban was... I don't know why Aquaman would try to ban Super Chicken's Priest. I don't understand that.
So I was off on the prediction. There's no fear of unholy DK. It makes sense to ban the Druid since it is such a heavy counter to Warrior. I can see that. And that appears to be the thing that strikes the most fear in the heart of UBC. Don't want to get high rolled. Understandable. The Priest, of course, banned on the other side. So we're going to be looking at mostly straight up Hearthstone. No mega control and no major high rolls.
Sounds good. So we can get in now. So we're going to start with we're going to start with Carlton at the bottom of the screen for both spectators or casters, and then we're going to have UBC at the top of the screen. So.
Absolutely. And starting off, it is a Rogue versus Warrior matchup. Carlton on the Rogue and UBC on the Warrior.
Trust me.
Stay in the shadows.
All right, Rogue looking good with a prep and a belt in hand already. Warrior also looking pretty good here with the anima in hand early, and they picked up an egg.
They went grocery shopping and got some eggs. Very nice.
Gotta make some breakfast.
No Canadian bacon, though.
Potentially a debate here for Carlton. Do they play the concoctor because it disrupts the potion belt a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
They decided they did not want the random concoction to maybe throw them off of the potion belt discover. Pretty straightforward. Should see an egg here most of the time. Debating maybe on coin anima.
Oh, Sanguine Depths. Okay.
I didn't expect that. Nice. Yep. Belt immediately pick card draw. Nothing to think about there.
I didn't even
and
see
then three options that they didn't want because they're not card draw. They'll go with the minion.
It was so snappy there for Carlton. I was like, what happened? What card did they pick?
All right, now he can see an anima come down. This may have been the reason just to hold off on playing egg early or egg into anima or even coin anima. They have only one minion in hand, so they want to take advantage of anima buffs. They can just drop the anima now and not play the minion.
I must choose. Mortals, so full of sin.
Could have a brief decision on whether or not to ping with the depths, but that would expose the anima extractor to get killed by a bone spike, which you very much don't want to do.
Yep. Speaking of bone
Great
spike,
draw for Carlton. They picked up the Ghoulish. Makes the turn much stronger. And hey, look, more card draw.
hey, they didn't need like double card draw in the first place. They mapped on getting another card.
And an incredibly good outcome from the Slimy concoction, too.
Correct.
That is a 4/2 Divine Shield. It perfectly trades with the anima.
Yep.
Although when it loses the shield, it'll be weaker.
Or if it gets
Could
popped, by the, but that would be bad too. Sanguine Depths. Well, it wouldn't apply.
Could
would
be a
it?
jam session turn. Jam session looks pretty good here.
True.
You could play that with a verse riff and clear up some stuff.
We'll see what UBC decides to do.
Is it a... It's a full clear if they want it. They could jam session their anima, take a trade on the concoctor to get more buffs, punch down the Funk Fin and use their location to kill the Ghoulish.
Looks like that's what they're... Do they have enough time?
Okay, pushing the 4 instead of taking a buff in hand, that makes a lot of sense. It doesn't protect the egg, so the egg is easily killed now from the 1/1, and then they can kill the chicken with the bone spike.
Super chicken killing
Yeah,
a
super
chicken.
chicken
Oh my
killing
goodness.
chickens.
Oh,
I know,
man.
chicken on chicken crime.
Yeah. You're being reported. All right. Those of you
Yeah,
joined
not
late.
quite picking up what they're looking for, though. They did really want to find a way to like generate a destroy to deal with that anima, but
Right.
no such luck. Chorus Riff nicely repeats the verse to clear up the Alchemist. They weren't killing Concoctor before, they're certainly not going to do it now. Push the 4 again.
Astalor, the star of the tournament so far, or is it?
We've seen a lot of them.
Yep.
All right, so now out comes the prep Bone Spike. Lines
Fish.
up a very big graveyard turn potentially. Let's see what else they find.
That was a
There's
quick
the
snatch.
stenographer at the bottom. Well, they knew what was at the
Yeah,
bottom because they had played,
Yeah.
gone fishing.
Combo card, concoctor,
Symptoms will be severe.
another ghost card.
All right, and just no point in hitting the anima, so gonna leave it healthy, make a big minion, and back on warrior to deal with this board.
It actually worked out pretty good. So you get 2/4/4s hitting that 8/8 if they want.
Oh, wow, huge chorus riff buff
Right.
hitting Olgra there.
Yep. Just saw that.
I mean, it's kind of tough. I don't think you want to kill the 8/8 here, just because you'd prefer to get more buffs on anima. So you could take a 4/7 trade into a 4/4, and then, I mean, 4/3 could kill 1/2, and you could location ping the 1/1 and leave up only the 8/8.
Right.
You do have a taunt in the way blocking it.
Yeah, because that'll slow down the 8/8 coming through. So yeah.
Alternatively, they might just be deciding, like, hey, it's a scary minion, we can kill it. I think they're better off taking, whittling down the board outside of this. And, again, they don't really need to kill the Concoctor. They haven't ever, to this point, favored, like, respecting the 1/1.
Right.
So, they stay consistent with that line. All right, do we
4-2.
see Adora Shadows first, maybe, to try to find the other Bone Spike? Get the copies. There can be less buffs on Anima. Fan, but that buffs so many things.
Nah.
The arcane enlightens us.
It does enable the Astalor to kill this.
2 Astalors.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens
And
us.
kind of unfortunate for UBC that, so many buffs have gone on a Sun Fury champion, which really isn't that impressive. A 1-mana 10/12 is insane, but also, it's not typically surviving when it gets played. You're too worried about the minion just getting sniped down from a destroy concoction or something.
Yeah. Surprise? Oh, I know it. Okay.
Strength rises from the ashes.
This is good. This kills the 8/8, and I mean, there was enough mana left to play a 1-mana minion, as it happens. That is still a 12/12. Or a 10/12, I mean. So not ideal for UBC,
Our gift of frost shields us.
but it could be worse. And as it happens, Carlton does not have removal for that 10/12, which causes a lot of problems on their side of things.
Arcane enlightens us.
So now they're going to shadow step the heck out of Astalor.
Just
And
infinite Astalor.
it's like, hey, I need to armor up, so let's do that.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
You're not healing anytime soon.
Our gift of the arcane.
I'm going to press my button, which is 10-10, I believe, or 9-9. 9-9.
So very good turn here for Carlton. They're in winning position, and Olgra does not lethal because nothing is damaged. is so close. There's no way to play a fire spell that will actually activate Olgra and have Olgra also playable on this turn.
Oh, yeah.
The
One
fire
more.
spell is a good draw. They probably have to just go Egg and Jam Session because it will revive the Thori. And just focus on not dying this turn instead of winning.
If it was turn 8, easy peasy.
So 10, 12 has to trade. Okay, I guess this is reasonable too instead. I kind of favored holding Olgra for a turn, but I do like this as a lot of power and pressure.
Our gift of frost shields us.
Carlton gains some armor. Still looking at 10 incoming damage. Make that 14.
Hoping for a taunt minion to interrupt the cycle there.
And the Jam Session wins it.
There it is.
In hand, exactly enough damage with the double ping from the locations. And they see it, and there it is, GG. UBC takes game 1, Warrior over Rogue. That was a nice little setup play.
It was, yeah.
The Olgra coming down early, and then having the hidden burst. And now we go on to game 2. Warrior, of course, will remain up for UBC. Carlton's Rogue has been eliminated. Their Druid was banned, so it's a choice between Warrior and Death Knight. And we got ourselves a good old-fashioned Warrior fight, Saku.
Warrior versus Warrior. Not many changes in between the two Warriors, right? They're pretty...
Very minor difference between the two.
Carter.
UBC runs 2 Crazed Wretch, and Carlton runs 1 Crazed Wretch. The other card difference is 1 singular copy of Roaring Applause for UBC and 2 copies of Roaring Applause for Carlton. Other than that, the lists are identical card for card. A slow start for Carlton. A little bit of a better looking hand for UBC.
Sun Fury. Bad card right now?
Yeah. Doesn't really help much. You're just gonna damage their anima and buff more things in their hand.
Rumors.
Had to go for the Chorus Riff. An egg is not bad, but it could be better. Picking up Thori is a very nice draw for UBC here. They can wait and just Chorus Riff themselves. Axe is another reasonable option.
Mm-hmm.
And coin Thori just to get it on board early is always an option to consider. If it doesn't get removed, you get a little bit of extra draw from the Roaring Applause too.
Course.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
That's a big anima extractor.
it's Big Brother.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Alright, so out comes the best pile of stats that Carlton can make right now.
Yep.
And we're gonna see some more buffs.
Is the axe? Yeah, axe is not. Oh, it is imbued. Okay, or it's not infused yet. Okay.
Yeah, no, nothing's died. I mean, you don't really need to infuse the axe. It only changes the attack buff on the minions by +1. It's nice to have it infused, but it
It's not
barely
necessary.
ever matters.
Right.
Interesting decision, though, if they want to go with Thori now to punch down the treasure guard and avoid buffing Thori. Or just, drop the anima, which is really big. I like this as the move more.
Mm-hmm. Bump, buff, buff, buff.
Yep, this looks good.
Hit, buff again.
There's a lot of buffs that are going to go into hand. Also, crucially, none of them have hit either of the bad minions. They've only hit the good one.
That's the big Remornia.
So if you're a Carlton fan, things are looking a little bit dire at the moment.
6/6.
And a bridge riff right on cue? Why not? Repeats the chorus as well and gets another buffed minion to draw.
Ooh.
And it's terrifying.
I was just gonna say. My goodness.
More damaged minions, board clear, buffs. Everything is going UBC's way. And yeah, I mean, this is rough to play an Olgra here, but there's 3 damaged minions. It buffs even more in hand for the opponent. If you're Carlton, but there's only so much that you can do. It is a board clear.
Yeah, what are we looking at for stat-wise for the...
And
wow.
Sadly, again, for Carlton, Olgra hit in the exactly perfectly wrong order to not send 6 damage to the face. To be fair, it probably won't matter, since Carlton's pretty far behind, but still a bit of a tilting moment.
Looking at the screen, you'd think UBC was behind, but health doesn't determine the status of the game. So
yeah, hey, it's 31-20. Yeah. Surely, Carlton is ahead. This is a moment to flip the game around, though. Unfortunately for Carlton, they are not holding a good minion in hand to buff. A bunch of buffs going on Thori Balor is not what you want to see. Even though this is a very nice board buff turn.
I mean, they went...
Maybe they draw another minion? Nope, it's just all Thori. Thori's huge. I mean, this would be a game winner play if that was the Crazed Wretch or Remornia.
Yeah.
Or if they hadn't already played Olgra and that was Olgra.
Now, Carlton's going to find out how big Remornia is. Boom.
UBC still might not be able to deal with a 20+ power Thori Balor. It's at 24 now and counting. 25.
But that Remornia with the nice 9/8 charge. Yeah.
So as much as you don't love, the buffs going on this minion here, it's a 25-25.
Yeah.
It's about to be a 26-26. So imagine Thori trades into the anima here. Or maybe it just goes face. Is that what they're calculating to see what kind of lethal outs they have? I don't know if UBC can win this. Thori's actually that big.
That's a lot of hits. Yeah.
I mean, the 2 treasure guards maybe are what saves the game for them. For UBC.
When you get
Carlton just slams down Thori, and here comes an infused axe, and we're going off.
What a comical turn of events.
It's a 30-27, Saku.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a 30-27.
Go ahead and heal. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There's 2 taunts to hope and pray with. So,
poke.
yep, weapons, swing, face. Use the rusher to kill the chicken. Drop the 2 taunts and... I don't know, do you have to play the Crazed Wretch too? Do you press the button? I don't really know. Do you play one Treasure Guard and play Roaring Applause and then drop the other one?
Make them bleed! Queen's trove is forbidden!
Jam Session wakes up your Thori.
Yep.
Does that matter? You care about a 4/4 in the face of a 30/27. I think the only thing that is clear is that they kind of need to play the second Treasure Guard. Or it's far too likely that they die.
Queen's trove is forbidden!
So there we go. 2 taunts in the way. A wing and a prayer.
Well,
They are alive for now.
Mortals, so full of sin.
Burn away the blight.
do you buff that? I guess.
Yeah, this is just making sure that everything on board gets bigger. I like this play from Carlton. I think it's the only play that you can make.
I mean, I don't see an out for UBC right now. Other than more taunts with the Ember's strength, but that's just... Is it delaying the inevitable?
Yeah, they need to find a way to get through to lethal faster than Carlton could. Crazed Wretch is huge. And there's a jam session that can damage it so it gets charge. And then I guess you just have to play the Embers. Light of the Phoenix is also going to be cheap enough to play. And that will revive Thori.
Yep. Take care of that. 12 damage.
Wait, hold on, is that lethal? Oh my god, it is.
9,
Oh, wow.
18, yeah. Or is it?
Oh, genius play.
First Rift? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
right? That's 22.
They see it. Possibly.
That's over lethal. Yeah, it was the Thori Resurrects that just worked out so perfectly. I wasn't even looking for that. I was just like, how do you not die? Oh, right, you can win. Wow, nicely done from the side of UBC. A really interesting warrior mirror that just went down. And yeah, Garrosh is going crazy right now. We just saw a 3-0 victory from Carlton prior to this, all with Warrior. And now it's UBC running through everything with Warrior right now to the tune of a 2-0. Carlton is down to just Unholy Death Knight, needing to fully sweep a Warrior, an Enraged Warrior, an Outcast Demon Hunter, and a High Roll Druid. But this is the type of deck that does potentially have the ability to do that. It's certainly very favorable against Druid, and there are no real good answers in either Warrior or Outcast DH for Marrowgar. If Death Knight curves out the right kind of way, it can just take things down.
Just take over and be crazy. So, yeah.
But perhaps UBC is the team of destiny. They were the Priest Mirror winners after all.
Yes, so they, if you could put endurance on it, maybe they've endured a lot to get to this point. So
True. It's been a tough road. So here we are, Game 3, Carlton back against the wall, and UBC 1 win away from glory, and $350.
Do we have to say the little fine print thing? Because that's going to take a long time.
What fine print thing? What are you talking about?
You know how you watch commercials and it's like you got like a Cialis commercial and then they have the little disclaimer where Buddy's going like 100 miles a minute just to say this ad is not sponsored by blah 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 blah. So,
Right.
just, you get what I'm saying. Anyway, I'm rambling. Let's enjoy the game.
I like it. On to the start of the match. Carlton leading off with the body bagger. No good turn 2 follow-up yet, but Rancher in hand is always what you want to see as a Death Knight. However, Warrior making some breakfast. What a top deck.
Ooh.
The best card in the deck right off the top.
Timing is everything. So body bagger helping the battlefield necromancer there.
When I say best card in the deck, I mean best draw in the deck for turn 2, because they use the corpse right away. Is this a BM move? There's no way you wouldn't play this, right?
Will serve.
Just rope it out a little bit. Maybe the debate was whether or not they actually attack with the 1/3 face, because it does make Light of the Phoenix cheaper for right now.
Yeah.
Alright, UBC without much to do here. Just gonna go ahead and pick up a buffed minion, and that is a really good follow-up turn 3. They buffed a very good one for the game situation. 4/8 taunt with a
They
death
need
rattle
our
draw.
care.
Goes hard.
Now more than ever.
Alright, Unholy DK, pedal to the metal. But now it's gonna come this 4/8 Treasure Guard that's gonna be a little tough to deal with. Do we ever see, like, Button, Battlefield Necromancer, trade a 1/3? You don't love damaging a warrior's minions, ever. But you would be able to set up a bunch of 1/3 taunts, which is useful.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, maybe you just slam down the school teacher.
Yeah, I like the school teacher one. See, Grave Strength, if I'm ever playing this DK list, I never get Grave Strength when I need it. So, school teacher's good, so Obliterate is actually...
Very helpful.
Yep.
Obliterate showing up. And takes that trade just to have the additional corpse to have more taunts protecting the more important minions.
Yep. I mean, if we're far away from that, but if Remornia ever came down, I could get rid of that.
Alright, Verse Riff Finale is going to repeat the chorus again. Another buffed minion draw. Another good hit.
Quick.
Pick me! Pick me!
Be merciful.
And then you got 2 taunt minions at...
Well, just one, because they only have the one corpse.
Oh, right,
but
right.
Made
Yes.
sure that they removed everything from the board in an efficient way, developed more solid turn for Carlton here. There's a handful of powerful cards, though, for the Warrior. Ridge Riff, likely to come down here.
Yep.
It does repeat a verse, which not really all that relevant. There's no difference in breakpoints anywhere, and you want to swing the weapon after the 4/3
Crashes a 1/3.
damaged.
Yep.
I suppose you're just always killing the Rancher.
Yeah, I think that's primary focus, obviously. So then we got... Yeah. Grave Strength can't be used either, can it? No.
That's the
yeah.
downside of making boards consistently with Necromancer,
Right.
is you're eating up the corpses.
I mean, it buffs
Grave
1/1.
Strength's going to be a +1 to everything for the foreseeable future.
Time is fleeting.
So What
Might
do you think?
be debating because of a low amount of cards in hand, just to kill a Necromancer instead. Yep, and opts to deal with the value generator. Huge top deck.
Another obliterate.
Anybody?
Ooh.
Oh my god. Unholy Frenzy, the pick.
Mm-hmm.
Pick me, pick
No, Cold Feet. Had to look at it for a second to see if there was like any way you could have a bunch of your minions die and then come back. Cold Feet is really powerful here, though. Just kind of locks out all of your opponent's plays. Trade that to get another corpse off of the Necromancer.
Get yourself your Berlocula online.
Do you trade your Rancher now, too? Makes sense. Yep. Perfect.
And then next turn, your big buff comes across unless they find a way to deal with it. So
It does use up the corpses. Or the Necromancer setup that they went for uses up a corpse, so they can't like trade one and buff everything by +3. But the board is so wide, this probably is enough to just win.
Remornia at 12 mana is not good.
Yep, this is the only real play available. Just get as much taunt as possible. Or, I mean, as much armor and taunt as you can. But the downside, of course, is that clears minions, gives your opponent corpses, so there's never really a good way to get out of range. You're either dead to grave strength,
Or
because you didn't remove anything, or you're dead to grave strength because you did remove things.
so you're saying there's a chance.
There you go. Unholy DK takes down the Warrior Menace. I imagine this is the pivotal game of the series. Outcast Demon Hunter versus Unholy Death Knight. Because I think it'd be very surprising to see Druid get queued up here.
Here for a
Okay.
lesson?
I'm wrong. I'm surprised. Do they just want to set up for the game 5?
I
They're
think
trying
so.
to give us the drama.
Yep, they're trying to just give her.
On the other side of things, I mean, I guess I can see it. Like, you'd rather not be demoralized heading into game 5. Because all you have left is Druid, which is a bad matchup if you lost the pivotal Outcast versus Death Knight. So just go ahead and queue the bad matchup now and hope that you high roll it, which is what Druid does and tries to do. They are holding the high roll card in Whomper, so this can come down very fast. But once again, Death Knight on the perfect kind of curve again.
Yep.
It's Body Bagger into Battlefield Necromancer. Another Body Bagger in hand to get a corpse. Druid's going to be taking some hits.
Me have that for you.
Necrolite buffs taunt, I suppose.
To defy death.
Maybe the buff should have gone on a Body Bagger, because you already like the taunt for a silence. But I don't know if that matters all that much. In any case, Druid doing the thing. Ramp. Line up for the Whomper. Death Knight doing their thing. Go wide. Kill him.
Keep poking. What you gonna do about my board, man?
Alright, and out comes the Whomper. The thing that Death Knight really did not want to see. Here comes the high roll play. Hopefully, if you are a UBC fan. Hopefully not, if you are a Carlton fan.
Give 2. Wow.
This doesn't really do much.
No, it's just kind
okay.
of get it out of your hand, but it's...
You're gonna want to trade, so you can just play the big tour guide now.
Yep. Poke face after that.
Then, well, you trade again, so that you have another
more minions, yep.
minion get summoned. So you don't press the button for that reason as well, so you just have multiple taunts, because what you really need is the Death Knight is for this Whomper to not die.
And it's going to die because of Astalor.
Astalor, MVP, and once again, what does it pull? The good one.
Thaddeus was hiding from us for a while ago, which seems like ages, so about 6 hours ago, roughly.
Even if it was Mosher, it would not have been bad.
Right.
Mosher would have really wrecked this board. But obviously, 2 11-11 taunts is just a bit worse to see if you're on the side of Carlton. And yeah, I don't know how they beat this. Druid did the high roll thing.
You know.
I guess debating on whether or not they want to play a fanboy like now and like health buff Chadius or something. Not really much need.
Yep.
Oh, that is a grave strength.
Okay.
That's an insanely good draw for the situation.
Another 2/2.
That is like the exact perfect draw. One more trade and they get a corpse. Just can't be the one of the 1/3 taunts. Now they have everything they need. Game may have swung right back around. Turns out Fanboy getting health and lifesteal could have been massively important. If this doesn't go their way, UBC might look back on that decision of not playing Fanboy for health. And lifesteal as, you know, a major missed opportunity.
So what do
A
we
lot
get?
of power on the other side. Corpses are all used up, so this scary-looking Marigar isn't actually that scary.
Yes, it is. It's a 13-11.
I mean, the stats on the minion itself are good, but you don't really care about the stats on a minion when you have Attorney at Maw and Mosher as an option, potentially.
Very true.
They just coined the Flesh Behemoth now? Oh, makes sense.
To taunt, they get a power through it. Okay, Astalor.
I mean, not a bad draw.
Our gift of the
Death Knight side.
Okay.
Worse.
Our gift of frost shields us.
And don't touch the... Don't hit the minion? Hey.
If you do, it summons Mosher.
Right.
Probably. I mean, it might summon nothing from Carlton's perspective, but it's either Mosher or nothing, and it's not worth the gamble, because if you do summon Mosher, you're not killing Mosher on this turn, and then a Fanboy literally ends the game, you lose.
Yeah. Fanboy's going to come down anyway. Right?
Maybe, just because there's 2 of them.
There's no way Attorney at Maw is going to be effective right now, right? That wouldn't stop them from anything.
Yeah, I don't see any reasonable play for Attorney at Maw. They might want to just go for a little bit more armor gain with Astalor and maybe play a Fanboy and just gain some more health.
Our gift of frost.
Just stay out of range of dying can be the name of the game for now. If they didn't have 2 Fanboys in hand, maybe they'd consider, you know, not playing this now. But the extra life, minion being a problem to try to hit into and remove, because it leave something and lifesteal, it's a huge issue for the
Oh.
Death Knight. And they made it to turn 8, but no active Marrowgar.
Anybody?
Ooh.
Not what they wanted to see.
Glacial Advance.
They wanted an easy removal for this. I'll get the bad news that there's a Mosher showing up on the board.
They're just going to go into them.
Respect the Mosher as well. Yeah, things are looking very bad for Carlton at this point now.
Unless they pretty much go full ham on loading up their minions.
They spent so many corpses
Yeah.
trying to get to that point where they could close out the game that Marrowgar can't really do enough. And at this point now, no Marrowgar board matters because the Druid can just Mosher with an Eternian Maw. And Druid is safe enough, they can just slam down a Jailer and say they're not going to die here. And, I mean...
That's it.
This completely ends it.
Yep. Yep. So, not sure we're going to have time to interview the winner, but I'm just going to double check with the admins and stuff to see where we are at. But it looks like UBC.
All right.
Yep.
It's going to
There it
take.
is. You see the bad news, respect it, and the bold move of Druid in Game 4 pays off. They get the victory, and UBC is our champion.
Right. So I'm just going to double check with the group here at CIE to see if we can do a quick interview with the winner. I'd like to, but I know there's another match. Sorry, organization for Overwatch to follow this this cast, so it might be a little bit short on time. But I'm just going to double check first. So
Absolutely. All right, so while you're checking, one more time, this might be our last shout out of our stay here, just to say thank you again to our sponsor, title sponsor for CIE 2023, Dell. Could not do this event without their help and support. For any computers, laptops, or gaming gear needs, check out Alienware, the subsidiary of Dell, is a fantastic place to start for any needs such as that. Big thank you again to our sponsor MSI, who provided swag to raffle for audience members throughout our event. Backpacks, MSI mice that are RGB, the MSI Lucky plush that is a dragon, MSI Lucky Charm that is smaller than the regular Lucky, but very cute little plush dragon that you can get. Thank you again for MSI and Dell, and thank you again to the volunteers from over 20 schools across Canada having a hand bringing this event to life. Thank you so much, and thank you to the viewers for watching this fantastic event.
well said, my friend. Well said. And we're able to do an interview. I'm just going to try and find out which channel we need to invite them to. So, the general Hearthstone channel. So I might be able to join down there. But I'm just want to give UBC a quick message, just to probably meet us in general in chat in the CIE Discord. Actually, hold on a second.
Hearthstone General?
Yeah, just don't type it just yet. I'm just trying to figure out where. Should have figured this out beforehand, so I apologize for that there. But we were expecting a dual priest mirror for eons. Joking, of course. Ron would not be here.
All right, checking with organizers as well. See if we get to hear from Aquaman and
The team? Yep.
Squirrelfish from UBC.
Stay tuned.
Okay. Yeah, they say sure. We can go to the Hearthstone General voice channel.
Okay, just gotta double check something else here.
And we'll move from the live channel to there when we see them jump in. Just messaged Aquaman to see if they can join. Yep, looks like Aqua is in the general channel.
Okay.
And so is Squirrelfish. I will meet you over there, Saku.
All right, we'll be right there in 2 seconds.
That's good.
Hello, everybody. Congrats.
Hey, good job on the championship. That was a thriller.
That was. There were a lot of close games. Everybody's really good.
I'm still in pain, by the way, from the priest mirror. But I think you got the team of destiny because you were the ones who won the priest mirror. So congratulations, well played.
Yeah, thank you. At least it didn't go to fatigue, you know?
Yeah. Oh my God. If you want to watch the VOD, I'm not sure that you do, but you will just hear me having like a mental breakdown on stream. I'm just like, why is this still going? That was probably like the highlight match, I guess, just for the length of it.
Yeah.
But I loved some of your choices that you guys made through the tournament, and the druid queue was fantastic in the final one. I thought maybe we were setting the stage for a game 5, but then you did the high roll thing. What was going through your minds when you queued up game 4 in the final?
No, I thought Druid would be the worst deck there, so I thought, you know, it's better than going into game 5 with like a negative mentality, you know? It's like thinking it's going to be an uphill battle.
Absolutely, yeah. That's exactly what I talked about. I was like, well, I mean, for the one hand, they're giving us content by maybe setting the stage for Game 5, and they're not going to be like demoralized going into Game 5. Like, oh God, we have Druid left. I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
And hey, sometimes you high roll, and it worked out. It worked out beautifully for you guys. So I guess it's the question I have to ask. Squirrelfish, did you maybe like take a nap during part of the priest? It's okay. You can tell me.
You can be honest. Be honest.
I didn't take a nap, but during the middle priest, I went to cook some dumplings. Yeah.
Nice.
So, knowing is that long time, I guess, match. You could do a full meal prep and be good to come back and still be on turn 5 or something like that. So
It's true, because I trust my body. Yeah, he can do it.
I love it. Well, you guys, you played great throughout the whole tournament. I was really impressed with some of the lines that you took on a few of the games, especially with the warrior. The setup to go Olgra first and then jam session, I think, in the warrior mirror in the final was really cool.
That last turn was... I was surprised it was lethal.
Yeah, that was a complicated like setup, and then they gained exactly up to 17. You had 17 with the double location and the jam session. It's just like, wow, that was sweet that you guys set that up. So that was really awesome to watch. But I also just wanted to ask you in general if you had like any favorite moments from the tournament, or on top of that, Any shout outs that you want to give just in general to anyone else who might be watching at home?
I think the funniest moment had to be the priest versus hunter, where the hunter whiffed on both the king crushes, and they just
Oh
resummoned a
man,
bunch of hydraulic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
true.
Yeah, thought I was dead for sure, but then
I
sometimes
was
lucky.
actually talking about that when that happened, and they had a choice. They could have gone Astalor Hound button, and I was like, I think they want to do that so they don't play another Hydra and lock out their board space for the Stranglethorn in case they draw it, because they don't have it yet, but they got like a few cards left, and then go figure, they play the Hydra and immediately top deck the Stranglethorn Heart, and they have no board space. It's like, well, if they summon better, at that point in time randomly, they would have won.
Yeah,
But yeah,
sure.
that was a funny moment for sure.
Yeah, it was. No, but it was really nice being able to play with a teammate as well, because I usually play these by myself, but met Squirrelfish in one of my classes, and it just happened that he also played Hearthstone, so that was great.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
thanks
you
very
did
much.
UBC proud.
Yeah, it's our last tournament before we graduate, so good to go out with a bang.
That's right. It's the perfect way to go out and enjoy a little bit of cash to go home and do your thing.
Yeah, there you
Exactly.
go.
Yep.
Go out on top, retire on top of the world. Feels good. What about you, Squirrelfish? Do you have any shout outs you want to give or otherwise?
Oh yeah, so I was just thinking about the last moment for the Mirror Warriors. Yeah, because my buddy he was playing that, and I didn't expect that we can have the full damage to kill the opponent, but he really made it. So I think that was really amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah, good point. So once again, a congratulations to all of the finalists. Big congratulations to you guys, UBC, for taking down the title. And Sako, did you have any other questions you wanted to run through for our champs while we have them here?
No, actually, other than the priest battle, that was pretty much it. Congrats to you and your university for winning tonight. It's a hard fought battle for sure.
Thank you.
I only messaged Aqua just like a few messages of pain during the free spirit. It was smart that you just ignored that.
There's all kinds of
anything there.
You can do the face palm, you can do the death symbol, the emoticons that come through your phone.
Yeah. All
But
right.
it's
Well,
all
it's an
good.
absolute blast to cast the tournament. It was a pleasure to watch you guys play and see you guys win. And best of luck to you with your graduation and your future endeavors. And congrats once again on winning the Invitational.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go back up to the regular broadcast booth, and you guys enjoy your night.
Bye.
All right, that finalizes our evening for Hearthstone. I certainly enjoyed casting this. Helping you cast, or at least be a part of it. I'm sure your voice is going to be nice and sensitive tomorrow when you do these power casts.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, I know, buddy. Well, you do your stream, so you're pretty attuned to handling like 6 hours of explaining your plays and that stuff. But
I burned through like a whole couple tall glasses of water, so
There you go.
I'm doing all right. The voice is fine for now, at least. We'll see
Yeah.
how it fares tomorrow.
yeah, so again, thanks to all the viewers that were able to make it and watch these matches. To the players as well, thanks for participating and making this fun. I guess fun stream to watch, stream, and cast. So
Absolutely.
all right, well, that closes our doors for now, and keep a lookout for any other announcements in the CIE Discord for the. I guess there's Valorant, there's Overwatch. I'm not doing it justice here, but when there's a bunch of other events going on this whole week, so anybody that's interested in catching those events, check it out. So,
Absolutely.
behalf around Mexico and myself, you have yourself a great night, and we'll see you soon.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.